Hello, Praveen. Can you hear me, Praveen?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ క్రిష్ గారు.
Hope you can hear me right, Abdul.
Yeah, now we can.
Oh, okay. Very good morning.
Fantastic. Yeah, have few more minutes.
Sure.
So hope all is good, Krish garu.
Yeah. Can repeat?
Hope all is well.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
Sir, good morning, sir. Shall we? Yeah, sir. Just 2 minutes, sir.
Sure.
We'll start by 2 minutes. So we can start, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
One minute, just now. Okay. Yes.
So, Abdulji, shall I start up or you want to give any intro?
I'll give introduction.
Sure.
Yeah. So let's start now. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit Edition 4. It's virtual and free for everyone. So I would like to thank all the participants who registered and the speakers who are giving lectures for next 2 days. So it's been an honor to host the event to support supply chain management domain. So I'll take this as an opportunity to introduce Data Labs India, who is sponsoring the event. The main objective of the event is to connect industry practitioners, experts, and consultants, and maybe technologists to the needy companies who want to have the digital transformation, who want to achieve supply chain excellence, or who want to improve their business processes, or who want to confirm what they are doing correct or not. Okay? So this is very important platform, this is Edition-4, and we have been very successfully doing this. So I would like to thank one and all for this. Okay. So few key points to note is the program is live in Zoom. Those who don't want to join Zoom because they want to attend passive, so there is a channel in YouTube. It is live now. So we have shared YouTube links to all the groups. So those who wants to just watch in WhatsApp in YouTube channel, they can do it, and they can post questions there, and it will be reflected here. So absolutely no problem. And this is the first session, so I would like to introduce our guest speaker, and then we will start in another 10 minutes or so. So I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Kavali. Okay, so Mr. Suresh is talking today about AI in operations and supply chain management. So to give the heads up and good introduction about Suresh, Suresh Kavali is a digital transformation expert helping organizations to scale with AI-powered IT solutions and low-code platforms. So he specialized in Azure-based application development and enterprise automation. As a coach and speaker, he shares insights on IT, OT, and AI, and also the project management, business uh, advisory. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Suresh. Welcome to the show. So thank you for giving a introductory keynote. Welcome to the show. So over to you, sir. Thank you very much, and enjoy the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdulji, and thank you for the invitation. And good morning and good evening, everyone online. So let me share my screen. I hope you could see my screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. As we all keep on hearing about AI. I think it's a buzzword, right? In recent days, everywhere we tend to hear about AI. I'll take this opportunity to run what are the various AI practices are there, which are coming up, which are already established, and to what extent AI applied, and what are the various use cases in supply chain and operations that we can solve. And I keep on attending the various sessions and keep participating as well as giving the sessions and as well as myself listening to the various other industry implementers. So the way we see the AI, I mean, we have been in the era of like almost last 30 years seen from the non-Windows mainframe to the current AI trends. It could be the fundamental digitalization, then the online intranet and internet-based web applications, and then we have seen the mobile apps, then we have seen the cloud, then we are seeing the AI applications. Though each one of them is a kind of for every 5 to 6 years, if I see that a major boost for the IT and the mankind, like where the businesses and the individuals are getting benefited with the technology advancement. But this AI is something, whatever it happened last 30 years, just going to shape up in 2 to 3 years time frame with the help of AI. That is the power of the AI. That's what we are envisioning and we are seeing, and the companies growing and multiplying their businesses and revenues. So it's a kind of one-time opportunity for both individual and as well as for the organizations. The early adapters, whoever early get into the AI, will be taking the advantage, and they will be at the better part than other companies or individuals who are not practicing AI. To that extent, it is driving. There's no exception. To an extent, like maybe legal and healthcare will be like 30 to 35% we can engage it, but in the other areas, it is 60 to 80% you can engage AI in another 5 to 10 years. To that extent, it is moving. Most of things will get automated, right? So with that opening statement, let me run through the various the AI, the benefits and as well as the implementation options and the limitations. That's the coverage for today. So let me take one small the storyline. How many of you aware that in 2021, so it was all over the news and everywhere, that Evergreen, ever given is the ship name, so by the company Evergreen. So it got stuck at Suez Canal and it interrupted for around 6 days. Ships not able to move from one side to the other side. They all queued for 6 days. The impact of it per day, the business of like the trade across the world, it is 9.6 billion trade per day. That is approximately 1/10 of world trade that happens every day. Got stuck. So they took around 6 days. They got several other like digging and tugs and all that to help it out to move out. And the way it got impacted, where 400 other ships got killed because they don't have the immediate fallback option. What is the other routing mechanism that they can take so that they can overcome get coming and then get stuck in this canal? So those are the areas, the way we have seen the problematic can be more efficiently managed with the AI. How it is? Let me just show it over here. The same problem happens now with the AI enablement, and most of the products already started building the AI solutions within their product suites. So the primarily the optimization of whatever the routing that they across the world and the various canals that connects between one continent to the other continent can be quickly what I could say run through, and the simulators will run, and then it will come up with the what is the simulator? The simulator basically like you'll be having the real time, whatever the physical locations and the physical geographic conditions, this information digitally managed almost close to the replica of the simulator. So within that simulator, you tend to see that exactly how it navigates in the real time. But it is a virtual and a digital. There you can run through to see that for me to reroute this, what is the alternate path, how long it takes, is it okay, the items that what I am having in my ship are okay to ship in this route, what is the additional cost, and what is the urgency the other side, that this need to be reached immediately. All this will be very quickly calculated. We all know that directly, indirectly, each one of us already using chat GPT and all this, and to what extent it is helping, at least from the development world, I could see that it is 10 to 100 times faster than a developer. Same way, in other industries also, it is providing at least 10 to 20 times faster benefits. So what it takes a week for you to analyze all this can be done in few minutes. So that the ship which is, let's say, 200 kilometers away from this canal blockage can take a derouting to some other path. All that is feasible and possible if AI is applied. So a couple of items over here which can track, like the route optimization or identifying the alternate paths to deliver. And then digital twins, the digital twin is nothing but exactly will be having like Suez Canal, other canals, and the ship, whatever the regular traffic that they identify and the speed that the ship can move in that particular canal. All this will be already identified and learned, trained within the LLM agents, so that they can provide kind of what if analysis. Means if this is not the route to take, what is the alternate route and what are the implications of it? Because we need to have again the clearances, the global clearances from different countries, and as well as the goods that it is carrying, having the permission to carry in that route. Extra will be also in the uh, consideration for these companies to assess quickly. And then monitoring of it, where in the real time, what is that weather conditions, the other side, and predictive inventory buffering, in the sense like what are the other sources. For example, if that ship which is carrying, the ship is carrying, let's say, the containers, thousands of containers. What if there is another ship which is delivering the crude oil or the refined oil for a, let's say, airline company? So can that airline company, can, is it okay for that to wait for couple of days, that material not delivering, or is it urgent? The inventory buffering is nothing but what is that buffered inventory already they already having. So all this can be quickly get connected and measured from each one of the ERP systems, and as well as the other weather or satellite or any other geographical and the satellite based solutions already in place. Because nowadays you are aware, API is the mechanism to connect all these systems and then get exchange the data. So without API, without JSON, without cloud, without AI, there are no products in the current market. That is how the world is moving and the industry is moving. All right. Then having the AI-driven autonomous shipping, it might be at the later stage. Like for example, you might see in our cities, we'll have in the metro. Now metro is autonomous. Though there's a driver, but they have, like in terms of like whenever the opposite train is coming in the same lane, they have sensors to stop automatic. So this will can move continuously towards the complete autonomous, where they can drive things on their own, they can take decisions on their own. So we'll be having more detailed the information on this, how and what are the possibilities to build it. But otherwise, just me take it. This is the large problem which I explained, kind of caused billions of dollars of damage to the companies, whichever is involved in that shipment, and as well as the one who is receiving and who is sending the goods are both got impacted. I just kept a purposefully a small picture at the bottom, just a small laptop that I ordered. Let's imagine as an individual. Yeah, right. So if there is a laptop or a mobile that I ordered, what if that comes with a damage as an individual? Forget about the billions of dollars of damage to the businesses. But here, let's say that $1,000 I paid for my laptop, or I paid, let's say, $150 for my mobile. So if that comes with a damage as the consumer, as an end user, so I'll be disappointed. So it's more of the person's experience that is getting impacted. So this shows that the importance of supply chain and how accurately we need to manage across the world to ensure that everything goes in the proper manner so that it reaches its destination and the purpose of the delivery. Now, so with the AI in place, from choke point risk to the smart navigation. So before AI, what happens? As soon as some kind of crisis occurs, people will scramble here and there, get ad hoc based whatever the information, calls and information on the systems, figure it out, what are the alternate ways to move and book the alternatives. All that a bit of reputation, time, and financial loss. Whereas with AI, with all interconnected systems in place, of course, they will share what is the necessary data, not necessarily all the data from every system. And then pretty routing, the early alerts, if there are any kind of the blockages in the canals, etc., can be alerted the just before the other points, ports we call. And then smart buffering, just ensuring that checking with your inventory levels. If it is not an the urgent thing to deliver for a airline company or some other manufacturing company, they already have enough raw material to continue their business. So they can say that I'm good to wait for 2 days so that they can give the space for other urgent things to deliver. All this can possible. An autonomous coordination where the systems coordinating themselves, AI playing a role, will help more agile, means where they quickly adapting to the circumstances and situations and delivering can help the global logistics at a large scale. All right. The impact of this quickly, 400 ships got stuck for 6 days, around 9 to 10 billion per day is the trade that got affected. Overall, around 60 billion damage has been occurred. The loss has been occurred around 60 billion. Now, if AI is in place, what would have been covered? Of course, and rerouting under the different paths and forecasting how long it takes and the goods inside, is that okay to deliver in that routes? And the inventory simulations where do we have enough stock at your side so that I can mix and match the delivery based on the urgencies. And then the control tower alerts, which can help the global side, the various players, the shipping companies and the one who is sending the material, the one who is receiving everywhere, the information is reached and they are making their own arrangements to mitigate the situation. That way, easily around 18 to 28 billions could have been saved if AI was in place. Why not it is 100%? Because it's not possible. Can we avoid the ship getting stuck there? The sandstorm and the winds that is occurring, no AI or no human can stop it. So those will keep happening. So once it happens, how quick you will be able to make the alternate choices for you to deliver that at the faster manner. That is where AI can play a role. That is where the reduction of 30 to 35% of or 40% of the cost that occurs or loss that occurs is feasible using AI. Now, for that example that I had given, we already have the various, as we know in the supply chain, the various the demand and forecasting and manufacturing, procurement and warehouse and transportation and maintenance. In all these areas, already all these ERP based large MNCs already came up with a set of the solutions, tools, and add-ons in place, and it is growing further. Initially, they built it certain areas. Just to give few examples, like in terms of demand forecasting and the predictive maintenance. So in all these places, you can apply the AI, like a computer vision for quality check. If you have any damaged goods, rather than you manually checking it, you can apply it. Chatbots in the real time. If you want to know by when your goods can be delivered and where it is, etc., you can keep checking through the chatbots. Then you can get it. And then the couple of the what I could say the benefits. Primarily, as we know, the time and cost can be saved, right? So better customer service, because the customer at the end, that laptop example that I gave the example, okay, if that ship got stuck in the canal, may not be a direct impact to a consumer like me, an individual, but definitely a mobile phone that I'm receiving, if it comes in with a small damage, then that's not acceptable for me. So I don't see the other problem is my problem, because it is more of a business related and not related to me. Otherwise, impact is multifold with that. Multiple businesses, multiple people will be impacted. So better customer service, you can provide it. Real-time decisions. So you can take quick decisions based on your conditions and the availability of the data. And sustainability for the environment will be helping in terms of like managing that emissions and wastage within your factories. And risk mitigation. So we'll be having like possibility of identifying the possible disruptions, and accordingly you taking the risk mitigations or the voluntary the advanced for the measures to overcome or minimize the impact of the risk that is going to occur. So these are a couple of the benefits that we could see at the large scale. There are so many other operational related benefits that you tend to see. Now, couple of the AI tools and platforms. So we already have like, as we know, SAP being the market leader since very beginning, but not necessarily the SAP. Now we also have several other ones like within the Microsoft Dynamics and Oracle apps, and all these guys also equally building their solutions using both AI and as well as the other techniques that is needed to meet current demands. So a couple of other examples like the Blue and Coupa AI, IBM Watson, Amazon Forecast, Azure AI, Databricks, Google Vertex. These are the various other the industry leading the solutions that we already have in place to mitigate this whatever I explained in terms of the AI related solutions. But these are kind of already built products in the ERP side. If at all, if you want to build, if you want to exercise, then how you take it forward. Those things also I got it a bit of understanding how you can build one of it. So let me, yeah. So AI digital twins is exactly simulations. What do you mean by simulations? Like you tend to see that, like I was into a Air India, the simulator once. It exactly shows as if I'm getting into a flight in Hyderabad and then I'm in the cockpit and I'm moving to the, let's say, Mumbai. It shows exactly the ATS towers and as well as the movement of the aeroplane from one place to another place as if you are flying in the air, all the clouds, and as well as in the opposite, if there is another flight is coming, a blinking of the lights, and underneath the ground, and as well as the water bodies, and all these exactly simulated as if you are flying in a real flight. You don't see any difference. They'll close all the doors and you will be in the exact flight mode. Similarly, you can have this digital twins built exactly. What are the digital twins? If I have a factory, if I have a supply chain of the inventory that I'm managing, and as well as procurement wise the shipping of my finished goods, If I can simulate all this within my environment, in my digital thing, it is replica of it. 25 trucks getting the raw material every day, and I'm delivering, let's say, 20 trucks of finished goods. And there are 100 workers on the floor with 25 machines. If I give all this raw information to my system and I can build that simulator, what happens day to day, then I know that when there is a shortage of a procurement or the delivery is getting impacted due to the road blockages, due to political unrest or the weather conditions, the other side, or if I don't have enough staff to deliver on that day, the staff is on what I could say strike. Only the few key people are attending and all others are on strike. So using my digital twin, I'll be able to exactly simulate what will be my end of the day, or if this continues for a couple of days, what's going to happen. That's exactly the digital twin. So we'll be maintaining exactly the information what you have in your factory or in your supply chain. The same information you maintain there in the virtual world, and then you simulate it to see that when certain unforeseen things happens, how you overcome it. Then we have the LLMs like GPT, Claude, Llama. All these LLMs will help in different use cases. You can build the chatbots and you can parse your documents and you can identify any mismatch in your invoices, purchase orders, etc. All this can be done. Then Edge AI, where in the real time, if you want to take certain decisions on the floor with the help of the machinery and with the help of the AI systems in place, like small robots and all this, you can take on the spot. Then self-optimizing the supply chain systems where the autonomous planning, minimizing the human the intervention and systems working on their own can be also planned with the help of the AI agents is the concept. What are the AI agents? So you heard so far AI. First of all, what is the AI? AI is nothing but you getting the human intelligence to the machines to operate on their own. That's what your AI, artificial intelligence. So traditional AI, it is not new. AI is last already 20-25 years. It's not less than that. But last 5 years, after Gen AI, the AI is the acceptance and the implementation of AI became quite easy. So many tools and techniques came today in the market. I'll be just explaining all these in the coming sessions. Sorry, in the coming slides. So in a quick difference, the traditional AI is the forecast product demands where already happened sales and weather conditions and any occasions that you have, holidays, etc. You'll be able to identify what could be the probable demand for your product for next coming week or month, etc. Then to give that example, like in the rainy season, there might be less demand for paint companies, Asian Paint, etc. That's one example I can give. Then AI agents. So AI agents is a little bit powerful concept where here this will be having the capability or ability of autonomous action taking feasibility, like where they can take their own decisions. How they can take their own decisions? Of course, we will build the underlying whatever the needed technical actions slash tools and as well as possible workflows so that on demand they can take their own call what need to be done at next step. Like for example, if some inventory is like is very fast moving inventory items in a shop floor is almost getting over. We have last 2-3 pieces. Now AI can identify that. Then it will immediately go ahead and then check for the available vendors within the system and within the available vendors who is the most probable vendor and check with them the availability of the items and order them. All this can be done through AI agent. You need not to have the human intervention there. Like that, I have given at least 10 other use cases in the coming slide. We'll see that. for the AI agents. Then another powerful concept is vertical AI. Trust it, the way it is going is like this AI is there last 10, 15 years. We have been building with using the several techniques using Python and all that. AI agents last at least 3 years, 4 years, at least 3 to 4 years, 3 years minimally, 2022 onwards. LangChain is the one of the framework that is in place. With the help of that, the agent building is becoming very popular. Many people build the agents, sales agent, recruitment agent, HR agent, and floor agent, TripAdvisor agent, etc. Then after that, in last 6 months and so, we are seeing a rapid growth and deep thought towards the vertical AI. Vertical AI is no way other than the AI or AI agents, whereas AI agents are both are built across the industry and domain. You can make use of it for any kind of use cases, whereas vertical AI is more specific to the one particular function within one particular domain. It is more of narrowed, where they're building the deep understanding in that particular area, so that it will best fit for that specific area. Like for example, for demand planning and logistic optimization. So for logistic optimization, I'm training my model with a deep understanding of various vehicles and their capacity to carry the goods, and as well as the time it takes and the cost it occurs and the various ports that they are available to ship it. All these are deeply trained for that particular AI agent, so that it is more specialized in that area. It is more specialized in that area, so that it can get better results. So vertical AI is fast moving at this moment. That's where I said, whatever happened 30 years in the industry will shape up in next 2 to 5 years. That is how it is moving. This is the example. Whereas the AI is already there last a decade time. AI agents are last 3 years of story. Vertical AI is last 6 months story. Maybe next time when we conduct another session, we might see one more storyline that is coming and catching up in the market. And all these are feasible with the help of AI in hand. You can play around with the various options. Now, vertical AI agents, I just gave certain examples over here. For demand planning and procurement agents, and inventory monitoring and logistics routing optimization agents, all these are given specialized information and the domain expertise. All that has been trained and they are knowledgeable about that, so that they can take their own autonomous decisions. That is what your vertical agents. Couple of other examples, like as we all know, Amazon already, the tiny robots over here you see, all these are already playing on the floor in terms of shipping the goods from one place to another place, from one rack to another rack. All these are autonomously already handled. There is no remote control, somebody doing it. No. Instructions has been given that move these 200 articles from, let's say, some bin location by section A to the rack B. Once that kind of instruction is provided, these guys are automatically shipping it. Same way the humanoids. These are already exist within the Amazon data centers. And the other side you see that is the delivery vehicle. So rather than FedEx or a human driven, the automatic delivery of your goods at your doorstep is also happening. So these all are already empowered in terms of like instructing and providing the real-time notification to the user who's supposed to receive, so that they can pick up that the goods that they are receiving. So all these are already automations in place and working, and more it is increasing. So here are the couple of examples that I have quoted, like where find expiry items and offer the discounted price. If you know that there are a couple of items which are getting expired in another 2 to 3 days, provide a huge discount, 50%, 20%, 80%, so that rather than throwing them waste, at least you can recover certain the base price that you invested already. Like that, I gave, like, recommend the slow moving inventory for building or clearance sale. Like that, you can use the AI in various cases. All this can autonomously can work. Then how to build that? How to build it? So we have the options of using the different ways. One is you can make use of the raw technology if you are a technology company, if you are a developer mindset, if you can architect yourself. You can make use of the LangChain, Python, and LLMs and Pinecone, etc., the indexing DBs, where you'll be creating the embeddings and storing that knowledge and you're training your models. And then you'll be building the RAG system. When you query it, it will go ahead and then find from the embeddings the relevant text match and come back with the results. So that is the core of fundamental architecture that takes place underlying of the AI engines, so that someone can pick it up. But if you're not techie, if you have a just minimal knowledge and technology usage and in terms of good instructing and you can apply your good thought process, then you can make use of several pre-existing platforms like Azure, uh, the cognitive services, where most of this, whatever the voice based and the audio video based and such and LLMs, OpenAI based integrations, all these are already in place. You stitch them and then you can build your models that you want. Is one of the other alternative for semi coders or no coders. Similarly, we have in AWS the Bedrock. It is also the same, but obviously in each of the platform you have to make use of other available whatever the S3 storage buckets, etc., that can benefit you to storage and then do certain activities. And if you are intelligent enough, you know both the parties, then you can mix and match, where you can make use of the LangChain, etc., to build your agents. At the same time, you can use for your ETL and as well as for your data warehouse and other activities. You can make use of the data factory, etc., which are already enabled with the AI, and Power Automate and Power BI within the Microsoft you can use for your dashboards, etc. At the same time, if you want to go for AWS, as we have seen the Bedrock, along with Bedrock, you can make use of again the LangChain based whatever the other the agents and tools you can build over here to perform the various tasks. So these are the various ways for you to build the various agents that you need for the business. And we have several LLMs in place. Which LLM suits? Because each one of them having their own capabilities and something is better at some functionality. At the same time, there is something we need to consider: the rate, the cost of it. As of now, the AI is a costly affair, no doubt in that. So, but it is coming down, like periodically they're reducing the cost, no doubt in that. And certain the lower versions of it, for example, GPT-4, we have GPT-3, GPT-3o mini, GPT-4, we have like mini again. So all these are coming with the different features and different costing. So based on your usage, in some places we use lower version to solve the problem at one level. At the second level, we use the more advanced version so that we'll minimize the cost. And there are several other options we use in terms of labeling your data, cleansing your data rather than processing the complete data for your the LLM. You'll minimize that amount of data it processes so that we bring down the cost of implementation. So this is the options that we can, these are the options present for one to use. And then between the, like if you take a control tower where a high level dashboard, you tend to see that all the actions happening across your, the SCM chain. You'll be having the demand forecasting, inventory, and real-time logistics are better handled by your AI. Whereas edge cases means at the situation of the factory or machinery or a truck which is delivering, if something happens, how you are going to take care over there. Compared to AI, the human can play a better role. And then interpreting market signals. If you sense some kind of political unrest or some kind of weather-related unforeseen things in the coming days or the months, you might be able to play a better role than AI. Of course, if you feed this information to the AI, again, AI is powerful, no doubt in that. Strategic sourcing and negotiations, that is the human intervention, like where negotiations and maintaining that empathy and as well as the relationships with the vendors and customers, not feasible by AI. It's only human who can do it. In a similar way, I gave the various the categories and as well as what is that AI can do in that place, what is that humans also can do best compared to the AI. So this comparison has been provided over here. And also already this Jara, this Walmart, FedEx, Toyota, all these are already exercising these AI models in place. It's not something new. Maybe we are learning it new, but already it is implemented in many places and they are making use of it. So now, what is the AI-wise, the human strength that we can consider? So AI is good in terms of automating and processing your bulk data, right? So the repetitive processes, operational activities can be automated as much as possible, and the forecasting and the uh, demand analysis and the inventory rebalancing and ordering and all this can be done. More of a structured work. That's what I would like to say. AI can better work in a structured workflows. Human strength is more of in terms of strategizing and maintaining the relationships and having the empathy and the situations and the negotiations. This will play bigger in the human interactions together. That is your human judgment, because human in the loop is necessary in most of the AI systems. We cannot solve 100% of the problems using AI because it has its own limitations. So a human intervention is necessary. Certain operational activities can be done 100%, like a kind of self-driving car or factory floor, whatever the robots that can carry the goods from one place to another place. These are more of fixed set of activities from point A to the point B at a particular time, at a particular speed. These all are already pre-coded. So 100% of automation and working on their own is possible, but in other places it is not. So a human judgment is needed, means a human intervention is needed to ensure that the clearance is there to pass on. So clubbing these two together, the human judgment and AI efficiency, you can get a peak performance. So ultimately we are leading towards this across the industries, across the continents, and across the companies, and as well as individuals. Everywhere it is happening. So for AI, with the help of the AI, you can automate, you can do the predictions, large scale data processing you can do very quick, which will take, I have seen Bank of America, etc., which are providing that trading desk related end of the day reports to the tune of 10 GB, 15 GB Excel sheets. I used to see that people spending nights over here to clear all of them and to adjust it. And by the time morning in the US, adjust all those figures, numbers, etc., and make it business as usual. All of them are now taking shape towards automations and bringing it down to the minutes rather than taking the hours and the days. And then use humans for strategy, exception handling, and empathy and leadership. So both are clubbing together will be more powerful for your business performance and as well as individual performance. I hope with this that my opening statement of it is one-time opportunity and lifetime opportunity for each one of us. I hope you got a good understanding of it through my run through of various use cases and as well as options to build the AI. So with that, I would like to conclude over here and happy to take up any questions.
Thank you, Suresh. It's fantastic lecture. I think you did a great job of covering the need, benefits, and also you covered very nicely the technology part. Excellent. Okay, so now let's take to the how that this could be helpful for the organizations. I know the large organizations, they have their own teams, internal teams, they have funds to do that. So now let us take up the mid-sized organizations who consider still IT as an still expense, not as an investment. Okay. Now to join the bandwagon of AI, they need some enabling systems. Okay. Without that, AI cannot work as a standalone. Yeah, you need some basic enabling business systems in place. On top of it, if you put AI layer, you get the best out of it. Okay. So, what is your advice to the business owners, the senior leaders of the mid-size segment management layer?
Okay, very good question, Abdulji. So the way I see is like as we all are in the, at least you and me, we have seen the business last 30 years in the industry. Gone the days of fixed bid to the time and material to the SaaS-based model to the today's subscription model. From subscription model, the industry is moving towards the value share, the benefit share model. What does it mean? I'll just simplify it. Initially, okay, I'll give you, let's say, $500,000 or $1 million for you to deliver this project for me for next 2 years. From there to the, just give me 10 resources for 6 months. You build whatever you want. We went through that. From there, we went to the building the SaaS products, like where I have my product built in cloud, and you all can make use of it, and you provide me for your usage, whatever it is. That is nothing but we went indirectly subscription model. That's where today most of this SAP and Microsoft Dynamics and many other players are in subscription model. Means for 4 seats, for your 4 users, I'll charge you, let's say $150 per month. You pay me, let's say $1,000 a month. That comes to the $12,000 per year. So where is $500,000 and where is $1 million and where is a $10,000? Like that, the industry is already moved. Now it is
Transform.
coming into the next step, like where it is more of value share. You come and deploy your product with my company, my product, coexist with my product. Show me the benefit. You share the benefit. I don't pay you anything in advance. So why I give that statement is, as we know, one side is this ERP companies and other businesses which are building the enterprise applications. The other side, there is a startup ecosystem that we have seen. It is in the high time in last at least 5 years. I'm saying it. Lot many startup companies building so many solutions. Innovate. The innovations are happening at the high scale. So we can tie up with one of such a good, smart startup company. Let them prove that what is the value share or value benefit that they can show for your business and your clients. You share that whatever you gain with them. That's the smartest move. I could say that for any of the SMB sector can get benefit with the AI rather than they implementing it, take advantage of already existing solutions. There are many solutions already in place.
Interesting. Yeah. So in this, it's not only about technology, it's about people, it's about aligning the organization. So what do you advise? That it does not happen by, even if you go by value sharing model, we have to understand what is a value sharing. Okay. Otherwise, it will be the vendor may say you got a value, and the organization may say yes, it is not a value for me. So there will be always debate. Okay, so here the people part come into a picture. So what do you advise? The enabling skills for the organization.
Okay. So we don't have a choice for any individual or organizations in the current market, like where we all use WhatsApp, we all use internet. Usage of AI is going to be that normal in another 4 to 5 years. Somebody who is not going to get into this area is definitely like we used to hear the earlier Kodak, etc., the camera reels and all that old stories we may repeat if somebody not going to shape up. To that extent, it is moving. So it is necessary for every organization to train their own resources in the AI technologies and techniques and usage, so that because that human in the loop is necessary for the AI systems to function. So these people can act as a kind of drivers for the engine or manage that AI engines which are working are properly producing the results. As you said, if you don't train your resources, if you're not build that kind of context in the mind, in the organization culture, then again that AI systems will not produce any results. So that is very important to train the resources, and it is necessary for every business and individual.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Suresh. We have, I think, we are done with the time. Just final thoughts, key takeaways. Your presentation was fantastic. I really liked it. I asked my team also to look into it. Yeah. Any final thoughts? Mhm.
My final thoughts, I encourage every businesses and as well as the individuals be part of the AI happening, the events and the communities and as well as the conferences and online whatever available. That itself is a good learning, and it is necessary every day to spend a couple of hours on this space so that we can be on top of AI implementation. As I'm doing this last at least decade time, I'm working on the AI solutions in last whatever the vertical AI and as well as AI agents. I did myself at least last 5 years built multiple solutions, and we see that advantage with market accepting and large companies accepting it, and the benefits over it also amazing. So I could encourage. I mean, I could feel that if I was not in this journey last 5 6 years after the journey, I would have been just missed a major opportunity in the life. So that's what my personal feeling. So I advise each one of you to mandatorily get into it. The way you build your SEM skills strong in the ERP space, it is necessary, equally important to build the AI skills. That's where the market is.
Excellent. So thank you, Suresh, for insightful lecture, welcome note, and the key takeaways. So thank you. Join me to give a big hand to Suresh for insightful lecture. Thank you, Suresh. Thank you very much, and kind regards to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdul. Thank you everyone for joining me and hearing me.
Yeah.
Thanks a
So
lot.
yeah, thank you, sir. So with that, we go to the next topic today. I hope you are there, right? As I can see you. Yeah.
Yes.
So we had very decent start of the program. It was a fantastic lecture. Now I think we are going to talk about business now. So integrated business planning from S&OP to IBP for enterprise agility. I think this could not be this could be the best session to start the program from the supply chain point of view. Okay, excellent. And this is one of my favorite topic always. As I was doing S&OP for quite a long time as a S&OP practice head. Okay, so let me introduce Mr. Yub Rahim. Mr. Yub is a managing partner of Novo Consulting and a PhD scholar in strategy and operations. He helps Turkish companies expand globally with strong focus on Latin America markets. Yub is a thought leader in S&OP and supply chain innovation, frequent speaker in global forums. So welcome, you.
Thank you.
I'd like to hear from you nice insights.
Thank you very much. Does my voice sound good?
Yeah, it's loud and clear. Yeah.
So that's perfect. Hi, everyone, and welcome. Before we dive in, I want to start by thanking Abdul Kadir for that kind introduction and for moderating today's session. I also want to extend my thanks to all of you for joining and to our partners on Data Labs who made this webinar possible. It's great to be part of a global conversation around the topic, as Abdul Kadir mentioned, so relevant today, integrated business planning or IBP. The reality is the business world has changed and planning as we know it has to evolve too. So today I will walk you through how organizations can move from traditional S&OP to a more integrated, agile and strategic planning capability powered by the Novo adaptive S&OP framework and our Sync Plan methodology. So in addition to what Abdul kindly shared, let me give you a bit more background. My professional journey with S&OP actually began during my time at Novartis Pharmaceuticals, where I worked as part of the supply chain team. That's where I first saw the real world value of structured planning, especially in a high stakes regulated environment. Since then, I have worked in leadership roles at various companies, from FMCG and fashion retail to manufacturing. And honestly, in every role, SNOP was, let's say, a constant company. It helped me create alignment between operations and sales, between execution and financial performance. And over time, I started helping other companies do the same as a management consultant at Novo. And academically, I focused my master thesis on how SNOP should be structured based on company size, like small, medium, or large enterprises, and developed a methodology around 7 planning dimensions. And today I'm continuing the journey in my PhD. I'm exploring how to build technology-enabled SNOP and IBP systems that are scalable, intelligent, and deeply integrated into strategy execution. So this topic is personal, it's professional, and I genuinely believe that when done right, SNOP and IBP can change how companies make decisions. Just a quick word about Novo. We are a boutique consultancy based in Turkey and Paraguay, and we help companies transform how they operate, grow, and make decisions, especially when expanding across regions. Whether it's strategy execution, or capability building, or market entry, particularly in Latin America, we bring localized insights and structured frameworks to every engagement. But today's focus is not on us, it's on how IVP can help you plan better, act faster, and execute with more confidence. So let's be honest, the way we used to plan just doesn't fit the world we are living in anymore. And I mean, back then we had stabilities, seasonality, long product life cycles. You could build a plan, review it once a quarter, and everything still kind of worked. But today, not quite. Now we deal with global disruptions, unstable demand patterns, input cost volatility, labor shortages, shifting customer behavior, and all of it at the same time. It's no longer enough to ask, how did we do last month? The real question is, what are we going to do next? And what's the financial impact if we were wrong? This is the new normal. And to be honest, the companies that survived and even thrived in this environment, they weren't just lucky. They had more agile planning cycles, better visibility, and let's say the courage to take faster decisions with more confidence. So the point here is planning has to change. It has to be integrated, responsive, and forward-looking. And this is exactly where the SNOP starts to evolve into something more powerful. It's important to note SNOP isn't new, but since the pandemic, its strategic importance has gone from a nice to have to a must have, because agility is now essential. Let's not forget, SNOP has done a lot of things right. It's one of those frameworks that, when applied seriously, creates real value across the business. I often refer back to a quote by Oliver White, the firm that actually coined the term SNOP. They said, SNOP ensures the business is working to one agenda with one seat of prioritize and one set of numbers. And honestly, that's still one of the best ways to describe it. SNOP delivers cross-functional alignment, balance short and long-term objectives, and creates a monthly routine for visibility and decision-making. You get one source of truth, and that's powerful. And for me, what's even more powerful is that SNOP, when done right, becomes the foundation for something bigger, for what we now call IBP. And you know, I'm not just saying this from a practitioner's perspective. Even in my academic work, the evidence is clear. When companies implement SNOP well, they see better service levels, reduced inventory, and more predictable financial results. So yes, coordination is at the core, and it's a very strong foundation. But and there is always a but. In today's business landscape, coordination isn't enough. So here's where it gets interesting. SNOP gives us visibility and alignment, yes. But when it comes to connecting with financial planning or guiding strategy execution, that's where most SNOP processes start to hit a wall. Many times I have seen businesses where the SNOP process runs smoothly every month. Demand review, supply balancing, product updates, all is good. But when you ask, how does this affect your EBITDA forecast? It's silence. Or worse, someone from finance says, we are not part of that meeting. That's a problem. Because let's be real, if your monthly plan doesn't reflect financial reality, then it's not really a business plan. It's operations alignment. Another limitation, scenario planning. If demand drops 20% next quarter, or if a new regulation hits your lead times, traditional SNOP doesn't give you that answer fast enough. It's often backward looking, not forward looking. So what we need is a model that keeps the strengths of SNOP, but also integrates financial thinking, strategy, and agility. And that brings us to IBP. Yeah, this right here is what I call grown version of SNOP, developed by Oliver White. This IBP cycle builds on the foundation of SNOP, but adds two critical things: financial integration and strategic relevance. And now let's get through it step by step. Not in detail, but with intent. We start the product review, and this isn't just about looking the SKUs. We are asking questions like, is this innovation aligned with our long-term goals? Is this product adding margin or just complexity? So right from the start, we are connecting product decisions to strategy. Next is demand review. Still cross-functional, but now marketing, sales, and finance are jointly building a forward-looking, revenue-driven forecast. It's not just how much we will sell, but also what will it mean for top-line growth. Then comes the supply review. And I mean, this is where we ask, can we actually deliver? Do we have capacity, flexibility, resilience? But we also ask, is the way we are supplying profitable, sustainable, and scalable? And the magic really happens in the integrated reconciliation review. This is where all functional inputs come together, and where we run scenarios, gap analysis, and most importantly, financial modeling. We connect the volume to value. This is the financial backbone of the IBP. And finally, business management business review, or MBR. It's not just a presentation of slides. It's where executive decisions are made. You look at trades-off, you align, prioritize, you commit to plan that is both achievable and strategically sound. So yeah, this is not just planning. This is business governance, and it's how IBP becomes the monthly engine of strategy execution. But let me clear, tools and data alone don't deliver IBP, but what makes it sustainable is people and culture, internal ownership, leadership commitment, and ongoing education. These are what turn IBP from a project into a capability. And when that happens, the value is real. Inventory reduction by up to 60%, freeing up capital. Forecast accuracy moving from 60 to 80%. That's not just better numbers, that's fewer surprises. Profitability increases up to 20% because financial trades-off are planned, not observed. And service levels reaching 99%, which changed the customer conversation entirely. And I love to say that integrated business planning is the way we run our business. That's exactly the goal. Not just a plan, but to run the business in an integrated, strategic, and forward way. So, how is IBP actually different from SNOP? It's not about throwing away what works, it's about extending the impact. With IBP, we go beyond balancing demand and supply. We link strategy to execution across finance, operations, and commercial functions. One of the key shifts, IBP integrates financials, not just top-line revenue, but P&L, cost, margin, and cash flow implications. Another shift is in ownership. SNOP is often owned by supply chain, but IBP is an executive-led process. Finance, commercial, and operations, they all have a seat at the table. And most importantly, IBP stretches the planning horizon. We are not just looking 6 or 12 months out. We are aligning near-term actions with 3-year strategic goals. So think of SNOP as the engine and IBP as the GPS that connects the route to the long-term destination. Let me break this down further because a lot of people still see IBP as a just advanced SNOP, and it's more than that. First, what they stand for, SNOP is about aligning sales and operations. IBP is about integrating the entire business under one plan. The key objective also changes. SNOP balance supply and demand, but IBP drives strategic, financial, and operational integration. The audience is different too. SNOP serves operations, but IBP is built for P&L owners, the people accountable for financial results. When it comes to leadership, SNOP is often supply chain led. IBP is usually owned by finance or jointly led with operations, which ensures financial control. Planning horizon, SNOP goes almost 18-24 months. IBP pushes to 36 months and beyond, depending on strategic needs. And cost structure, SNOP looks at supply costs, but IBP includes R&D, headcounts, CapEx, the full financial picture. Even the metrics evolve from OTIF and forecast accuracy to margin, working capital, and growth. Here is the big one, scenario planning. SNOP models operational constraints. IBP run entire enterprise-wide simulations, trade-offs, risks, opportunities, like that. So IBP isn't just a process. It's an entire enterprise capability that links every decisions to performance and every action to strategy. So far, we have talked about how IBP takes planning beyond operations and brings finance, strategy, and execution to the same table. But you know, what really makes this powerful is when it drives something even bigger. It's enterprise agility. And I want to pause here for a second because this word agility is used so much lately. Sometimes we forget what it truly means. It's not just about being fast. It's about being able to move quickly with purpose. So yes, we react, but we do it in alignment with where the business is trying to go. I mean, let's say your market shifts tomorrow, demand drops, or a competitor launches something unexpected. Agility means your organization doesn't just scramble; it adjusts direction without losing focus. This is to be honest, what makes IBP different from traditional planning. It's built to help businesses respond without creating chaos. It turns planning into a strategic muscle, one that helps you move with speed and structure. And I think this mindset become even more critical after pandemic. As someone who studied S&OP academically and practiced it across industries, I can say before 2020, many companies saw planning as a routine. After 2020, they saw it as a survival. Now, if we break it down, what IVP really brings to the table are these three things: visibility, insight, and speed. Let's start with visibility. You know, we often say one version of the truth, but in many companies, that version doesn't exist. Marketing has one plan, finance another, supply chain a third. IBP fixed that. It gives you transparency across the board with shared assumptions and aligned data. Then we have insight. And this is where IBP goes beyond strategic numbers. We are talking about scenario modeling, forecast risk alerts, early warning systems. These are tools that help leaders look ahead and not just respond, but prepare. And finally, speed. But again, not chaos-driven speed. What I mean is coordinated, cross-functional action, faster decisions, not just faster reactions. In my experience, whether I was working with a global companies or advising industrial firms through Nuvo, the companies that had real IBP capabilities, they weren't just managing better, they were outperforming. So let's talk results because look, frameworks are great, but outcomes matter. Companies that adopt agile IBP see measurable impact. You will see 30% improvement in forecast accuracy, which means fewer surprises. You will see 2 to 5% improvement in margin, and that's not magic. It's from better inventory planning, more synchronized supply, and fewer firefights. There's also better responsiveness. Teams can react to change in hours instead of weeks, and something that's often overlooked, leadership confidence. Because when your board can see the link between strategy and execution, it changed the game. From my own doctoral research, I have seen that companies don't just improve KPIs, they improve trust. Trust in data, trust in decisions, and trust between teams. So to sum up, IBP drives business results, not just planning outcomes. All right, so up until now, we have talked a lot about the evolution of planning, from S&OP to IBP, from siloed functions to enterprise-wide orchestration. But now I want to share something more grounded. This is the part where we bring together what we have learned, not just from books or research, but from years of practice, real projects, and well, quite a few mistakes too. This is the new adaptive S&OP framework, something we develop over time based on my academic background and real-world consulting work. And actually, I'm introducing it publicly for the first time here today in this webinar. Now, even though it's the first time I'm presenting it in this format, we have been applying it with our clients at Nuvo for a while. It's working. It's helping companies align strategy with operations without adding complexity they don't need. On this site, you will see a simple yet powerful formula. Structure plus integration, equation to corporate transformation. Here, what that means in practice, structure refers to the S&OP backbone we put in place. This includes the calendar, process map, decision hierarchy, roles and responsibilities, and KPI system. It ensures that the planning process is not just reactive, but proactively aligned with strategic objectives. Integration via the sync plan methodology is what brings this structure to life. Sync plan is our validated approach to synchronizing cross-functional plans, demand, supply, finance, product, and strategy. Through dynamic scenario planning, decision frameworks, and technology enablers. It creates vertical and horizontal alignment, ensuring the right conversations are happening at the right time. The result, a transformed organization, one that doesn't just plan better, but executes faster, adapts quicker, and collaborates more effectively across business units. This transformation is not theoretical, it's operational. It's what bridges strategy and execution in a volatile business environment. So, how does this framework in practice? Well, we follow three interconnected phases. Analysis phase, adaptation phase, and development roadmap with KPI tracking. At the intersection of this phase lies the heart of our approach, a synchronized, adaptive, and performance-driven S&OP model. Now, let's focus on the first phase, analysis phase. This is where we begin. The objective here is to understand your organization's current state, its planning maturity, system capabilities, and cultural readiness for a more integrated approach. We assess 4 key dimensions with 7 planning dimensions. First is cross-functional collaboration. We evaluate the level of alignment between departments like sales, operations, supply chain, and finance. How fluid are your functions? Are decisions made in isolation or as part of an integrated process? The second one is data reliability and availability. We look at how accurate, timely, and accessible your planning data is. Without trustworthy data, even the best design process will fail to deliver results. Third one is current planning system. We examine the tools and platforms you are using. Are they enabling integration and visibility across the business? Or are teams still relying on spreadsheets and legacy systems? The last one is leadership involvement. S&OP transformation is not a bottom-up initiative alone. Leadership commitment is so critical. We assess how involved senior executives are in setting the cadence, making decisions, and driving accountability. The analysis phase gives us a clear, unbiased snapshots of where you are today and what needs to be in a place before you can evolve toward integrated business planning. This assessment becomes the foundation for the next phases, where we design your roadmap and activate change. What I love about this is that it turns planning into a journey, not just a one-time fix. All right, so let's talk about how we actually evaluate the current maturity of an organization's S&OP setup in a structured way. In the analysis phase of the Nuvo adaptive framework, we focus on 7 core dimensions. These are not just theoretical categories. They are based on the real-world behaviors, habits, and systematic conditions that determine success or failure in SNOP. We begin with the SNOP itself. This is where we have a formalized cycle in place. Are meetings happening with the right cadence, the right flow, and covering demand, supply, and finance holistically? If it is not documented, and if decisions don't follow an escalation path, well, it's not really a process. Then we look at organization and governance. Here we chief responsibilities are clearly defined. Do cross-functional teams know their part? Is the structure actually supporting execution or creating friction? The third dimension is culture and leadership. And to be honest, this one's often underestimated. Leaders need to be actively sponsor the process, not just attend. And more importantly, participants must be engaged, trained, aligned, and ready to contribute. Now, stakeholder collaboration is where we look at how well the partners are working together. Are commercial operations teams aligned or pulling in different directions? Are decisions implemented and tracked? You would be surprised how often things stop right after the meetings end. The fifth one is enough to balance demand and supply. Are financial and operations plans connected? Does the plan reflect long-term strategy? Integration isn't a buzzword. It's the missing link in most organizations. Next, we assess information systems. Are digital tools enabling the process or just slowing it down? We look at whether systems are integrated, reports are timely, and data is both accessible and actionable. Good planning is only good as the information behind it. And finally, performance management. This is where we bring discipline into the process. Are KPIs tracked regularly? Are we measuring both efficiency and impact? Is SNOP contributing to enterprise level performance or just filling a calendar? So yeah, these 7 dimensions give us a clear map. And once we understand where the gaps are, we can design a roadmap that fits the organization's context, not just a copy template. Once we understand the gaps and strengths, we move into the second phase, adaptation. And this is where we apply what we call the sync plan methodology. It's a 6-step model, and honestly, it's an operational engine of whole thing. To be honest, this was inspired by real frustrations I have seen in the field. Companies had all the pieces, but they weren't moving together. Sync plan helps them synchronize, not just align. So let's take a closer look at how the sync plan methodology actually works in practice. Once we move into the adaptation phase, we apply the 6-step model. And honestly, this is where planning becomes real, not just strategy on a slide, but decisions that move through the business. It starts with strategic alignment. This is crucial. Are your short-term plans, say, next to 3 to 6 months, supporting your long-term goals? Or are you just reacting to noise? This step ensures that operational plans serve the strategy, not to the other way around. Then we move to demand planning. And look, demand planning is not just forecasting. It's about building consensus. We bring together data, market signals, and cross-functional insights to arrive at a plan that people actually believe in. The third one is supply and capacity planning. Here we ask, can we deliver what we planned? Do we have the materials, the labor, the production capacity? It's where commercial ambition meets operational reality. Then comes financial synchronization. This step often gets ignored, but it's where we connect planning with financial targets. do our revenue projections, cost structures, and margin expectations align with what we are planning to make and sell? And fifth, and I love this one, scenario planning and risk management. This is where we prepare for uncertainty. What if demand drops? What if a supplier fails? We don't just plan A, we build a plan B and sometimes even C. And finally, we bring it all together in the SNOP meeting and execution. This is where decisions are made, actions are assigned, and let's say plans move off the paper and into the organization. So yeah, this six-step engine keeps the process synchronized. And the beauty of it is it's structured enough to create discipline, but flexible enough to adapt to different business contexts. So once we have analyzed the current state and applied the sync plan methodology to start aligning planning practices, the next step is embedding that change into organization. And that's what this third phase is about. We call it the development roadmap and KPI tracking phase. And honestly, this is where many transformations either succeed or quietly fade out. See, introducing new routines is not enough. You have got to track progress and measure how maturity evolves and make sure performance actually improves. Planning must become a capability, not just an event. That's why in this phase, we design a clear development roadmap tailored to the company's structure, its people, and its pace of change. It's not a one size fits all approach. It's a set of structured improvement areas, prioritized with quick wins and long-term goals. At the same time, we activate KPI tracking mechanism, and I'm not just talking about basic service levels or forecast accuracy. We build a dashboard of leading and lagging indicators that monitor not just the output of planning, but the quality of the decisions being made. And of course, it doesn't stop there. This phase includes coaching, feedback loops, and internal reviews. The goal is to help the organization become self-correcting over time, continuously improving even after the consultants leave. So yeah, if you ask me, this phase is really about creating planning agility, not just reacting fast, but learning fast. And that's what helps companies thrive in uncertain environments. Okay, now, once the process is in motion, it doesn't stop there. Planning must become a capability, not just a calendar event. In fact, each of these 6 questions is intentionally aligned with the 6 steps of the sync plan methodology we just reviewed. They function as a consistent governance mechanism, helping teams validate whether their planning efforts are comprehensive, integrated, and executable. Rather than being treated as a checklist, these questions are meant to be embedded in the mindset of each work stream. They guide discussions, sharpen prioritize, and ensure, but also financially viable and strategically aligned. In practice, when these questions are consistently asked and answered, they reinforce cross-functional discipline and elevate the quality of decision-making across the entire planning cycle. So as we approach the end, I want to be clear on one thing. IBP isn't just a planning tool. It's a strategic execution enabler. It connects what we know with what we decide and what we actually do. You know, businesses don't fail because they lack data. They fail because their plans don't adapt fast or their execution loses direction. That's why this framework is designed to help leaders lead with confidence. It's about creating alignment, speed, and foresight without chaos. If you would like to explore how this model could work for your company, or if you are just curious about where to start, you can feel free to reach out. We are always open to thoughtful conversations, and we would be happy to share more insights based on your industry, structure, or challenges. Thank you again for being here, and that's a wrap. Thank you so much for your time, your
Thank
attention,
you.
and hopefully your curiosity.
Yeah, thank you, Yub. Excellent insight. It's one of my favorite topic. There is one question from Sarah. So very good insights. You can read it, right? Are you able to read it in the chat window? So thank you very much, you and you provide this. Just a quick question: should we engage IBP to our ERP system, or is it good to use it as an external tool?
Yeah, that's a good question. This is a very relevant and frequently asked question, especially now when there is so much noise around digital transformation. Not a driver, it's the enabler. If the underlying SNOP or IBP process is unclear or fragmented, adding a system often just automates the confusion. So before we talk about tools, we always focus on process clarity, cross-functional collaboration, and data discipline. If those aren't in a place, even the best platforms won't create value. They'll just become a more expensive version of Excel, the spreadsheets. Now, once that foundation exists, technology become a real accelerator, especially for IBP, because you are dealing with multiple data streams, financial integration, scenario simulations, and real-time collaboration. We typically look for tools that can support three things: end-to-end visibility, like across demand, supply, finance, and strategy. The scenario planning, so you can ask what if and actually get an answer. And the third one is workflow governance, to ensure decisions are documented, responsibilities are clear, and the cycle keeps moving. Sometimes in early stage environments, a well-structured spreadsheets and disciplined monitoring team do more good than a full enterprise tool. But solution on the market, I know some of them, they are all strong in different ways. But the right tool depends on the company's size, maturity, existing ecosystem. Yes. Honestly, its ability to absorb change. So to sum up, yes, technology is so critical, but it must come after process maturity and serve the planning logic, not dictate it.
Fantastic. I think you put the nail on the head. Yeah, it's fantastic answer. One question from my side is now in SNOP, yeah, it has its advantage of balancing demand and supply, which is one of the critical areas for any business. So IBP adds financial perspective, scenario planning, and then strategy all together. But how does that ownership take place? So where does that supply chain managers fix into IBP? Okay, so we don't want to lose the demand and supply part, balancing part, which is very important as such. Then anything extra in the financial and scenario management, scenario planning, it's well and good. Okay, so how is it in real time happens in IBP?
This is probably one of the most common and most underestimated challenges in the SNOP transformation. Functions are used to operating independently. Introducing a cross-functional planning model can feel like a threat. It challenges habits, ownership boundaries, even power dynamics. So yes, resistance is natural and sometimes quite strong. But here's the thing: most resistance doesn't come from bad intentions. It's come from uncertainty. People aren't resisting the process itself. They are resisting what it might mean for their role, their influence, their workflow. That's why the first step is not process design. It's stakeholder alignment. We spend time understanding what each function values, what they fear losing, and how SNOP can actually serve their objectives. When people start to see the SNOP helps them solve their own problems, whether it's forecast visibility, smoother production, or better customer service level or financial agreement, engagement starts to build. Another key lever is co-creation. We don't just drop a standard model into organization. We involve key actors from sales, supplies, and finance, even HR or IT when needed, in shaping the process. That way, it's not something being imposed. It's something being built together. And finally, a quick wins. We always design the first almost 90 days to show tangible value. It could be fewer urgent orders, improved forecast accuracy, or just better meeting structure. Once people experience the benefit, resistance usually gives way to momentum. I mean, in short, you don't fight resistance head on. You just listen, engage, and show value early. That's what turns skepticism into sponsorship. I mean, it's not about financing role to include it. It's about clarity from uncertainty.
Excellent. So thank you, Yo, for insightful lecture, and it's very important business process, IBP, which is very useful for every organization. I know the value because I have been S&OP process owner for quite some time when I was in corporate life. So that is something which become the steering for an organization. Okay, and adding IBP part from finance and other things, it makes it more complete. It's truly a strategy execution component. Thank you very much, Yo. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much. If any questions, please post it. We reach you offline, and then you can answer at any time. So thank you very much, Yo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Excuse me. Very insightful lectures, and I would like to thank you for wonderful and insightful lecture. Now we will go to our next topic from Captain Sanjeev Kumar. Welcome, Captain Saab.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Kadir.
Yeah. Nice to see you, sir, again.
Yeah, no, most welcome, sir.
Okay, so let me give you a quick round of introduction. Captain Sanjeev Kumar, he's talking about orchestrating end-to-end supply chain optimization today. Captain Sanjeev Kumar is a veteran marine professional with over 30 years of experience in shipping, international trade. He has led complex global maritime operations, ensuring compliance and cost efficiency across diverse geographies. Captain Kumar now provides a strategic consultancy to corporates, helping them to optimize end-to-end supply chains in this dynamic trade landscape. His expertise spans maritime regulations, risk management, and international logistics. I will be always happy to hear Captain Saab. So over to you. Please look forward to hear you again. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kadir, for such a lovely introduction. And it is nice to be part of this seminar, which I suppose the audience are spread not only in India, but maybe abroad. And it will be nice to share my insights into my favorite topic, which is now supply chain. Earlier on, it was transportation and marine logistics, which has evolved over all these years. So I would like to share the screen so that I can present my presentation today. Okay, I hope my screen is visible to all the audiences.
We can see the screen, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So today I will discuss the orchestrating end-to-end supply chain optimization. Supply chain, when we discuss supply chain or we talk about it, and I presume my audiences are in this profession or they are associated with this the business of supply chain. So supply chain optimization is the key to success for any business which want to deliver its goods through a very effective supply chain. So let me start. Today I would not go into much, deeper processes, but I would like to, stress upon the basics of supply chain because I feel it is important to understand uh, first the basics and then why optimization is important. And then, of course, the process, the method to optimize would depend upon the organization where you are working. It will depend upon the requirements of your supply chain deliverables. So I'll just start with, so as I said, let me start with something very basic about the supply chain mechanism. Before supply chain, let us understand what is a chain. It's a very simple thing, chain, but it's important to understand what goes into a chain, what are the characteristics of a chain. A chain is a combination of various links. Just remember how a chain is formed. A chain will always have links. So it's a combination of various links, small, big, whatever. Together, they become a chain. So once we understand a chain is a combination of various links, now what happens? The chain exists if the links are intact. Just imagine we are talking about a chain and one of the link parts, it is no more a chain now. One link has gone, the chain is in parts. And in our contracts, when we are talking of supply chain, we just can't afford it. So a chain exists if the links are intact. Just remember that. Number two, a chain is as strong as each of its links. In our context, I will explain later what is this exactly means, what I'm trying to say. A chain, always remember, a chain is as strong as each of its links. Finally, supply chain. We want to know optimization of a supply chain. For that, understand again the chain. The efficiency of the chain depends on its links. If you want to have an efficient chain, suppose there is a chain and you want to maybe pull something with that chain, you want to do something with that chain, or you want to have that chain intact all the time, it will depend on the efficiency of the chain, depends on each of its links. And now, if any one of the link breaks, the chain ceases to exist. I already explained. One link gone, you might have, say, in our context, maybe 100 links, 100 small links. One link breaks, there's no chain. The chain is no more. So please understand, as supply chain professionals, people who are wanting to be in the industry at whatever stages you are in the in supply chain, remember this: if any one of the link breaks, the chain ceases to exist. Now let us put the supply chain context from the chain into the supply chain. Similar to the supply chains are also dependent on its links. I already said that. But just now relate things: a chain, supply chain, chain, supply chain. Supply chains are solely dependent on its links, on the constituent elements of the supply chain. That's how the supply chain depends on. The efficiency of the supply chain, therefore, is directly dependent on the efficiency on each and every link of the chain. It is easy to say, okay, we are managing supply chain and it's okay, we want to do this, we will send this, and we have supply chain professionals. But always remember very, very basic thing: your supply chain will be efficient only and only if each and every link of the chain is efficient. Now, a topic today, we want to discuss now optimization of supply chain. Optimization of supply chain, again, if the links are optimized, you optimize each and every link of the chain, your supply chain will get automatically optimized. Focus on each link. Very, very important. Otherwise, you will never get there. You have to monitor each and every link all the time. As a supply chain professional, if you want to be successful in life, if you want to understand a supply chain, what is going wrong, what happened, go back to the basics. Just go through each and every link of the chain. It is obvious that supply chain optimization would require contribution from each and every link of the chain. Much obvious. And the top, you say my supply chain is not optimized, or I want to optimize. Optimization of supply chain, what we are discussing today. Okay, no problem. Go back to each and every link of the chain. Optimize each link, and you will start having the results. You'll start having the results, the required results, what you are looking for. Okay, now let me tell, how do we optimize? How do we do optimization of supply chain, or how do we do optimization of each and every link? Pick up each link at a time. Each link at a time, study it. Study what the contribution that link is going to make in your deliverable, on the end story. Each link, remember, is doing something so that, and it is contributing to your supply chain. So it's important that you optimize each one of them. Optimize each one of them. And once you have achieved optimum levels in each of the link, the supply chain will automatically get optimized. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. Earlier, presenter also was talking about S&OP and IVP all that. We keep talking about optimization of supply chains. It is easy for me just to say, yes, optimum levels you can achieve for each link and the chain will get optimized. But I tell you, once you start going into it, once you start working on your supply chains, once you start understanding each and every link, you will find it is more and more challenging. Every step is very challenging. But if you enjoy your job, if you want to be a very, very successful supply chain consultant, a professional, you should be able to optimize each and every level, each and every link, so that you can have a very optimum supply chain. Because supply chain is all about optimization. Supply chain is all about optimization. I just want today to my audience here to get their concept about supply chain correct. After so many years, I still feel, yes, somewhere there is a miss. People talk about supply chain. When I go out today also to consult, give my consultancy, I only discuss optimization. And I find sometimes, yes, some link is not optimized. They think that this is very important. Where it is going wrong or what is happening, I can share. What is happening is they feel that this is the best way. This is the best way to do. When they call a consultant, when they call some outside opinion, or like you, think out of the box. Think out of the box so that there will be some other way, some other solution. Think about something, how to optimize. Once you achieve that, you will find the flow of your items, deliverables, whatever you want to say, is going very smoothly. And that's when it is a good or proud movement for a supply chain professional when he sees that, yes, I have achieved the optimal level of my supply chain. Methods of optimization. See, methods of optimization is very specific. I cannot discuss methods of optimization here because I'm trying to tell you the basics. How do you optimize? And methods of optimization, you have to find out within your organization. Because what happens is each industry has its own characteristics. Each and every industry. You talk of automobile industry, they have their own characteristics. You talk about pharma industry, they have their own characteristics. You go into a manufacturing item, there again there is something else. You go into food industry. Food industry has its own characteristics. They have something like cold chain. They want to have deliverables within the time. They have perishables they are handling. So they have a different characteristics. So optimization also will depend upon the specific characteristics. Also, secondly, now you are handling an organization. One is an industry. Second is an organization. Within the industry, you will have various types of organizations. Organization means firstly size. An organization could be just a single unit in some place. Okay, that's it. Then the solution is different. Methods to optimize different. Suppose this has got 5 locations within India, for example. There is an organization which has got 5 locations within India. Your solution will be different. Now just extrapolate. This organization has got offices in, say, 10 countries. When we talk of countries, solutions are entirely different because we are now handling different cultures. We are handling different time zones. We are handling different supply chain methods. We are handling different sorts of raw materials. We are handling different type of end solutions. So then how can you can't just make a tailor-made thing and say this is a method to optimize a supply chain. No, you will have to think every industry, every organization has got its own methods. But remember what I already said. Once you understand that what you have to do, once you understand what you have to do is you have to just optimize each and every link. My each link is optimized, my supply chain is optimized. My each link is as important as any other link. Otherwise, if one link breaks, chain breaks and the supply chain goes. Okay. So methods of optimization, devise your method. I will leave it to you. Let you go back in your organization or your industry, wherever you are employed at the moment, or you are giving some solution. Find the solution so that you can optimize the each and everything. Another thing very important is supply chain and chain reaction. When I talked about optimization of every link, I had put you in a very, very sectoral method. One link at a time. You were optimizing each link. And each link you optimized, the supply chain got optimized. There is another thing, another aspect of supply chain, which is a chain reaction. Chain reaction, because it is a chain, and one link fails, one link is stopped working, one link shears away, one link is not efficient, it will reflect on the efficiency of other links also. So that is what, remember. Once you have done your optimization, once you understand, okay, I have done it, but you are responsible for deliverables. You have to deliver. The supply chain is not standalone. It is a very, very, volatile thing. It is nothing that you make and finish. No, it is always evolving. Things are always moving. So you have to keep monitoring. Because of chain reaction, you please understand that if something happens wrong in one of the link, the chain reaction will affect the other optimal links also. And it depends which link is not optimized or is underperforming. In a chain, you have a chain of things like you do something in the first step, second stage, third stage, fourth, fifth, say 10 stages. You have underperformance in, say, first, second, third stage. Just imagine. Now you have underperformance in, say, second stage. It will have a cascading effect, manifold magnified effect in your stage 10. Because stage 10 will almost stop. Stage 4, maybe it can manage with something because of an inefficient stage number 2 and 3. But eventually, when you reach the other later stages on the supply chain, this will just break down. System will stop and your supply chain will stop working. So remember this. Optimization of links is one thing. Chain reaction is very, very important. As important as optimization. Once you have optimized, always monitor. Monitor because of chain reaction. I will give you some examples. Very typical example, a very interesting example is automobile manufacturing. Automobile manufacturing, they came out with something called just-in-time logistics, maybe 10 to 15 years back. And that time, as a supply chain professional, it was very challenging because it was a new concept. And I remember how much busy I was during those days because I did a job for one of the industries and they kept referring me, and then naturally somebody else and all that. Anyway, why I'm saying automobile industry, if you know how automobile is manufactured, it is a production line. Say a motorcycle or a car, how it is. In stage one or in step one, they might put a chassis down below. Next step, they will put the rods, the axle, then the wheel. After that, they will put the top cover, then the engine parts, electrical parts, wiring, lights. Slowly, this thing progresses. And maybe the depends on how efficient the supply chain is, plus how big your automobile, what you're making. From say stage one to the final stage on the same production line, you start with the chassis and you end up with the full car. What will be left is probably painting or cosmetic things will be left. But this is how automobile is manufactured. You start stage one and slowly on the production line, keep adding, and in the end you get a product. Just imagine the consequences of mismatched input. When we were talking of just-in-time logistics, what actually, okay, I'll take you away from here and tell you what was just-in-time. What happened in that time is one of the very big car manufacturing company in India, they all contacted us, and what they were saying, they are saying we don't want to have inventory of anything, or we want to have minimal inventory. In that way, what they said, we won't have any inventory of any parts in our premises. You as a supply chain professional, you provide us with the part required at that particular stage, just in time. When we require that part, you just come in and provide. So our say delivery van was supposed to be there so that they can provide the part at the right time and then go. No inventory was maintained. So this was just in time. And now just imagine with this so many parts, one part is missing. One delivery van is not in time. One delivery van is mismatched. The whole production line stops. And the production line is not the production line only. These cars are already, if you understand, they are already sold. This car, what you are making today, was supposed to be put in a car trailer, and sent to maybe some part of India. And one link has failed. One link failed. How a cascading effect, a chain reaction. A chain reaction to the extent that the receiver of the car, the buyer of the car, he is feeling the pain. And here is a supply chain which failed. So this is what it is. Chain reaction. I've been on ships plenty of times. Mr. Khader introduced me. I am a marine professional. So again, for me, yes, I've lived through it. But just for people who are in supply chain, loading of a ship. Loading of a ship is very complicated. So many things have to be done. Pre-arrival documentation, you have to accumulate cargo, then you custom clearance of the cargo, then somebody has to contract the labor so that the cargo can be loaded. Once the cargo is already loaded, loading starts, it has to be loaded in a proper manner. And lastly, they just want to make sure that the assigned cargo is loaded all assigned cargo is loaded, nothing is left behind. So all this, if something fails in this process, any of the links which I've mentioned fails, the ship will not load. And ship is a very expensive business. Shipping is very expensive business. And you will lose millions of dollars per day, because cargo what you are loading has to be shipped from port A to port B. And this is not going from A to B just like that. There is a requirement. This cargo was required to be in port B because of something that was required, maybe for sake you have some iron ore you are taking. So it is going to some other place because they wanted to manufacture steel from it, some end product which is required. So again, something fails, chain reaction. And supply chain, if it fails, chain reaction is very cascading. Number 3, industrial disaster. Just one. Industrial disaster is a true example of chain reaction. An industrial disaster is a true example of chain reaction. Always remember. It starts with a very small negligence. Big fire was always a small fire first. It was a smoldering fire first. We hear in the news, there's a big fire in, say, whatever, some factory in your town or some other town, or you just hear. Remember that fire, big fire, was not a big fire first. It was just a very smoldering fire. Somebody forgot, somebody did not spot it in time. Somebody was negligent, very small negligence, safety staff, security staff, somebody in the crowd. Or if staff is not involved, there was a procedure failure. Something had to be checked every morning, every afternoon, twice a day, 4 times a day, whatever. Somebody had to take rounds in the factory. So that is what it is. There was a failure of a procedure. Thirdly, or it could be a critical equipment failure. Okay, equipment failure is I can say at this stage I can say, okay, let it be beyond human error. So equipment failed, critical equipment failed. But it should not have failed because there is always in industries, you monitor all equipment. So monitoring failed. So in that regard. So, but small equipment failure, small failure in procedure, small negligence, ultimately a chain reaction, and it comes out as a big disaster. When we come to know, it is a big disaster and obviously a huge economic loss. Where it comes out. So as a supply chain professional, be careful, understand always what you are handling. You are handling a very critical profession. You are part of an organization doing a very, very responsible job. When you are supply chain professional, it's a very, very responsible job, because if you fail, you could be heading into a disaster, not in the real sense, but your failure could cause huge economic loss to the organization. So what do you do? What you should do is monitor the supply chain. Always never lose eye on each and every link. Never ever leave. You have to monitor every day. If it requires monitoring every day, every link, please do. Please form a system so that either the link is reporting to you or you are directly monitoring it. but monitoring of supply chain. That is the key. You could have optimized your supply chain. You have the best people handling your supply chain, but eventually the monitoring will always help. Monitoring of supply chain is the key contributor to a well-optimized end-to-end supply chain. Monitoring of supply chain is the key contributor. Like I said, we started with optimization. Yes, by all means. Again, it is not an easy task. Optimization you have to do. But ultimately, an optimized end-to-end supply chain needs to be monitored. Supply chain professionals, please remember, monitor your supply chains. As a very senior professional, that is what I can tell you. Please monitor your supply chain, and that is my guidance for today. Thank you for your time. It was, I suppose, not very long. I didn't want to take it long, but wanted to stress upon very basic principles of supply chain. And please do remember what I've told you today. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Thank you, Captain Saab. Wonderful insights, as usual, from you, based on your practical experience. Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah, so now there are so many technologies, so many processes, so many changes. So you touched the most important point about the responsibility. Okay, so
Yes.
for the supply chain leader, how they should not ignore few simple things, or just take it for granted. Some key points. A small disruption can create a big problem in the entire supply chain. Okay, so nothing to be taken for granted.
Yes.
So I like that word, whatever you said it. Fantastic, because in huge supply chain operations, a simple mistake could cost a company can go bankrupt. Okay.
Yeah.
There's so
Yes.
much.
That's
Yeah.
what. That's what.
That's very, very important. So use all the technologies available in the world, but don't mess up with the key things of alignment,
Yeah.
the responsibility.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
doing things properly. Okay,
Yes.
that's very key insights, Captain Sanjeev. So for mid-sized companies, supply chain always a problem. Okay, because there is some inefficiency, and which they will live with it because of lack of resources, lack of technology, lack of skilled people. What do you advise for them? Yeah. So what
See,
is
again, mid-sized companies, what they're typically feeling is they think technology is very important. That's what I want to stress today is don't worry about technology. Go and think insight. Go and study your own process. This thing, see, supply chain, Mr. Kadir, it has come now. Technologies have come now. But transportation, we are handling for last 40 years. Like for me, professional. Where where we are going missing is relying too much on technology. Mid-sized companies, by all means, if they can't afford, I again tell them, don't worry, you have the best person because you know the best. You know your company best. You know where your limitations are. That is also okay. But within the limitations, try to make it efficient and come out of it. Focus on each and every one link at a time. Like for example, in a mid-sized company, I tell you, what happens is he doesn't have proper inlet to the trucks. Raw materials are coming inside the factory. There is a jam. All he has to think how to organize the delivery of the raw material. Number two, how do I stack the raw material?
exactly?
No technology required. If it is a large organization, of course we need processes because there is large number of people. How do we teach them? How do we handle? And the stakes are also high in a large organization. smaller ones, smaller processes, and then let them do a good job.
That's very important. Sir. That's very
Yeah.
important. And
Yeah.
as you rightly said, they keep the inventory properly and they don't really make first in, first out kind of processes.
Yeah.
Okay, so they eventually mess up. Maybe
Yes.
obsolescence, maybe losses, maybe damage to the products. It's all part, and it's very important. It all touches bottom line. So very
Yes.
interesting, very important. So don't go behind only technology.
Yeah.
Make sure that the basic supply chain and manufacturing processes are in place. So
Yes.
very nice key takeaways, sir. Thank you,
Yeah.
Captain. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any
Okay.
questions, anytime people can, I will be glad to
Yeah,
answer.
I'll just repeat. We are live in YouTube and I think Facebook, and also we are going to go live in LinkedIn also. This Zoom is the primary one. So we collect all the questions from all the channels,
Okay.
and then try
Yeah.
to connect with you.
Okay.
Very insightful lecture, Captain Saab. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
nice
Thank you very
lecture
much.
and the
Thank
nice,
you. Thank you very
wonderful.
much.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Thank you. So yeah, thank you everybody, the participants, for staying tuned to the program. I would like to extend thank you to all the lectures given by experts so far, and I would like to invite Rajiv Ganju Sahab. So thank you, Rajiv Sahab, joining back again to the show. Nice to see you again. As usual, very energetic always. Let me give a quick round of introduction to you. Mr. Rajiv Ganju is a senior supply chain and manufacturing leader over 30 plus years of experience in global and Indian in supply chain. Okay. At Luminous, so it's a very large organization, everybody knows. He drives transformation through industry 4.0 and digital logistics. And he's doing everything related to industry 4.0. Maybe he's touching industry 5.0 also. So he has led leadership roles at Samsung, LG, Motorola, Timex, and whatnot. So he's Six Sigma Black Belt and award-winning executive. Recently, I have seen so many awards to Rajiv ji. So thank you, Rajiv ji. The topic we are going to witness is achieving manufacturing excellence with MES and Industry 4.0. So thank you, Rajiv ji. Over to you, sir. So your mic is mute. Yep. No, still you are.
I think
Yeah.
host is muting.
Yeah, you can speak.
Okay.
You can hear you. See you also.
So once again, thank you, Mr. Khader. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and good afternoon to all the audience. So it's a privilege talking to you all. And as Mr. Khader told that, like I was listening to the previous speaker also, like he told that supply chain is like we talk about this conjunction of chains, and we have to monitor every chain. And yes, yes and no to technology part of it. Like I would say that always like while we can analyze better with technology. Technology makes life simple. So today or tomorrow later, but I think we cannot run away from technology. Like we have done a lot of debates. Like so we have done seen the eras, we have seen the decades where technology, you can ignore it for some time, but you cannot remain without it, because ultimately technology is what? Technology is devised to make life simple. Technology is there to make process simple. Technology is there to make those monitoring of change simple. It is that kind of that is the role of the technology. It always makes us simple, and simple is always beautiful. Short is beautiful. That's what we say in supply chain. The shorter it is, better it is. The smarter it is, better it is. Simpler it is, better it is. Okay, so let me see if I can attach some presentation. Okay, how to attach? Let me see. I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Yeah, you can put it in a presentation
I'll
mode.
do that. I'll do that. Just give me a second. Okay, so once again,
Yep.
good afternoon, everybody. So we'll be discussing about smart factories. We'll be discussing about smart supply chains, and we'll discuss practically how the world is, what is world doing about it. So before we start our presentation or before we discuss, first is why? Why do we need our supply chain to be smart? Why suddenly? So I would say, if we see the geopolitical situation and think over time before COVID. So look at how many conferences we had on supply chain. Who used to talk about supply chain? Only it used to be discussed in shop floor. But look at today. I think supply chain has moved from shop floor to top floor. There is no board meeting where supply chain is not discussed today. Any news, open any global news today, it talks about supply chain. Recently being about rare earth minerals. You will see everywhere supply chain is being discussed. So I would say that our audience, including everybody who is attending today, is very fortunate. We all have gone from shop floor to top floor. This is the era of supply chain. So what world has seen before COVID is that supply chain was concentrated in few locations inside the world. We all know the majority sat in China, but in such a big globe, in such geopolitical situation, can any supply chain rest in one place? I don't think that is possible. So there should be always options. That is how it will be sustainable. That is how it will be resilient. COVID showed us that even if you don't have mask, it costs you life. Leave about money. Forget money. People were with outside hospitals with suitcases of money that could not buy them life. That was importance of supply chain. We were not even concentrating to make masks ourselves, which can be sustainable for our country. I think from there we started Make in India. We started host of programs. One was like world started thinking that why supply chain cannot be China plus one. We also fought for it, but I think we did not reap those benefits. Most of the benefits went to Philippines, they went to Indonesia. Again, due to recent geopolitical situation, again people are thinking we have got a second life. So yesterday we heard a good news about trade agreement with Britain. So this will also boost our supply chain. So this is good. Now this is second life to us, and this is why this is the time for us, that because we have highest number of technical people, we have highest number of English speaking people, we have highest population of young crowd ever in the world. So how can the world ignore India as a supply chain hub for the globe? They cannot. And so it is our duty to grab this opportunity. That is how whether it is technology, whether it is optimization, whether it is simpler supply chain, whether it is smart factories, whether it is smart supply chain, I think we have to slowly go on that global path. Never think that only that we will be only making for India. Why not make for globe? And when we have to make for globe, we have to be best in quality, we have to be best in cost, we have to be best in delivery, and we have to be best in all these three elements. We have to be best in our processes, and to be best in processes, we have to be smart. That is how the topic of smart factory. So I work for Luminous. Luminous is 100% subsidiary of Schneider Electric, and recently, if you see, Gartner has rated Schneider Electric as number one supply chain of the world. Talking about inverter, we launched in 1991. We are the energy boosters for India, that wherever we see deficiency in energy, whether it is solar, whether it is storage, whether it is storing electrical energy, we are there. Whether coming to technology, whether it is lead acid, whether it is lithium ion, we are there. Whether off-grid, hybrid, on-grid inverters, we are there. Ultimately, we want to power the nation, and 35 countries where we are exporting our inverters, batteries, and solar solutions. So ultimately, if we talk about Luminous in simple one sentence, we are energy management company. We are providing energy to the home. Now, coming to we talked about what is this, why industrial evolution? Industry was there before. In 1784, industrial evolution happened. The industry existed before that. The only thing is that we tried to organize it. In 1784, when we launched Industry 1.0, we talked about mechanization of processes. Let's mechanize the process. When we mechanize the process, we thought that human effort got minimized. So you have seen lever, you have seen pulley, you have seen gear. Ultimately, it is what? It magnifies the human power. So our effort was less, power of those things, the power transmitted to the ultimate job was more. We focused on 2.0 because then we thought that we were making in sections, we were doing production, we were doing some sub-assemblies, assembling in third place. We thought, why don't we focus on mass production, or what we talk about line production? Previous speaker also saw combination of processes to deliver a final product. 3.0, we told that why don't we introduce electronics and have talk about computerized and numerically controlled machines, do some programming, teach machines how to operate, and so that human errors are minimized. If you have noticed, in all the previous three things, what are we doing? We are minimizing human effort. We are optimizing the process, and we are utilizing technology to make process simple, to make it best in quality, best in cost, and best in delivery. Ultimately, supply chain has only three parameters, that is quality, cost, and delivery. Coming to Industry 4.0, you have seen cyber physical systems. Most of them were used in recent wars, which you see, whether it is Russia, whether it was even India for some time, or whether it was Israel. You can see Internet of Things being used. So everywhere these kind of technologies are used in supply chain also to make processes simpler. Now, where was this Industry 4.0? Where was it coined? It was coined in Germany. It is also called as I4.0, I4, and also called as second machine age. It was coined in 2011 in Hanover Fair, and it was known that now we are into second machine age. It defines the way we optimize factories, and it defines the way how we should operate them, so that ultimately only those three parameters, quality, cost, and delivery, becomes better. These days, after COVID, we have started thinking about what is Industry 5.0. When you have seen Industry 4.0, you saw that sustainability and human-centric approach was missing in 4.0. Resilience was missing in 4.0. But COVID told that again. So in 5.0, we again thought that machine and humans cannot be ignored. They have to be together. So instead of robots, the focus went to cobots. Cobot is nothing but collaborative robotics, wherein robot and people, robot will not harm human being will not harm robot, both will together generate efficiency. Sustainability. We have to protect this planet. We have to make it safe for our future generations. We have to give this planet to our future generations as we received it from our ancestors. And finally, resilience. That if something happens tomorrow, something like COVID happens, how are we resilient? How is our supply chains resilient? So 5.0 talks about industry blockchains. We have seen so much of data. So what will be tomorrow's? Like we are seeing such geopolitical situation. Tomorrow, the first thing if we see will be internet warfare. What is the safest thing we have to keep in our factory is our data. How can it remain very safe? Is where industrial blockchain will come. Drones. Drones, leave aside how they were used recently, but they are used for now. If we have to check our stock, we have to monitor safety in factory, we have to monitor our premises are safe. So drone has to be used in supply chains. Ecoskeletons, they are technology which are helping the doctors. So we learned this technology from snails, tortoise, and same thing. So any backbone issues, this kind of technology will be used. Additive technology, we know that the additive technology, when we talk about printing, we know about 3D printing, we can talk about those kind of things when we talk about additive technology. 5G and mixed reality. We heard about augmented reality. We heard now today is the role of mixed reality. What is mixed reality? Is that tomorrow you will have the time will come when you will have a book in front of you, and straight away it will go into your brain that so that there is no scope that you misunderstood something, or the brain there was a communication gap that what actually was meant in the book and what you understood. That's something about mixed reality. You must have heard some experiments have already started in US about they're putting a chip inside the brain which can do this kind of, wherein this augmented reality as well as physical reality gets together, and it is known as mixed reality. These are what is being discussed in 5.0. This is what technology of future will look like. So again, repeating some of the things we talked about, these building blocks, which will constitute the 5.0 or the technology of the future. Yes, it's not necessary that we learn them all at once, but slowly, I think we should practice them, we should learn them. And when we talk about technology, it is not heavy investment right from full beginning. It can be done slowly. You can build blocks, you can make it happen. When we talk about robotic process automation, right from 5,000 rupees to anywhere it can amount, even for you can do robotic process automation for 5,000 rupees. For example, any operator measuring length. Today he has to note down in 4 copies, then computer, then sheet, then supervisor checks, somebody approves it. Imagine attach PLC, attach digital meter straight away into SAP, measurements get recorded. You even don't need an operator there. Why shouldn't you do such a robotic process automation? Technology helps. It brings productivity, not expensive, but very effective. Ultimately, smart plant and lean are integral. Ultimately, it focuses that value added we have to keep, non-value added, which is waste, has to be reduced. Ultimately, is that whatever we call it optimization. Optimization is ultimately what? It is we see waste around us, we have to remove that waste. When only we can remove this waste, then only any process will become more and more efficient. So time to enjoy a video. So I'll tell you, we'll start with warehouse. So by this video, you will see what all things are happening in a small warehouse, how technology is being used, how robotics, cobotics, robotic process automation, AMRs, which is autonomous mobile robots, industrial internet of things, digital twins, augmented reality, virtual reality, machine learning, even in warehouse, how this can be used effectively. We'll start with a small video. Please enjoy the video. You can see small AMR doing so much of material handling. These are cobots. Simple conveyors, but see how they make the process effective. These are known as highway conveyors. So this is, you can see how technology is used even in warehouses so that the speed of shipping goes fast. That is how, because today you can see that you can imagine you expect Blinkit to deliver you so fast. If you don't have technology, you don't have these smart systems. How can they in 5 minutes come to your doorstep and deliver everything? And imagine how they can stock everything where they want to stock it. So these kind of processes. Look at another process of a warehouse.
Warehouse logistics is a fast-turning world, and a lot has changed over the past few decades. The order picker's simple paper pick list has been successfully replaced by electronic systems. The handheld, with its display and scanner, this device identifies the storage location by means of a barcode, but the picker's hands are not free. Then Pick by Light. The storage location itself has a light display for the information, but the system is very inflexible and expensive when warehouses are rearranged. The next development is Pick by Voice, but the constant voice interaction calls for intense concentration. Pick by Voice is not a suitable system for high picking densities. Expectations keep on growing, and warehouse logistics has to keep up with the market's demand for more quantity, more speed, and more flexibility. Especially when it comes to high picking densities and fast movers, we need precise and more efficient order picking solutions. So, heads up. Picavi innovative order picking with smart glasses made by Logcom. Pick by Vision optimizes your processes and increases productivity. Picavi's smart glasses are easy to handle and integrate smoothly into any WMS or ERP system. Picavi Pick by Vision is not science fiction. It's a real option for innovative intralogistics. Precise, visual information on the smart glasses display provides individual and situational order details, whichever model you use. The picker sees only the currently relevant information on the display and is guided through the work process with perfect precision. An integrated scanner reads the barcode of the storage location and verifies that the picker is at the right place. One look, one scan, one pick. Done. And the display already shows the next pick. And the system prevents mistakes. If the picker is at the wrong storage location, the display lets him know. The system then verifies the correct location, and with both hands free, the picker can put the order together. Thanks to precise and strict process guidance, Picavi enables you to achieve very high pick rates. The workflow can be flexibly configured to match your individual processes. At the end of a completed order, the glasses scan and verify the correct location in the staging area. Mark the order as successfully completed. and the picker moves straight on to the next order. Pikavi, innovative order picking with smart glasses made by Logcom. The way to pick.
So we have seen now, like even the picking methods have improved. So finally, if there are two kind of things we are seeing digital twins. They can really help in warehouses, how to design them better, how to minimize inventory, how to do correct picking, how to minimize shortages, how to make intelligent bins that automatic pay to procure process becomes there, collaborative robotics, and then what we talk about augmented reality to practice it and how we can do it. So before we go into that, I will show you another video which describes this process. Again, they are called as beehives. The medical picking process, whenever the rats are very high. So you can see like simple process like material handling, but do you know how many people we employ for those material handling processes? Isn't that a non-value added activity? Same skill set we can improve and use them in other processes and let machine do these kind of processes. And trust me, they are not very expensive systems. So based on similar concepts, I showed you some global trends. It's not only we talk about these trends, but really we practice them in Luminous. So we are the first Industry 4.0 compliant plant, smart factory in the making. And not only we say that we got the best digitization award by IDC, we have got best green plant award by IGMC, we have got Culti Circle Forum of India awards and lean transformation awards, and like any forums like we participate wherever we have got that. Recently we also got the Golden Peacock award also for our best processes. So I'll show you, like, this is our PCBA shop. Now look at small processes we try to do. Like we use small shuttle conveyors. So these shuttle conveyors, it's a very simple process, but you can see that ultimately they help reduce manpower and keep the PCB very clean. Look at this MOSFET handling process, robotic assembly.
Assembly is deployed for critical component operation like MOSFET with heat automatic testers with Boca units are deployed for quality and higher DLP and productivity with reduced PCBA.
So these are small. Similarly, if we talk about our next important process is we make transformer. If you see this kind of process, transformers, normally we do dip varnish. We copied this process from like automatic paint shop. We told, why can't we do spray kind of a varnish, make it like a continuous system? Why we have to handle every transformer, take it to oven, take it outside the oven? Why can't we have a process like a powder coating system? And we were the guys this is the first in Asia plant wherein we have an auto varnish plant, and this plant, like a powder coating, it goes
Luminous
like a powder
plant
coating.
is the first inverter manufacturing plant with a fully automated varnishing plant.
Simple, if you see winding and all, we try
This is
to
the
make
first
all these
operation of
processes
transformer
automatic.
assembly to achieve the foil voltage which is required for desired output. Primary winding to transform the electrical power into magnetic field. This operation is most critical. Secondary winding to convert alternating
This also
magnetic
we
field
try to
reduced
make
to
super
electrical power to
automations.
produce desired output.
So ultimately, what I mean to say is we can do these small automations. They are not expensive. And this is on the base of, on the principles of 4.0 or 5.0 we can do. Second thing, in our factory, we have this shop floor has to be garden green and hospital clean. This is the first basic. This is discipline. This is our attitude. This does not cost money. If we can't make it hospital clean, garden green, how can we expect our products to perform world class? How can we make it for the world? So you can see anytime you visit our factory, it will look hospital clean, it will look garden green. Now we saw some robots previously. We took idea from there and we had our own
Automated
AM.
mobile robots are used to move
This is our
inverter parts
going
to the
this
assembly
AM.
line through auto navigation system. AMR, a cutting-edge material movement facility, not only enhances assembly ergonomics but also enables exact positioning of sub-assemblies like the transformer. Transformer automation has resulted in decreased labor and increased productivity.
Look at this packaging process. We developed
The
ourselves.
concept of auto packaging of inverters is deployed on assembly lines, where inverter after testing is
After
being
testing, we don't
automatically
touch the
picked
product
and
so that we
placed
don't
in
want
the
to spoil
carton
it.
box, then automatically sealed and labeled as end product without man intervention.
State-of-the-art PCU manufacturing is deployed with intelligent screwdrivers, SCADA system for testing and heat run. Line quality data is integrated with Trio and online data is analyzed for improvements.
So intelligent screwdriver. So normally when you will find missing screws, you will find torque is not proper, over tightening is there. These intelligent screwdrivers, what they do is that when they give the correct torque. And if any screw is missing, the next process will not start. So they are with the interlock. Unless you have previous process is finished, the next process will not start. Isn't it a poka yoke? Of course, it is a poka yoke, and definitely it is going to make our process much better. So these are some of the systems. Look at this system, simple material. Simple, you can see escalator conveyor. It goes from escalator to highway and directly to the truck. No material handling of the product. Not very expensive. Similarly, any moment of time, our what is process capability, what is CP, what is CPK. So without actually creating defect, it will warn us, are we within control or we are not within control. This is the way of robotic process automation. So what I mean to say is that it's not always necessary that expensive systems are needed, but yes, our human capital has to be trained. We have to invest in them. We have to make them more capable, enhance their skills, and make them motivated, make them engaged. So we continuously focus on their training. We focus on their skill development. We also tell them that do your automation yourself. You want to get training? We will send you to robotic centers to get training. Buy components, make your own robots, make your own collaborative robotics. So a simple robotic arm, 25,000 rupees they can make. So employee engagement, we celebrate birthdays, we enjoy with them. So that is why we also have a highest engagement score in our factory. And we also promote a lot of diversity, that whether it is heavy process, whether it is medium process, diversity is our main impact. And it has shown, not only it has created discipline, but it has given us results in productivity as well. And not only we say it, so in our Center of Excellence, so I told you, IDC gave us award, Quality Circle Forum gave us award, IRIM, that is, which is International Research Institute for Manufacturing, they gave us award, India Green Manufacturing Award, NAMC Award, Golden Peacock Award. So whatever we talk, so all the, even Frost and Sullivan Award. So everywhere we compete, and it's not only for award winning, but wherever you participate, you try to learn something. At least if you learn 2 or 3 things, it keeps your team. One is it improves something inside the shop floor, and wherever you participate, you learn something, you bring, and ultimately it optimizes your processes. So I'll share one video from NAMC Awards.
Next up is Luminous Power Technologies Private Limited, Baddi Unit. They are the leading power and home electrical specialist in India and have a vast portfolio of power backup solutions. This state-of-the-art manufacturing facility located in Baddi has been driven by advanced manufacturing and quality management systems to deliver reliable products to its customers.
Hello everybody. Today is a big day for Luminous. We have won Gold Award for Manufacturing Competitiveness. We thank IRIM for helping industries during this VUCA world. Pandemic has taught us how supply chains have to transform to be more and more competitive. Today's supply chains have to be digitized, to be more and more competitive and to be more and more productive. Artificial intelligence and machine learning has to be the buzzword, and we have to do more and more artificial intelligence and machine learning to capture exact customer needs and to create freshness in the product and minimize losses. I thank Luminous Inverter team for all their hard work in making of a smart factory and manufacturing competitiveness. I congratulate all other winners of NAMC. Thank you.
So we also get, we participate in all supply chain forums across. And summary is that, how does it pay the organization? We have the #1 market share in inverters. So we are the leaders in whatever we sell in the business, and not only in India, but 35 countries across the world, wherever we export. And finally, we talked about cyber physical systems, so I cannot remain without sharing this video with you.
I went to school in Chicago at Northwestern. This was research that we were doing in grad school for aerial vehicles, aerial robots flying around in warehouse-like settings and being able to recognize what they see using computer vision and machine learning. We realized that this has real industrial applications that can help people. Our proprietary blend of processors and sensors and of course the software that runs them, these sit on top of the drone hardware and allows aerial robots to know where they are inside of warehouses and find the items that a lot of these warehouse managers are looking for. And it does so in an automated way without human control. The wonderful thing about this technology that makes it sort of magical is that it doesn't require any external setup or infrastructure. They don't need to change their barcodes, they don't need to put extra labels anywhere, they don't need to outfit their entire warehouse with beacons or change the racks or anything expensive like that. So these drones are able to fly without lane markings, without external pathing. As they fly around, they look at what they're seeing and create a map of where they are, which allows these drones to fly autonomously, because we want to make it as easy as possible for these warehouses to be able to automate their inventory capture. These are very, very large spaces that go up very, very high, and they have racks, metal racks that are stacked to the ceiling. For these warehouses, the current way that they're doing this is super duper slow and antiquated. They're using sometimes ladders and paper and pencil. They're using forklifts, they're using handheld barcode scanners, and it's a very slow and laborious and boring process. These automated solutions are able to do at least 10 times faster at a fraction of the cost. So instead of having a full-time inventory staff to do the cycle counts and the physical inventories, they're able to use these drones to do them more accurately, quicker, and cheaper. We're based here in St. Louis. We also have a location in Chicago. We're downtown in T-Rex. Like many incubators across America, they're really promoting innovation everywhere. It's a wonderful community of young entrepreneurs who are all doing very amazing things. For a lot of these kind of applications for software development, it's not something that's bounded by physicality. Like we don't have to be in the Bay Area. We don't have to be in Mountain View or in Boston or New York. We can do our development wherever our customers are, and that happens to be in the Midwest.
So we can see that drones are not only how drones, they see the safety, they see like they can even do the physical count of the warehouse, they can see any intrusion is happening, they can guard the factory, they can look into safety issues, so many applications. And one last thing I would say that we have so many cameras inside the factory, idle, even security guard doesn't look at. So there is so much of use in video analytics today. Through video analytics, you can monitor scrap, you can monitor safety, you can monitor productivity, small processes. And finally, I leave you with two quotes, one from Einstein: insanity doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So we have to do something different all the time if we want different results. And second, by our own leader, Mahatma Gandhi, if I have the belief that I can do it, I shall surely acquire the capacity to do it, even if I may not have it at the beginning. Even if today I don't have that capacity to do it, but I'll acquire it, that I should have the belief. We should have belief in ourselves. Definitely, we'll be the best global supply chain in the world. So thank you. Thank you for patient listening.
Great.
And I hope I added some value. Thank you so much.
Yeah, excellent, sir. I think we need to take up some questions. It's very insightful. Basically, thank you for showing the digital manufacturing unit of Luminous. So very insightful. The videos you shown, you touch the real the things, how what to expect. Okay. So now, yeah. So let us relate to the developing part of it, the mid-size manufacturing, warehousing kind of thing, where there is thousands of industries, companies in India. They are trying to catch up. Okay. So in my experience, I have visited so many plants. We do service for them. So still, the digitization of manufacturing and warehousing logistics part considered as an expense, not as an investment. Now, the AI and other part like IoT, they are very important part of the extension of digitization. And having enabling systems is very critical. So what is your advice for the mid-size organizations who want to take the benefit of both the automation and also the AI revolution? So what is your key insights? It's very important for them to hear somebody like you giving them an
Thank you,
advice.
Mr. Khader. Thank you for this. I'm being asked this question in all the forums wherever I go, whether it is CII, Elsina. So wherever I go, any forum, any global strategy meets, supply chain meets, wherever I go, that. But like MSME is changing. I can see. I handle so many MSMEs myself. So like they slowly, our MSME is also, I told we don't have to do big investment. I told 5,000 rupees can digitize one quality process. I even told that it's not necessary that go for drone at 1x, but you can go for 25,000 robotic pick and place arm. It will create a culture of automation inside the factory. I did like if you have 20 people just finishing the components and taking to warehouse, and you put a small belt conveyor, which we did like a highway conveyor, why shouldn't we do it? Return on investment will not be more than 4 months. If we have to handle and something put inside the truck and 20 people are doing that, and if we play a simple inclined conveyor on it, which can take it to the truck and only 2 people place it properly there, why we can do it? I think so. Everybody is realizing it's not necessary. Best for MSME is create this innovation team. First is formation of team. Try to do what they can do themselves first. Get confidence because it will create that culture. And if they do it themselves, one is they can repair it properly and they will use it. If you buy it from outside, first is 6 months they will not use it because they will say that our productivity is better, automation is giving less productivity. So first is the fight between automation and our productivity. Before forgetting that we did not run that automation properly. So best is start this journey. We also started like this. We created small team, did small innovation ourselves. Then we went to second level. Then we went to third level. All this cannot happen in 1 year. So you have to create. But first thing is to create culture in your organization. It can be small. Create that innovation team, let them make. It is not necessary to make drone, but at least they can create, identify some non-value added activity, remove it, try to make it automation and try to see that how it can benefit them. Make some process where they can see that digitization can help, not make beautiful dashboards and graphs, not necessary, but where they can see that it can give them respective productivity rather than manual entry, putting 10 data entry operators. They can do start with that. I think that is the best thing. Go slow, develop that idea, go inside the factory, create the first is create that team. I think everybody will get that mindset. So if mindset is there, slowly, it's a journey, it will happen.
Yeah, fantastic. Another just to add on to this point,
Let's give an example. Look at molding company. So look at any molding machine. So we used to have one operator in front of the machine and the second operator cleaning the flashes. So look at today, everybody has small pick and place robot there. And flashing is almost because hot runner molds are there now. So you see every molding machine, whether it is small or big, even if he has
molding.
He'll try to put that kind of a system. So everything is changing. So because they understood that spending that 50,000 rupees on that robot is much better and it's very effective.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. And they need to have some kind of enabling systems in place.
Yes.
Don't run in the business in maybe in Excel files kind of thing. You have a basic ERP, basic MES, basic WMS in place so that you do that digitization part. Basic foundation, you keep it so that all these automations and everything it comes, you have existing infrastructure, so you can have a transformation. Fantastic. Exactly. Fantastic, sir. So thank you very much for a wonderful lecture. And if you give a final key takeaways, like maybe 3, 4, 5 takeaways for the industry leaders across the globe, so it will be, we can conclude the session.
I'll again repeat myself that India has a chance. India has to wants its place as a global supply chain leader. Conditions are very favorable to us. This journey is ours, belongs to us. This age is ours. We have so many technical manpower. We have the will to go. We have technical stuff. We have to catch. We have to modernize our processes. We have to look outside. Only do not look inside. Look outside. We need not generate a wheel, try to copy, make it fast, implement it fast, move forward because we will not get this chance again. And not only make for India, but make for the world and have our own place. So I think this is our time and we should honor this time. And this is the time of supply chain. So we deserve a place in global supply chain.
Fantastic. So thank you, Rajiv ji. Thank you very much. Very motivating and inspiring. And also just to, it touches me also. We do supply chain excellence systems, which includes manufacturing, execution, warehouse management, logistics, transportation. So your words are very equally inspiring for me and for my team as well. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And
thank you, Mr. Kaudar, and thank you, audience, for patient listening. Thank you so much. I hope I could add some value. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
And have a very nice day and a successful conference ahead.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions to Mr. Rajiv, please post it offline, online, whatever. So we make sure that it will be reached to Mr. Rajiv, and then you will get them answered. Okay, so very insightful lecture in the morning session. I really enjoyed the insights of experts, and Rajiv ji has been kind enough to join our multiple sessions. And each time he talks, he brings something new. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So with that, I would like to. I think we have few more minutes to go, Miss Hanuma, but we can start. Actually, we can get some 5-10 minutes time. Miss Hanuma, you are there. I think. If you are available, thank you, madam, for joining us.
Yes, I'm
So,
there.
yeah,
You
just
hear
to,
me, right?
yeah. Thank you. We can see you and we can hear you also. It's a nice pleasure. So today, just to give a summary, we have four. I think we talk about 4 lectures. We talk about the AI part in operations and supply chain, IBP and SNOP. We talk about end-to-end orchestration of supply chain. Then finally, we talk about manufacturing excellence and of course, the whole supply chain, Industry 4.0. Excellent. I think it is very amazing session to have it. Very insightful, very motivating and inspiring. Okay. So with that, I would like to invite Ms. Anuma Pogaru to talk about AI in supply chain from forecasting to autonomous decision making. Ms. Hanuma has an experience of 25 plus years in consulting and IT, driving innovation globally, specialized in consumer goods, retail, and manufacturing, construction, and government, and whatnot. And I see that you also work in ISRO. That is something good. So I would like to hear experiences. So as a client advisor and lead in Capgemini, right? She specialized in supply chain strategy and transformation, including procurement, and her passion lies in leveraging digital technologies efficiently and sustainably to gain business benefits. So thank you, madam, for joining the session. I would like to hear your insights. I'm sure about you is very high. Thank you, and would like to hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity, Abdul Qadir. And it's pleasure talking about the topic. Let me share my screen. Once it's visible, I will start. You can see my screen?
Yeah, you can see it. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so let me start, and very warm welcome to everyone and good afternoon. We have seen multiple sessions from morning, and I was listening to some of these sessions as well. And we started with, the supply. We started with really nice Suez Canal supply chain issue, how it has blocked the overall flow of logistics and how it has caused damage. Then we heard about overall sales and operations planning turning into IBP. We also heard the warehouse and manufacturing systems, very interesting point of views. But imagine that, you are a consumer and there is a company that, their supply chain automatically detects your requirements, coming up, planning for what is required for you, then executing it and delivering it to you. And then if there is any issue in between, it automatically corrects so that it delivers the value without any, or with the minimal human intervention. Just hold that thought. We will see how that happens throughout this session. So I'll start with this thought that how AI in supply chains can work from forecasting to autonomous decision making. So just a brief introduction already Kader has mentioned about me, but yeah, I'm director in supply chain transformation from Capgemini Invent, 25 years of consulting and IT experience. I'm engineering doctorate in industrial engineering from Netherlands. and the LinkedIn link if you want to connect in future, right? So what we are going to focus today, it's kind of, I would say we start with the basics on why AI in supply chains now, why it is becoming a trend. Wherever you see, everybody is talking about AI. So what is that business urgency? What is the technology shifts that are happening and what is the need? Then we go across what AI can do across the value chain or supply chain, that from planning to delivery. And then we also go in how the organizations, where they have to start and how they can realize the value. So this would be the focus for me that today I'm going to touch. So to start with, why AI in supply chains now? Is it new? I don't think so. But, we'll go as we see. So primarily, three things, three V's, we call it. We keep talking whenever any supply chain topic comes: the volatility, visibility, and velocity, right? So volatility, primarily the environment in which the supply chains are operating, whether within or outside, are subjected to lot of disruptions, with respect to the very first thing we heard about Suez Canal or geopolitical events, trade wars, climate change regulations. Just to give it on a timeline, we have seen 2020 or 2019 COVID, everything became a stop. And then we realized the need of digitalization and how we have to change. From there onwards, it went into leveraging digital technologies for commerce, for customer interactions, those things. That's a one kind of digital disruption that happened. The second, as we move forward, 2021, 22, we saw that Suez Canal blockage, and we heard a very detailed thing about this Suez Canal blockage, where, it's 6 days of disruption in terms of logistics, 300 vessels blocked, and it's had its own repercussions in terms of, just-in-time manufacturing or food products or livestock that got stranded in this 6 periods. Does that end there? I don't think so. Then you have legal repercussions based on that, where multiple companies involved, and the claims started from almost 916 million to, finally it got settled around 500 million euros. So that means it's again a disruption, not for one company, but multiple companies involved. Then you have Russia, Ukraine war, where 1,000 companies or approximately 1,000 companies pulled out from Russia, and it has its own impact in terms of revenue, profit loss. And very recent, if we have to talk about the US, when India sent mangoes to US, just because of irradiation documentation that has been pending. So whole lot of the mangoes rejected, which caused, product stockouts within the companies that have procured, but a huge loss in terms of shipping, all those things, and multiple companies have been impacted. And to the least, 2 days back, Trump has come up with his own AI action plan on how that whole US have to gain market or its importance within the AI. So that's a kind of a volatile environment where all your supply chains are performing, and every aspect of it has impact, not just in transportation or warehousing or planning, but it's end to end. So now when you have this kind of a volatile environment, visibility becomes prime importance. But does companies have visibility into their operations? No, like to some extent they have, but again, siloed legacy systems where there are no or limited connected processes, so you will not know what is happening, or lack of end-to-end data, where even if you have a amount of visibility within your data, but you don't have a visibility into your supply chains, and also latency in detecting the delays. So is this all that the supply chains are needing? No. Earlier, it's push-based systems where companies used to follow, but now velocity is becoming important. You have seen quick commerce, you have seen e-commerce, where the deliveries are expected same day or maybe within few hours. And if with Zepto and those kind of things, it's a matter of 5 minutes. That's where you are operating in. So how you have to ensure your products reach to the consumers, or just-in-time manufacturing where you don't have any buffers. So if any event occurs, how you are going to continue with your operations. So all these three, this is just the era of disruption that is happening in supply chains. Now, if you see from the another angle, how the technology is advancing, some of these we have already seen in our earlier presentations, but I'll just set the context, leave the middle part of the block for now. Let's start from the artificial intelligence. So we had a traditional AI where, we get the data, we just find the visibility, just do some, descriptive analytics, those kind of things. Then the machine learning came where, it started learning from or training itself and trying to identify things. Then came deep learning. Together with that, the Gen AI came where you are bringing more in terms of considering what is therein, how you can generate insights, outputs, those kind of things. And now the era of agentic AI is coming where agents performing activities on their own with a goal that has been set for. So this is one direction in which the technology is evolving, and the other technology is from the IoT point of view. We started with the beginning internet, just a content sharing kind of a thing. Again, now we are having internet of people where we have a social media, then we have internet of things in terms of sensors and all. Now industrial internet of things, that's where your machines can interact with each other and interact with people as well. So that's another technology that is evolving. And then digital twins, where maybe if you have to see from the point of view where we started with mirroring, is just seeing what exactly is there and mirroring that. But then we went into monitoring the events through, again, a combination of analytics. Then currently we are having modeling and simulation, which is moving towards autonomous decision making, where the simulations are happening based on that. The same digital twins can take action, interact with physical environment. So combination of all these three things, imagine what a technology can do. And then we have even the processing power increasing. That's where your quantum computing power is coming in place, where you can do all the analysis within a fraction of seconds, and you're getting a lot of data. And then cloud, making it that centralized data decision making, and then putting everything so that everybody can access a single data or single instance where everybody can see across the globe. So considering these are the trends, and then with this kind of technological advancements, is it that supply chains can go uh, uh, how if in this disruptive environment with these technological advancements, if the companies have to survive and thrive, right? Now it's amplified urgency that supply chains have to be responsive, resilient, and reliable. So these three things, even I'm talking from last 10 years, but this has gained more and more importance in terms of all the changes that are happening. So is AI optional? No, I don't think so. And it became critical. And now most of the companies, or at least 75% of the companies, are, trying with AI, Gen AI, agentic AI. And we will see how that maturity is happening as we move forward in this. So now we have seen why that, supply chains have to be resilient with all these trends. Now we'll go across like how this AI can help across the supply chain, various areas. So if we have to go, we have seen from planning point of view, it's more how that functionally, or how the process wise, how you have to set up that entire thing from just sales and operations planning within the supply chain function to overall integrated business planning. But then how AI can help, if you see from a traditional AI point of view, which I have at the first point, the forecasting and demand sensing, scenario simulation, inventory optimization, these are the use cases that primarily most of the companies have some kind of automation. And based on this, up to 2 years back, this was major in terms of most of the companies having it. But then when the Gen AI started coming in, so they are, they are using Gen AI in terms of how they can generate the business plans, what if narratives, or summaries in terms of whatever the meetings that have happened in SNOP or a dashboard, so that that can be reviewed. Now with agentic AI coming into place in last couple of months, how that autonomously these things can be performed. So AI agents coordinating IBP decisions. So this is the way that the planning function is going to evolve. Then we have a sourcing function. So sourcing function, again, from traditional AI, you see from supplier risk party and predictive sourcing and dynamic pricing. These are the things that are in place with most of the companies. Either even the ERP tools have gained that they have embedded these kind of things in the tools. But again, with Gen AI coming in, how you can auto create RFP, summarize those documents, supplier profiling, so that supplier risk can be assessed more, with external events as well. With that, yeah. Any question? Or? So then comes the agentic AI. Agentic AI again from autonomous sourcing to execution, and AI digital negotiation assistance, and then supplier onboarding with the agents. So these are the use cases that are coming in. But of course, these are not exhaustive. There are further multiple use cases that you can go and make. Already we have seen from AI, what all it can do with respect to the manufacturing part of it. But again, adding Gen AI part of it, how that how it can generate work instructions within the factory, or the documentation that is required, or shift plans if you want to create. So those are the things that Gen AI can do. And then on top of it, the agentic AI complete or shop floor scheduling, and even agent-led OEE improvement, that's operational equipment efficiency. So these are the things that can go. Similarly, I have for deliver, return, and enable function. This is where we enable from function point of view. It is more in terms of risk management and resilience, control towers, all these things that come in. So if you see from already companies are having event collaboration, exception alerts, risk dashboards. But what Gen AI can do is like based on whatever the information that is there, how that executive briefings can happen, or simulation crisis response, or a compliance reports. And then that goes to the final autonomous areas in terms of self-healing AI supply chains, auto remediation, or AI-led. So these are all, like, of course, not exhaustive, but these are some of the key use cases that we have. But I can go a bit more deep to see that, okay, is it independent of a particular area and a particular part? For example, demand forecasting, is it can be done only with AI, or it can go up to agentic AI? That's some thought about it. So demand forecasting, if you see traditionally, we have, statistical forecasting, then it became ML for time series forecasting and demand sensing, that you have a POS, weather events, all those things, and you are creating the forecast for it. But with the generative AI technologies, these forecasts, having the natural language process, are trying to create the rationale for planners why that has happened. So initially, with all that AI ML that is coming in traditional AI, explainability is a very critical problem, that it itself is a project by itself to understand what the AI is generating. So that's where the generative AI technology can help. And then on top of it, the agentic AI is automatically detecting the new signals that are coming in, and proactively you can correct the forecast or recreate the forecast. So a bit more depth of going into this, maybe I will just show it to you how it can go. So we have data sources like historical sales, customer orders, market intelligence, demand signals. So which anyway traditional AI uses, it uses AI ML and creates the forecast. And systems create forecasts, again, human intervention in terms of understanding that, and then how corrections can happen where they need to trigger. But coming to the agentic AI landscape, so there are like this multiple agents can together work on it. Again, from data validation point of view, whether data accuracy is correct, data preparation is in place. Then again, forecasting agent can do the pattern recognition and demand forecasting. Inventory agent can look into the stock monitoring, then create auto replenishment or trigger the inputs to the forecasting agent. Pricing agent, again, if the pricing is having an impact on forecasting with respect to your promotions or price trends, dynamic pricing, those kind of things pricing agent can do. And customer behavior trends, another agent can track the trends. And if there is anomaly detection from any of these things, whether any changes, it needs to go for auto creation, or you have to recreate the demand forecast. So that all can be done by your agentic AI things. And if there is a human intervention that is required, then this anomaly detection agent can bring it out, say that this is where human intervention is required. And of course, what are the outputs? That outputs will create similar, sales forecast, your inventory updated, all the information. So this is one use case that what we have seen. And the second use case is again from the risk resilience point of view. Traditionally, we have our event correlation and risk heat maps, how that risks are having an impact. That's again left to human intervention where it has to go. And generative AI helps in terms of understanding that, whereas agentic AI can automatically trigger your contingency plans and all. So we'll see how that works as well. So you can have, again, your supply chain data sources. Again, this I'm looking from the external point of view, where you have portals where they're talking about the price variances with respect to specific materials, or your external data sources like social media, and then your internal data lakes where you have internal data with respect to your sales, procurement, all that information. So if you see from the external data point, you can have a risk orchestrator kind of an agent which can help define what kind of risk is it. And then based on this, you can again have a master orchestration agent in terms of where all the changes that needs to happen, whether it's a demand planning, supply planning, production planning, or shop floor routing and all. So for example, if you have a detection in terms of supplier risk, or that supplier has a financial risk or a delivery risk. So once you have that, or the mango incident that we have talked about, so that's a kind of a supply risk. So when you have that supply risk, you may have to automatically think about your supply planning. What are the alternate routes that you need to have, or what are the alternate suppliers you have? So that supply planning agent can trigger that. And then it also triggers the production planning agent in terms of how that production changes have to happen if there is a dependency in the supplies that are supposed to receive. And then shop floor management, where if it's a just-in-time kind of order that you are supposed to receive, then you have to reschedule your shop floor, and then your order management. So if you have customer orders, communicate them what changes needs to happen. So this is a kind of automated agents that are coming in, whatever is the goal that it has been set by the companies, they can automatically manage the entire process. Now the question comes, is it that human tasks are going to reduce? Yes, to some extent, but human element is going to extinguish? No, because all the goal setting, anything that the challenges that comes in, trying to create the governance, how they need to function, those are the kind of roles and that the supply chain um, organizations have to look at it. And if you also have to see, maybe the future, maybe in a couple of years, we will also see in terms of what kind of organizational structure that we have today for a people executing the tasks. You might have a similar kind of organizational structure for the agents performing different tasks, and the human intervention becomes like an orchestrator who will orchestrate things as per the company priorities, company objectives, and company strategy. So before we move forward, I ask you to hold for the thought that, if AI agents can do everything on their own, or if supply chains can autonomously perform, now think through this, right? As a customer, you are connected to everything. For example, you have a connected fridge where the fridge can, internally look at what kind of food items, your consumption patterns, and it can automatically trigger the orders to the FMCG clients, FMCG companies. So those FMCG or a retail companies. So retail companies will receive the orders maybe after a couple of iterations. Now they know the pattern in which the ordering happens. So the agents can detect those patterns from the sales point of view. And then, then they can say that for this customer, this is the kind of planning that needs to happen. So again, the agentic AI planning can bring it up, and then those agents can automatically order if that needs to be delivered from a retail client or manufacturing. So this is just one, like a completely end to end. So the same agent can trigger production, then it can trigger the warehouse. Again, you have seen multiple robots and all functioning within the warehouse. So it becomes completely autonomous, independent. Is it only with a food? Maybe the automobile cars are connected as a consumer, you know the patterns, then the automobile companies trigger. You have health bands, so automatically the patient care, hospital care, or insurance company. So just imagine, I think it's a imagining thing at this point in time, because agentic AI started coming in. See how the autonomously everything can function. So this is the thought that I have. Now, after all these things, now how the companies have to start and realize the value. Okay, this is all good. All these systems are coming. All the advancements are happening. So what is next? So now you see how that adoption technologies are coming in as a supply chain maturity curve. So this is more I have taken from analytics point of view. You also have a process point of view in terms of ad hoc. So level 1 to level 5, from ad hoc to connected to cross-functional to autonomous. So think in conjunction, and if they come, like the more the data and the processes are connected, from descriptive diagnostics to autonomous functioning, and this is through AI adoption. And if you see the current maturity, so descriptive diagnostic, predictive diagnostic, this is more having the existing data and then just doing a reactive analysis, and to some extent, analyzing the data. So like almost most of the companies are there in descriptive analytics and diagnostic, where, what should be possible, why this has happened, that's a growing. But if you see the top companies like Nestle, Unilever, they are into predictive. And Nestle, for example, have demand sensing and forecasting integrated with their ERP systems, so that the patterns are automatically recognized, and then those corrections happen, the pricing decisions happen, or depending on the positioning of the products, you can also determine in terms of the consumption patterns and all. Similarly, I have put here Unilever, they're using for inventory stock management. And if you see from the prescriptive point of view, you see Netflix and Amazon. Amazon at some countries have, proactive deliveries, based on your product purchasing history and all. How is that happening? Through, your prescriptive analytics. Okay, this customer is looking, this is the buying pattern and he might need this, so you can send it. Or Netflix, when you are streaming, it will give continuously recommendations based on your interests and all. So to the extent prescriptive is happening, and that is like a 30 to 40% are piloting. But whereas autonomous, we see Tesla cars are to some extent, having that autonomous status, but it is still emerging, and this is where you need to think through your supply chains, how they need to run and how efficiently you can leverage the technology. I go further. So what is that, if you have to be ready, what is that capabilities that are required for the companies to start adopting AI strategy? Now, most of the companies generally think that, okay, I have these particular processes within the supply chain, and how do I enhance these processes, optimize the processes with the technology? Okay, that is good, but the question is, then you are losing the possibility of holistic optimization. Whereas, you go for a local optimization compared to system optimization. This is where you need to have, AI native thinking in terms of what are the benefits that I need to reap and what is the strategy that I need to follow to reach the benefits. Does that mean that I need to stop local optimization? That's not what it is. You can still do it, but your thought process and how you can integrate later at that point in time with respect to the changes, those need to be thought through when you are creating this strategy. Next, definitely the digital backbone. This is where you have your cloud, your data organized into data fabrics, one single source for you, so that your predictions, prescriptions, or autonomous function happens very clearly. Then, of course, you have AI governance and control mechanisms. This is very, very critical, because sometimes we already are seeing, Gen AI, agentic AI, the way they are functioning in terms of bias and all. So that's where your governance and control mechanisms become very, very critical and very, very important. And this is where the human element also has to play major role, so that the systems function as per the requirement of the company. And then you also have to have collaborated functions and collaborated processes, so that the systems are connected, and whatever the information that is supposed to run through, so those things come into handy for the decision making. And this is like a continuous organizational culture and a skilled workforce that is required. And like we have seen in our previous call from Rajiv, that how they are embedding automation and AI into their day-to-day operations, encouraging employees. So that's a kind of a skilled workforce, or getting skilled, and then as a part of embedding the organizational culture of innovation and learning. So these are all the preliminary requirements that we need to have, to start the AI journey. I mean, not start the AI journey, but if you have to really reap the benefits of these technology into the supply chain capabilities. And then I'll pause here. Any questions that, I can take, or?
Yeah, let me compile the questions, madam. Yeah.
Okay, so I will just finish this then. Okay, so
yeah, yeah.
How to start the AI journey? So for the companies, you have to see the high impact areas in terms of cost reduction, that is one of the key impact where you can realize from the automation, either supply chain costs or transportation costs, maybe up to 15 to 30% reduction. And then service improvement in terms of online deliveries, stock outs. So the possible improvements are, 25 to 30%, or stock outs around 30 to 50%. And forecast accuracy, it's depending on the type of SKUs and all, it can be 20% to 50% improvement. And when you see any AI use cases that have happened, I think these are the primary areas that, most of the companies have targeted. And then even within that, whether you have to see all the products for the forecasting, no, you can again have a starting points. What are those starting points? Look for high variance SKUs that you have. For example, in FMCG category, whatever is the fast moving with low shelf life, that can be one of the target area. If you have automotive sector, more like a spare parts management, where you have lot of variability and slow moving parts. So these are some of the things that you can look into. Again, the second starting point is route optimization, again specific to where you have lot of challenges in terms of delivering on time, or where you see heavy flows of traffics, or a delivery windows that you have. That's where you can start with. And of course, wherever from the procurement point of view, if you see, it's like wherever you have a manual activities, or procurement parts of it. For example, here I can take digital negotiation part of it, which we talked about. So digital negotiation assistant, where the buyer faces the supplier for a face-to-face discussions. So what they will do is they will analyze manually all the RFPs, what have been quoted, what are the buying patterns, what are the external risks with these suppliers, what are the product trends, what is the cost behaviors. So all these things is like a lot of manual intervention before that 1 day or 1 hour of that negotiation process that is happening. That's one of the key areas that you can target, so that your negotiations happen as per your target objectives. So we have seen the impact areas, the best starting points, but how do you start it? So we have talked about what are the important elements in the previous slide. So here, once important thing is you have to set the strategy, again, AI native strategy, not just from the improvement point of view. Once you have that, you have take a small area, pilot it, prove it, so that you are getting the results that you want, and then scale up. So that's how I think the companies have to start with. So to conclude on now, AI isn't an add-on. So it's not just, don't look at it from, okay, I'm running my processes, what benefits that I can get, but it's an engine of next gen supply chain performance. So think AI native, look for the benefits, start small and gain the profits, and then scale it up. Think that's all that I have today to present. Again, lot of thoughts to discuss, lot of ways to initiate, but I think I would stop here for today. Thank you so much.
So fantastic insights, Madam Padmanabh. Thank you very much. Very insightful lecture. You told some very key points I just noted. So explainability in AI generated models is something everybody would like to know. Okay, that is something which is very interesting. One question is now with introduction of AI and agentic AIs, what we see is some processes not required any optimization. Some processes can be eliminated altogether. Okay, so especially in the routine processes in planning and also some kind of operations. all the processes can be eliminated altogether with the introduction of AI. What do you think in that direction? Because it's not only a continuous improvement, it's a step improvement in the supply chain. So what is your take, Madam?
Oh, that's where I think that's a very good point that you have you have talked about, Khader. That's true. That's where I kept telling AI native thinking process that is required. So some of the processes which I think it's not new also. If you really see from the RPA when that thing came up, some of the processes that were done manually have been given to the automation, and that tasks are performed by the RPA technology. Similarly, then as you move forward, what you used to analyze, those tasks move to AI. Now you have gone to interpretations. So it's always like with the technology improving, the manual tasks are reducing, but human intelligence is necessary, so that how you have to really divert, or what exactly is needed, whether the system that is required to perform, is it performing as it is supposed to perform, right? So that is very important. But definitely, yes, human tasks will reduce, and the role of a human will become more from performing the tasks to the orchestrators, right? How they have to orchestrate entire process to gain the desired benefits. So we have to see. That is where I kept telling throughout my presentation, don't look the process and see the improvement areas. You redesign, you re-engineer,
Exactly.
so that the best practices are brought in. You leverage the technology to the best possible way.
Yeah, that's fantastic takeaway, Madam Magaru. See, here, some processes, what we tend usually in the supply chain is we try to automate them. Okay, so we have a planning process. We try to automate it in the same way. Okay, and then we want human intervention is also in the same way. Now, if you think in a different way, so you define proper human interventions wherever is required.
Exactly.
Okay, to give the right input and then right parameters, and then let everything done by AI or whatever call it, the technology part, and then you validate the output. Okay, if this is the case, then some key processes in supply chain will be completely revolutionized. Okay, like a daily scheduling. You have a MRP process. Okay, some follow-up like expedition follow-up processes with the key vendors. Maybe that even the forecasting, what you have very nicely explained. So those processes can be. I think it's a good chance to re-engineer them with the current technology. Yeah.
Yes, just take our real life example. Before COVID, if we had gone to any shop vendor, we used to search for change, and
Yeah.
it's always lot of, okay, whether I got my change, whether the vendor, like you pay by cash. Now what we are doing, we don't need cash. Are we seeing any cash? Even the smallest vendor has digital payments. It's a completely revolutionized the whole, even the lowest vendor, even the street vendor also. You are not paying by cash. So you have to think through that way, in such a way that you bring the right combination, and how you can bring that human intelligence to, the fullest extent to derive the benefits. But human knowledge, does AI replace? No. It's
No.
all repetitive. What you train, it does. And to some extent, based on your directions, even goal-seeking agentic AI can perform. And if it is not performing as per your required way, that is where you need to intervene and give the right direction. I think that is one of the key aspects that we need to look into.
Yeah.
But it will revolutionize everything.
It is revolutionizing. I think the more we think about it, the pain areas in the whole process of supply chain, we have to rethink one way or other. We just try to do it in a completely different way. Okay, but some processes definitely it will be there, but don't do it in a wrong way. Take your time. As you explained very nicely during your presentation, take your time, step by step. Okay, so take easy process, but have a big picture in the mind. Okay, take baby steps by step, build capabilities, build not only the technology, but build the people also, the buy-in, the management.
Correct.
It's like a complete symphony here you transform. So very nice. You just give us the three columns. You take about the history of AI, IoT, and then you talk about third dimension.
Digital twins.
Yeah, digital twins. That was fantastic. I think it is a very nice way to explain what is going on, and people still they're not in that cubicle itself. Okay, so I think it will come eventually. People will jump faster and then try to get the benefit of technology, and leaders like you can guide them very nicely. So thank you, madam. You can conclude by giving key takeaways. If there is any questions, forum is open. We have another few more minutes, by the way. So since you started a little early, we have few more minutes. So if you want to give a very high level takeaways for next 5 minutes, please feel free. You can do that.
So maybe I will just take the very first session what we have started with, so that we can just give the key takeaways from there. So we have seen that, how that Suez Canal, the ship got stuck, how much produce, everything got stuck in the canal. So now see from the AI or AI native point of view, how you can avoid or how you can think through, right? So now you know that Suez Canal can perform at a particular level. You know those parameters, right? Now you know the weather conditions that are coming up. And now you know how the ship, what is the speed, what is it, how it is moving, all these kind of things that are happening. And then the second, that is even before the incident happened, you can simulate with your digital twins how that entire process can happen. And you can tailor to different scenarios in terms of whether that's the right time to be there with such kind of a huge ships, or you may have to halt it for some time. Okay, now when the ship is happening, then when the incident is happening, you also can see, okay, there is a huge backlog of ships that have been stranded. So is it viable to reroute it? For example, if we have to reroute that, it will take 15 days for the ships to come back. Whether is it really feasible? So that kind of a feasibility analysis you can do. And if the ships are moving, if it is viable, then it is better option, so that you don't have to really go through. So you can also look at the financial impact. So this is where your IoT current situation. So the three aspects that I have talked about, that comes in place. First, whether you should allow the ship. Second, if that incident happened, what are the other options? So this can be simulated even before the event happens, right? And then avoid it wherever is possible. That way you are reducing the disruptions. So the key takeaways is, first thing, don't think that I have processes. I will just add on the technology so that, I get benefits. If you think AI native strategy, that is where I think you will reap the benefits. And current technologies seem like time taking to work with the algorithms and all, but it is so fast progressing. That's where I brought in the quantum computing part of it. What the AI and Gen AI and agentic AI that can do with the current infrastructure in days, quantum computing can come in, do it in minutes. So think, so if you are putting a 2030 strategy, think what could be the technologies at that. Don't look at current state and try to design. So your future requirements, how all the technology angles, then try to create the strategy. I think that's what I wanted to leave.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, and for a very insightful lecture. And ladies and gentlemen who are attending through Zoom, through LinkedIn, through YouTube channels, you may post questions to Madam and we'll make sure that those questions will be answered properly. Okay, so thank you again for joining, Madam Garu. Thank you very much, and
Thank
a
you,
very
and
insightful lecture. Yeah,
thank you for the opportunity.
excellent.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, fantastic session so far. We have around 5 sessions today. We have another 2-3 minutes to start the new lecture. Before Mr. Samir Kaivar join, let me give a quick briefing. So we had 5 sessions today. One key insights from different perspective. So we had Suresh Kavali talking about AI in operations and supply chain. We have Ayub Rahim talking about IBP and S&OP. And then Captain Sanjeev Kumar took us to the best practices in the supply chain optimization. Okay, and Rajivji took us to the automation, manufacturing, execution, and warehousing. And then Madam Hanuma took a deep dive in AI in supply chain, from planning, from forecasting to autonomous decision making. Very insightful lecture, very powerful concept, and great advice. So those who missed the session, they can watch the videos. We'll post them on YouTube, and then if there is any question, we will take it up. Okay. So with that, I hope Mr. Samir is available in the call. If Mr. Samir, thank you, sir. And I can see you. So thank you for joining the session. Now I will be a little relaxed because the topic what is coming up is a completely different thing. Okay, so I would like to invite Mr. Samir Kaivar. The topic today is the algorithm can't lead. Why human wisdom still matters in digital supply chain. So it's now about the human wisdom part. So I think this is very critical. Everybody is talking about technology, the process, and everything. Now let us talk about something about people and wisdom. Okay. So let me give an introduction to Samirji. Mr. Samir is a dynamic and visionary leader with over 30 years of experience in driving business excellence across diverse industries. As a founder of Effulgent Leadership Studio and former executive director at Pearl Beverages Limited, he brings a wealth of leadership expertise spanning strategic planning, financial management, operational turnaround, and talent development. Known for his ability to inspire and transformation. And I'm really inspired by your post, Samirji. Very insightful, very thoughtful, and also very useful. Okay, so I will be very happy to witness what you say today, Samirji. Welcome to the show, Global Strategy Supply Chain Excellence Summit. So over to you, Samir.
Thank you, Mr. Kadir, and I'm really honored to be here today. And I just want to thank everybody who is taking that time and investing that time in participating in today's session. Before I begin, I have one disclaimer and a bit of a preamble. I am not a supply chain expert, so I may not be able to add value in terms of the supply chain expertise, but I am only here to share my experience. And I know that all of you are already highly experienced. So I am just using this opportunity where we can actually discuss and talk and interact and share whatever we have. It is a learning opportunity for me as well. Okay, give me a minute. I'll just share my screen. Yes, is it visible?
Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up.
Oh, great, fine.
It is coming up.
Now, a bit of a preamble. In the past days, we had this, not past days, even today, we have this that can see everything, that knows everything, that controls everything. That entity is called the Almighty. And today we have an entity which can see everything, which knows everything, which controls everything. And this entity is called the algorithm. The Almighty is divine. The Almighty is divine. The algorithm is digital. The Almighty demands faith. The algorithm demands data. Unfortunately, what is happening is we have started bowing down to the algorithm. We have started mistaking the algorithm with the Almighty. So, what I'm going to talk about really is this. This is irreplaceable. Human wisdom is something that cannot ever be replaced. So, whatever the algorithm does, the human wisdom will do better. Okay, this is my name, etc., whatever. Okay, so let me start. We are now being ruled by dashboards. I mean, everything is about a dashboard. We enter our office, we start our laptop, and there it is. Okay, right from even the calendar which we have is like a dashboard for us, and onto the more complex things. But at the end of the day, it is our wisdom that is going to decide. Data will only give us data. Data will only give us information. Data will only give us knowledge. But data can never give us wisdom. That wisdom is what is the key to the success of everything that we as human beings do today. Algorithms are everywhere. Literally, algorithms are everywhere. I mean, whether it is medicine, whether it's law and justice, entertainment. I mean, Netflix, you see one movie, it'll keep giving you options of similar type of movies. There are algorithms in our cars. There are, of course, our phones. We don't know whether it is a tool or whether it is a weapon, but it is a phone. Offices, shopping. Oh my God. I mean, you go to a shopping website, you just look, once you look for a pair of shoes, everywhere you will start seeing shoes. Okay. And then, of course, police, law enforcement, everybody is using algorithms. People are scared. Let's face this. I mean, this is a fact of life. People are terrified. There are so many horror stories going on out there that AI is going to take over the world. AI is going to. But let me tell you, if we go back a few thousand years, when man first encountered fire, of course they were terrified. And they learned to control fire, they learned to utilize fire, they learned to make fire as a tool for everything. And today in our daily lives, from simple cooking in our homes to very complex internal combustion engines to rocket ships which are going up into space, we have learned to master fire. Few years later, there was electricity. Again, people were scared. What is this? What is this new form of energy? What will it do to us? So on and so forth. In fact, there is a story of one minister inaugurating a hydroelectric project, and he was telling the farmers, see, the electricity will get extracted from this water, so your crops will not have the energy to grow. I mean, that was the level of information and education as far as electricity was concerned. But we have got over all that. In more recent times, late 80s, early 90s, every desktop started having a computer. And in those days, I was heading the IT department. It used to be called EDP, Electronic Data Processing. And my guys came to me, sir, what is this? What will you do? Everybody's got their own computer now. I said, don't worry. Whether it is payroll, whether it is attendance system, whether it is accounting, they will need a computer and they will need somebody with computer expertise. So I farmed out my 10 or 12 people, put some in stores, some in accounts, some in HR. And believe me, they did such a good job. They were able to help that staff of that particular function into actually developing systems and software to help them with their jobs. So yes, we are at that stage today when AI is something new, we don't have knowledge and we are scared. And why are they terrified? Why are we terrified? We have no control. I mean, you subscribe to an AI system, you don't know what is going on about it. In fact, this is something we have experienced when we went into ERP. If we needed a change or a modification in the ERP, we had to get back, we still have to get back to the supplier. It doesn't work like that. We need to know how to modify and control whatever system we purchase. We have to insist with the supplier. There has to be transparency. Job displacement. This is big. I mean, the IT world today, young people and not so young people are getting displaced. This is a fact of life. Big corporations, big tech corporations are downsizing. They are sacking people. And AI is taking over. But at the end of the day, you will not lose your job to AI. You will lose your job to a person who is using AI better than you. Okay, keep this in mind. So our knowledge and we have to upskill to be able to master AI. Of course, surveillance and manipulation. This is big. I mean, today my phone knows everything that I do. What time I wake up, when I go for my walk, when I come back, what type of workout am I doing, how many hours I'm sleeping. I mean, everything. We are being surveillanced 24 hours a day. Okay. We are living with it. In fact, we are we subscribe to apps, we subscribe to fitness apps, we subscribe to so many apps, which are actually adding more and more surveillance into our daily lives. And then there is this bias. Okay. I'll give you a very recent example. Everybody is saying that on the 2nd of August, there's going to be a big solar eclipse and the world is going to be plunged into darkness. But that 2nd of August is not 2025. That 2nd of August is 2027. But now all these chatbots and AIs and everything has taken over and they're spreading this information, misinformation, whatever you like to call it. But they are doing it at a scale. They are doing it at a So this is one of the risks that we are facing today. And then, have we built something smarter than us? Please note that this is the only bullet point on the sheet which has a question mark. No. And the answer to this is no. Nothing can be smarter than human beings, and it never will be. Every day, every time, it has to be the human who is going to lead the final decision. And I will talk a lot about two big supply chain disruptions that happened. One was COVID and one was the Suez Canal. I will keep circling back to that. So you will have to bear with me on this because we have all experienced both of these. Of course, always the unethical people, the crooks of the world, take to technology much better and much faster than the ethical and integral people. Oh God, sorry, what's happened? Here we are. Okay, now this is a long list. And let me tell you, I myself have been victim to one of these online scams. And I lost almost 3 lakh rupees. And there's nothing we could do about it. I mean, all this cyber police and all these guys, they went around tracing, but their servers were located in some foreign countries and in some unknown places. So that money got lost. So these are just like when we have fire or electricity, we take precautions, we utilize it. Same thing with AI. We need to take precautions in order to derive its full utility. But with every system, there will always be a human. You will always go to a doctor, no matter how much. I mean, doctors are also getting irritated by the fact that their patients are going to Google first and then coming to them. But end of the day, it is the doctor who will give you the diagnosis, not ChatGPT, not Google. The judge will deliver the verdict. You will have to go to an advocate. You will have to go to a lawyer. Your AI or your chatbot will give you all the history of all the judgments of that similar type of cases. Ultimately, the advocate will have to present the case. He will have to use his best judgment on how to present the case, and the judge will deliver the verdict. The leader, of course, has to deliver the promise. No matter how much we have AI in entertainment, it is the actor who will deliver the script. It is the actor who will finally entertain you. And it is the dedicated police officer who will have to use his brain, his intelligence, his wisdom to solve the crime. The algorithm will take you to the edge, but the human will take you across. What has happened is that algorithm has slowly but surely entered and pervaded our lives. Okay, we stopped asking why. If our dashboard is showing red, then it must be red. Okay, we are, as humans, we love to be in the comfort zone. So why take a risk? Why take a chance? You can always tell your boss, sir, the dashboard is showing this, that is why I have done it. Okay, that human courage to sometimes go against the dashboard when required needs to be there. Okay, we have to challenge the assumptions. We have to question. It is not always correct. Okay, strategy has become a reaction, whereas in the past days, from the strategy we used to derive the algorithms. Now what has happened is from the algorithms we are deriving the strategy. The algorithm is telling us this is the status, this is the situation, now let us plan the strategy. No, make your strategy, look into the algorithm, let it give you back the data. And I'll come to that from whatever experience I have. Okay. Of course, we like to be obedient, so we obey whatever the dashboard is saying. Convenience is becoming a compulsion. Not only does the algorithm learn our habit, it also decides our choices. They push us towards easier decisions because, like I said, everyone wants to be a comfort zone. And there is an element of decision fatigue. So very conveniently, we just follow whatever our dashboard, whatever our algorithm is saying. And of course, once we defer our human values to AI, definitely leadership is going to suffer. The more convenient the world becomes, I just want to spend a little time on this. We all use Google Maps, right? And my wife is particularly fond of this. So when the Google Maps lady says go right, and I don't go right because I have driven on the route before, and I know that by going right, we will end up in a very narrow, congested lane, and it won't be good for us. And you have to argue and to explain to your wife, you really, really need courage, okay? So to tell her, no, I will go by the second route, I will circle around, I will come back. Okay, but if we rely, and just today I was reading that one couple got, their car went into a river because they were blindly following Google Maps, okay? So that is something we can never do. We must have the foresight, we must have the wisdom, we must be able to defy and question what AI is telling us. The machine has become so powerful that it is able to actually train us back. Okay. And this happens a lot when in the past days we used to have numerical controlled machines. And if the quality was going off and if the reject percentage was increasing, the alarm would ring, the line would stop, And this used to happen a lot in the night shift because the line engineer knew that tomorrow morning my boss is going to ask me, why is your production low? So what he would do, he would bypass the alarm to keep the line running and make sure that he got the desired productivity. Okay. So this happens in inventory management also. And this is not human wisdom. This is human shortcut. This is human folly. This is human foolishness. Okay. So what is happening is that the algorithm is actually training us to take shortcuts. And of course, what we measure finally measures us. This is a fact of life. This is where the algorithm breaks down. And let me come to this. We all know what happened in COVID. There is no data, there is no algorithm, there is no software that could predict COVID. And once it happened, everybody came in. I mean, it's not that, I think there were heroes in COVID. There were people who actually worked day and night and somehow or the other, saw that their companies and their organizations got over so many hurdles. Okay. But AI could never have predicted it. AI could never have predicted the Suez Canal blockade. Okay, it happened. After that, in hindsight, you can gain a lot of wisdom and you can keep feeding it into the algorithm about the tides, about the currents, about the wind speeds, about so many things, about the size of the vessels, about the weight of the vessel, so on and so forth. But ultimately, there are issues, there are black swan events, as they say, that no AI can predict, and that is where the human intervention is indispensable. Now, let me come to this. There are 3 attributes which only humans can deliver. Okay, and the first one is trust. Okay, now we say, yes, I trust my software, I trust my machine, I trust my algorithm, I trust my dashboard. But no, that is not trust. That is reliance. You rely on your software, you rely on your dashboard. Trust is purely a human emotion. Trust is purely a human attribute. And if we mistake relying and trusting, believe me, you will get lost. Relying is transactional. Trust builds over time. It is stationary, it is still, it is silent. The second attribute is culture. No AI can build the culture of an organization. It is just not possible. I mean, if I sit with ChatGPT and ask him to design a document for the culture of my company, I think ChatGPT will shut down. They cannot do it. Okay. And the third is responsibility. Only humans can take responsibility. Only humans can say, yes, I messed up. This thing broke down because I made a mistake. I will correct it. I cannot imagine that the dashboard will tell you that it's made a mistake. Definitely not. Okay. So these are the 3 things which only humans can deliver. No machine can do this. Just to summarize, trust is not computed, it's earned. If a machine fails, it's a glitch. If a leader fails, people are betrayed. Culture cannot be coded. There are no SOPs for culture. It is how we treat our people. Our people respond to us. That is culture. Responsibility is not programmable. I mean, you can't have a software saying, yes, I made a mistake. No. Okay. Once you signed a purchase order, right or wrong, it is you who has to explain to the management. Okay. So trust, culture, and responsibility are the 3 things which only human beings can bring into the system. let me talk about the 4 pillars of leadership, because ultimately, and I'm not talking about leadership as in, okay, you're a CEO or you're a director or you're some, no, everybody is a leader. Some people, maybe they are leaders of small groups, some people are larger groups, some people, even in families, in your family, you're a leader, okay? So what do we have? Presence over panic. Connection over control. Purpose over process. And foresight over forecast. These are the 4 pillars of sound and profound leadership. Human wisdom is not a weakness. Human wisdom is actually your edge. Let me talk a bit about this. Presence over panic. And let me tell you a very deeply personal experience. My wife and I were young, and our firstborn daughter was around 4 months old. We were in a nuclear family, living away from our parents. And suddenly, at about maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, my daughter, she was around 4 months old at that time, her nose started bleeding. Of course, there was panic. I mean, my wife was hysterical because, firstly, it's a firstborn. I mean, as parents, you have no such experience. And I mean, seeing a lot of blood around is highly unnerving. Nevertheless, we were living, the house owners were an elderly couple. Those were the days when there were landlines. Those were the days when every house didn't have a phone. And, you know, there were so many black spots in communication. So my wife knocked at the door of the house owners, and that elderly lady came down, and she saw this little girl, and she picked her up, put a small pillow under her neck so that her head was tilted backward. And sure enough, within a few minutes, the bleeding stopped. We cleaned up the mess or whatever XYZ. But the way she did it with such calm, and then, okay, it's done, it's over. No, she stayed with us. She stayed the whole night. She was not a doctor. She was not an MD. She was not an MBBS. She was not a DCH. She was nothing. She was just a lady who owned the property which we had rented. She stayed with us the whole night. She went back to her kitchen. She brought tea and biscuits for us. And she was there till the morning, till it was time for me to start getting ready to go to the office. Okay. That is presence. In a panic situation, you have somebody who is calm and who is in control. It has such a soothing effect on the team. Okay. That lady was there. I mean, if you read this list, you will be able to actually relate to my experience, which I'm talking about. Each and every bullet point fits into that experience, which is why I have brought it up today. And calm is the most valuable resource whenever there is panic. Okay, and algorithms are expert at creating panic. Okay, I mean, if one supplier doesn't deliver on time, there will be alarms ringing. If you have not received a payment from a distributor, the alarm bell will start ringing. Okay, panic will start happening. Questions will start being asked. There will be meetings being called and so on and so forth. Okay, and the next is connection over control. This takes me back to the COVID days when, you know, people were not moving out of houses. I was working in a soft drink company, and our product has a best before date. We had built up stock because to prepare for the season, and so had our distributors. And suddenly there was a lockdown. Stocks were lying. Somehow we had to move the stocks. We needed passes for movement. So the collector of the district was the only person authorized. So I put on my mask and gloves and this and that, and whatever precautions it took for COVID. And I ventured out, I crossed all the checkpoints. I told them I'm going to meet the collector, going to meet the collector. Finally, we went. And why I'm talking about connection here in this context is that when I walked into the collector's office, I realized that I had had so much interaction with this person when he was in another department. And immediately he recognized me. I mean, that was connection. Immediately it happened. And I told him I need 40 passes because we had to move stocks from factory to distributor. We had to move stocks from distributor to the retailers. It was a big challenge. And there you are. I said, sir, I need 40 passes. He said, I can't give you 40 passes. Not possible. I can give you 10. Finally, we negotiated. He gave me 20. That got the trucks moving from the factory to the distributors. The curfew was relaxed from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Our trucks had to go out and deliver stocks to the retailers. What used to take a full day had to be done in 3 hours. So we made a plan that, okay, we will take orders. The trucks will not touch all the outlets. They will go to limited outlets. Outlets are also closed because the owners had left for their villages or whatever. So whatever outlets were open, we will touch those outlets. Balance outlets, we will take orders for the next day. We will deliver. So that brought down the workload and also brought down the time required. And I took it upon myself with, of course, there was a lot of protestation from my family to be there with the team when all this was happening. I used to be there at 6 o'clock in the morning, making sure that the trucks are going out on time. Nothing else, just being there was enough to show them that, okay, I am there for you. Okay. So that is connection over control. If I sat in my house and picked up the phone and started shouting, that would not have served the purpose in those very, very critical and crucial days. And then we talk about purpose. No machine, no algorithm, no AI, nothing can have a purpose. I mean, I use ChatGPT to a large extent, but ChatGPT has no purpose. I mean, whatever you ask it, it will throw back at you. It is just a more sophisticated and detailed form of Google. Okay. Whenever there is ambiguity, whenever there is a cloud, it is your purpose that is going to guide you through that. I mean, let's look at it this way. Modern aircraft have the maximum of technology loaded into them, but still we have pilots because pilots know the purpose. Number one is safety of themselves, of the passengers, and of the aircraft. Number two, the second purpose is to make sure that they reach the destination. Okay, so that purpose cannot be substituted even if you load the aircraft with technology. Yes, they have autopilot once it's at cruising height, so on and so forth. They have all this, but during landing and during takeoff, the human pilots have to be in control. Okay, there can be no rule book, there can be no algorithm, there can be no software to do that. Leadership without purpose is just performance. Remember that there has to be a purpose in whatever you do. And once we know why, we will know how to do it. Foresight over forecast. Coming back to COVID, 20 and 21 were 2 COVID years. And at the end of 2021, we had to sit together and plan the sales forecast for 2022. We, of course, fed all the data into, we had around 55 SKUs and around 250 distributors, which meant almost 13,000 data points. So what was happening was that whenever we wanted a compound annual growth to take us into the next year as a benchmark, this 21 and 22 used to skew the data completely. And we were ending up with some ridiculous numbers. So finally, I called in the teams, whatever leadership teams they were. I made them sit down, made them break it down into first a total, then SKU wise, then distributor wise. Now here comes the foresight. after having suffered such a lot of health issues during COVID, it was quite clear that because I was in soft drinks, that families and mothers will avoid the carbonated part of the portfolio, the fizzy drinks. They will go for juices, they will go for water, they will go for non-carbonated. So no AI could have forecast that, because forecast is based on past data. Foresight is based on what you can see in the future. I used whatever knowledge I had, brainstormed, discussed, and we decided, yes, we will focus on this part of the portfolio. And sure enough, 2022, our juice percentage of the mix shot up to the extent that we had to invest in 2 lines to take care of that additional demand. Okay, so no AI could have told us that, not possible. And as I said, forecast is for the past, foresight is for the future. Here we go. The algorithm is highly limited. Okay. It is all about data. It is all about the algorithm is like a greedy animal, only eating data, giving back information maybe, but it cannot give you knowledge. It is humans who have to decide from their knowledge what is going to happen. It simulates. It doesn't talk about, it doesn't connect people. It will ring the alarm, it will ping you, it will do this, it will do that. But what happens if there is fear? What happens if suddenly there is a strike? What happens if suddenly there is a flood? We have all seen this in our various professional lives. There are sudden happenings which happen. And I can tell you one thing. Days before AI were much easier because there was a challenge, there was a hurdle. Everybody would jump in. We would all go there. We would be present. We do everything that would happen. Now what is happening is half the team is only looking at their laptops, looking at their mobile, looking at is actually going to attack the problem. Okay. And let me tell you, all FMCG companies, they have given a handheld device to their frontline salesmen who go to the shops to book the orders. And that is a lot of data. And that data enables us to know that, okay, which outlet has bought which SKU, why, how many days he's not bought, and so on and so forth. But if your frontline salesman starts to fudge and he starts to take shortcuts, then there will be a lot of trouble. Okay. Therefore, whatever your algorithm is giving you is whatever you feed into it. So all I'm saying is the algorithm is highly limited. One minute's got stuck. Okay, like I said, the algorithm can run the system, but only you can read the moment. And finally, the most advanced algorithm is already at our disposal. It has always been at our disposal, and it will always be at our disposal. So please don't panic, please don't worry. And that advanced algorithm is human wisdom. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Fantastic presentation, Samirji. So thank you very much. There is one comment from Alex Borg. Yeah. So just a comment. What a wisdom presentation. Most of the time we speak about the technology in these presentations. Mr. Samir has managed to find right mix to listen to wisdom presentation. So it's very, very, very insightful lecture. Yeah. So you try to balance and also give a importance of the wisdom part, okay? The human part of the whole ecosystem, which I think nobody talks nowadays. Okay, so they think that everything technology, people talk about the tools, techniques, and everything. They don't talk about the other part of it, and which is are they taking it for granted? The wisdom part of it, and only is that the reason, especially the young generation who are the initial level of the careers in supply chain or any other domain. If they ignore, what happens after maybe 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? Samirji, what do you think the people should do now to balance?
See, one thing we have to accept that whatever this world is today, this is it. We have to live, we have to adapt, and we have to utilize. I mean, I think it would be foolish if we try to fight it and we try to tell the younger generation, all this is stupid, don't do this. And I mean, as old people and our previous generations were always telling us also that what you're doing is stupid. And it goes on. That is the law of nature. Okay. But at the same time, we have to enforce a value system. I won't say enforce, it's a very strong word, but we have to inculcate a value system wherein the younger generation realize that just data is not going to get them anywhere. There has to be human. I mean, this is again a fact of life. Children are using Chat GPT to do their homework. It's happening.
It's happening.
And what do you do? I mean, what do you tell your teenage son or daughter? Don't use it? No. You have to show them a better option. You have to show them that what is contained in their books, finally, that is going to come in the exam. You can do your homework with Chat GPT, but when you go and sit for the exam, where will Chat GPT go? What you imbibe from your books and what you carry into the exam, that is what is going to last. It's okay for today's homework so that you avoid the teacher's displeasure tomorrow. But to develop yourself long term, and then, I mean, this is what we have to do. They've stopped going out to play. I mean, just imagine children are not playing anymore. They are glued to their laptops and to their mobiles. Okay. So somewhere down the line, I'm not saying we have to nudge them, because they must be in the fresh air. They must talk. The social interaction has almost finished. I mean, what are we talking about? All their friends are Facebook friends. Okay. Or they play these weird games online and all their friends are their online gaming friends, Where do they play football? Where do they play cricket? Where do they play basketball? So somehow it is our duty as parents, grandparents, whatever, to inculcate these values. I think Alex wants to say something, if I'm not
mistaken. You can unmute, Alex.
Yes. First of all, well done, Mr. Samir. You put me in a chair and left me speechless for a couple of minutes. Well done. I really enjoyed it. Really good. And to continue, those of us who are in education and learning in the supply chain, it's becoming hard, to be honest. It's becoming really hard nowadays to teach.
Yes.
Let me tell you why. I like many, I deliver training in different countries, especially in Middle East and some European. And you see the difference even between one region and the other, right? But a fundamental thing, which you see the same thing, nowadays, you find yourself that your students know more things than you.
Yes,
and it's becoming hard. And something which I have, because they come with a lot of empowerment to say things, and you have to give them that space. And as you rightly said, you have to show them other options.
Yes.
Exactly. And the only thing I can cope with that, because it's not easy, believe me, it's not easy, especially
Yes,
with
I
young
know.
generation, to keep them sitting for a couple of hours or minutes or hours. It's not easy. Most of the time they have these gadgets in front of them, and maybe they are not following you, but they are following the gadget. Yeah, it happens
Yes.
all the time in the lecture room, you know. It's even if you say take off the mobile, it's difficult for them to do that. But the thing is, you have to let them speak. I mean, for example, you give them a case study, you let them come with the especially work-based case study, and then once you listen to them, they like to say what they are doing, and then you need to find those spots where you ask your question. Instead, they ask you questions, you ask them questions, but at least to keep them motivated. Bottom line
Yeah.
is this. Bottom line
Yes.
is this.
Yes.
You have to give them space nowadays, the young generation.
Yes.
It's difficult to cope with in a lecture room now. Very
Yes.
difficult.
I think we have to re-educate ourselves.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
I think
in order
even
to
even the seniors now they cannot live without gadgets. So for sitting 2 hours for students is something okay, acceptable, but for even I don't think the senior managers are they are adapted to gadgets.
Since technology have evolved, it has become very difficult for the academia and colleges and institutions to, to sort of find the right mechanism, delivery mechanism, because nowadays they have it all on their gadgets, you know, they have it all. They have it all in their gadgets. So it's not easy. It's not an easy job, you know. It's not an easy job. Things have changed in education completely.
Yes.
Yep. Sir, Samirji, I would like to touch one pillar, which is forecast to foresight.
Yeah.
That is something which is very touchy. Okay, so even when you do strategy, business strategy or something, okay, so you can do forecast of your product sales or something by time series or whatever. But what about the foresight? Okay, so AI will help you to do forecast with all algorithms and all. But foresight is something which human have to do it.
Yes.
Okay, so to do that, you need to have the clarity of understanding what is your business or operation or department or whatever. Without that, okay, if you depend only on technology, so you will be actually, unlearning the things. And then eventually
100%.
you will be so dependent on the technology that it will become very hard to catch up. Okay?
It will become impossible.
Impossible to catch up.
I mean, there are pockets in various teams of people who rely a lot on data and information. These guys were very valuable at one time because they could do a lot of analysis. But now what is happening is that they are only looking at their dashboards, and they are coming back to you and saying dashboard is saying this, dashboard is saying that. Previously, they would come back to you with a very detailed analysis that, sir, this is the past data and this is how it's going to go and this is where it's going to go. But those type of people have now got sunk into the algorithm. So they are there. We have to utilize them. We have to leverage their skills. We can't just dump, we should not dump them because they do add value. But their value is slowly becoming more and more limited. So it is people who have foresight. Like I told you, okay, after COVID, we said, okay, people will focus more on health drinks. They will focus more on the juice portfolio, or they will focus more on bottled water. And we built our forecast on the basis of this foresight. Okay, so these are the type of people we need now in every organization. And they are being harder and harder to find.
Because they need to have a deeper understanding. Sometimes, you have to learn what is that organizational dynamics, the business processes, the market and all. Only technology will not help. Okay, sir. So thank you. Key takeaways. Please, can you summarize it's very insightful. I was just connecting things. So insightful. It is always better to hear your lecture once again. Okay. So just give us some kind of key takeaways to the industry leaders, the business executives. So yeah, they can just take away some key thoughts.
2-3 things. One is like I started off between almighty and algorithm. We should know where to draw the line. Yes, algorithms definitely help us. There is no denying that. But we cannot become slaves to algorithms. So that is the first thing that we have to do. We have to maintain our own identity as humans. Second thing is that we should not panic. It's happening in the IT industry. It's happening in a number of industries where there is downsizing happening because AI is coming in a big way. But there should be no panic. We have to reskill. As young people, who are feeling lost, oh God, AI will take up my job. Infosys has got a bench strength of 600 youngsters, who they hired, but they are not able to allocate jobs to them because these jobs just are not available anymore. So these are the guys who need to upskill. They have to live with the times. They have to grow with the times. Today, it is a cusp between human knowledge and human wisdom and AI data. So it is better if they plunge into the AI world and learn to control and manipulate and utilize it as a tool to help them grow in their careers. So number 2 is that there should be no panic. Number 3, I talked a lot about wisdom and presence and all this type of stuff. This thing comes only with experience. This thing, yes, you have young people who have a lot of wisdom, but there is a lot of things which come only with experience. So my request to youngsters is give yourself as much experience as possible. In your company, don't sit in a silo and say, okay, I'm in accounts, so I will only do accounts work. Go out, meet people from manufacturing, meet people from other functional areas, go with your sales team to meet the customers, to get a better understanding of what's happening and how you as an accountant, can help out. So that comes by experience, and the only way to gain experience is to give yourself experience.
Fantastic answer. I think these organizational silos were created based on the past experiences and then past requirements. Now they are going to go away. So those who are open to learn many things and then redraw the boundaries, okay, for the better performance, those are the ones who are going to survive in future. Fantastic. So thank you, sir. Wonderful lecture.
Thank you, Mr. Kadir. It was wonderful. It was a great experience for me. Thank you,
sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Alex for sharing these insights, from the teaching world. Thank you, Alex.
Okay,
most welcome. Most welcome. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Can I log out now? Can I log out?
Yeah, you can stay, but yeah.
Okay. No, I have actually I have another presentation in the evening.
Okay, sir, no problem. So thank you very much then.
Thank you.
So fantastic session. Yeah, thank you. So I would like to thank on behalf of participants, organizers, and the co-speakers. Thank you, Sameshji, for a wonderful lecture. It is required actually. We cannot only talk about technology and convince ourselves that everything we got it. No. So wisdom part is something which is very crucial and it's very important. So with that, I would like to invite Alexander Borg. Nice to see you again, Alex. So thank you for joining the session today again as an expert speaker as usual. So you deliver a fantastic lecture, share great insights, and with your vast experience in the industry. So it's always a pleasure to hear you. So let me give a quick round of introduction to Alex. Alexander Borg is a supply chain leader with over 30 plus years of experience globally and especially in MENA. He is the managing director of IOSCM MENA and UK advisory board member. He drives industry transformation and innovation, founder of SSMG and key in launching CILT Dubai. He bridges academic insight with real world logistics excellence. So thank you, Alex, for joining the session today. So the lecture orchestrating end-to-end supply chain optimization is something which is dear to all of us. So happy to hear you, Alex. Thank you very much.
First of all, thank you, Sheikh, and all the crew behind you to make this fourth supply chain happening again. It's always great to join a group of experts coming from different culture, industries, and corners of the world, and to be part of it. It's really good because it's a lifelong learning, no? As we rightly said before me, uh, he put me in a chair, and it's good to be on the other side because most of the time on the platform delivering training, but some of the time it's good to be on the other side listening to anyone. There is no age today to come up with something really, really good. Really good, really good. And all the speakers were extremely good this morning, all of them. I would like to say two things. First, coming always at the end of the presentations, the guys before you have taken everything what I was preparing to say, right? So I try to make it short as much possible because we don't need to repeat supply chain, although it can vary from one industry or one sector to another, but the bottom line is the same, with the same objectives, with the same goals, and with the same output. And second, I was happy today to follow some speakers, especially Mr. Rajiv, where he talked about smart manufacturing, and where he said that they give a lot of space to the employees, to their staff, to come up with ideas for best practice, and although they are winning a lot of awards, but they give a lot of empowerment to their people, and that's crucial. That's crucial because people must feel an asset, as Mr. Samir has pointed out in his one of the presentation. And the other is Ms. Hanuma, where she said, although we have technology, she came up with blockchain, Internet of Things, and all the twin tower and the tower, everything. And she said, but we need to let people come with the ideas to sort of challenge or re-engineering the supply chain. So when you hear, and then to wrap it up, then Mr. Samir have wrap it up by saying that although we have the AI coming so strong in the market, and I mean it has been with us now for some time and is still evolving, and is going to be more stronger. But there is always the human capital which needs to to understand what is happening around him, calm down, because to be honest, for some people, maybe we have two kind of people. We could have those who are on the IT, who are so focused with IT, AI. They think about it, they sleep about it, they dream about it. And on the other side, maybe there are those traditional people who are more operational, and they are saying what is going to happen. Maybe there is some is this AI is going to take our job? But when you hear Mr. Samir presentation, there is no need to be fear, because at the end of the day, the machine is doing what has been programming in it, right? It's jargon in, jargon out. Anyway, but yeah, that is the situation. I mean, yeah. And when we talk about orchestrating the supply chain, let me put the let me load the just 1 second, please. Okay. So
Are you sharing, Alex?
Yes, I'm trying to share.
Yeah, it's easy to share. Yeah.
Now I have to do it. Can you see it okay?
Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming. Yes.
Okay. Okay?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. Now, what is happening in our economy? Because most of the time, as we know, we have to adapt. This word has been used many times, and it's the reality. You know, there is nothing. There is no model that fixes forever, or no one fixed model that you can use it for permanent. You have to adapt all the time because so many things are happening. You know. So what is happening in our economy? There is a hyper competition. Companies and organizations must be innovative quickly while maintaining a cost-effective situation. Okay, there is a global interconnectivity. A disruption in one region can ripple across the globe, and we have seen it a lot in the last few years, no? With many things that are happening around us. No need to go into it. There is an element of risk management that the pandemic era disruption, vulnerabilities in the supply chain, and plus then we had a lot of so much things happening with the wars and everything. The higher customer expectation. Customers are asking for fast deliveries. They are asking for transparency and visibility, and also for personal service driven demand. And there is also a real-time, and companies still needs to have a real-time tracking, and AI-driven planning are essential in these things. So many things are happening in the supply chain, and something which I would like to share with you through. Just 1 second, please. I would like to share with you a video which have transformed, reorchestrating the Siemens some years back. Let me try to find it. It's not coming. Can you see the video? Mr. Sheikh. Hello?
I can see the video, yeah, but it is not playing.
Okay, let me play.
That helps manufacturing companies stay ahead of the competition. The key is digitalization. With its help, we can synchronize work steps and optimize entire value chains. This turns companies into digital enterprises. But what does that really mean? It means optimizing ideation processes and planning with the support of a digital twin. Design products digitally and simulate their characteristics virtually. Plan, simulate, and engineer production facilities digitally. Evaluate and assess the performance of real production and products in real time. In order to optimize both continuously. This is only possible with a holistic approach. The Digital Enterprise Suite.
Siemens, ingenuity for life.
Okay. Okay. What has let me call. Okay. What has happened? What has happened with what has happened with Siemens? First of all, they try to predict. They had a situation where they predictive failure detection on autonomous planning, and they had to come up with some sort of solution to their complex supply chain. So the challenge was that they had thousands of SKUs across hundreds of suppliers across the globe. They had a lot of multi-tiered bill of materials with precise specifications. They had sensitive delivery times in energy, automation, and medical sectors. And it has costly delays due to unexpected part issues. Traditional ERP systems couldn't keep up with the scale of decision, complex. So Siemens had to need to evolve from transactional process to more predictive orchestration. The solution, they had to find a solution to it. And the first thing they came with, it was the digital twins for scenario planning. Each factory and supply chain network is mirrored in virtual enable. So it will sort of disrupt simulations. What if a two-tier supplier fails? Predictive production planning based on asset wear, demand forecast, and energy prices. And the most important, the real-time what-if decision modeling for proactive mitigation. Point number 2 was the AI for predictive maintenance and inventory risk. Okay, so Internet of Things sensor data from machinery was implemented, supplier quality history, and lead time, volatility, and customer patterns were highlighted. Inventory buffers were automatically recalculated based on real-time risk assessments. The third thing that they have implemented is the autonomous planning agents. Okay, Siemens have developed AI agents that adjust productive schedules in response to late missing parts, triggered reordering automatically, reroute logistics flow dynamically. Fourth, okay, and the last one is the ERP integration via MindSphere. Okay, Siemens cloud-based platform MindSphere was connected with SAP production data, logistics models, and AI models for unified visibility, streamlined data integration, and the last one is scalability machine learning deployment. The results.
Alex, are you sharing the screen? No, right?
No, I'm just talking about it.
Okay, fine.
So the results were 25% reduction on component failure, 20% in, I will send you the presentation, I will send it to you, and after that, 20% increase in on-time delivery rate, millions saved by reduction expediting shipper and buffer inventory, supply planning cycle shortened by 40 to 50%, and improved collaboration across procurement and manufacture and logistics. So Let me put this. Okay, I can share now. Sorry. Can you see the screen now?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically Siemens case study was one of those which have implemented. This goes back around 5-7 years ago. It's not something which has happened yesterday. It goes around 5-7 years ago. Okay, and they are still watching and following the implementation they have done with the towers, with the twin, etc., and following the supply chain. Okay, it's not an issue that you develop something and you rely on it. You rely on it, but you have to keep on following what you have developed, and that's the good thing about people, which have been said already before this presentation, where people needs to be part of it. It's not a matter. I mean, it's not a matter of implementing a system where you're implementing the Internet of Things, blockchain, ERP, software, AI, all this. It's good that you implement best practice. Okay, it's very important, and you stay on the edge all the time. But people have to come up with, the same people from the inside have to come up with solutions all the time. I think Ms. Hanuma have made a point about this, I think. And I remember long time back, very long time back, when SABIC have re-engineering their supply chain because they wanted to take it to next level. Okay, although they brought a big name in the consultancy house for 6 months to map the supply chain and come up with the best practice of supply chain, but still the management have done a brilliant thing. I remember it because I was involved in direct. Why? They have sent them to different training programs to bring information from different areas, and finally all the data that has been gathered by the people of SABIC, by the people around SABIC, okay, have challenged the consultancy report of the consultancy firm. And most of the implementation, over 60% of the implementation improvement was coming from the human resources, from their people, which they have collected from the training. They have consolidated their points. They have evaluated. Okay, they have re-challenged their points again and finally presented to the management. So it's not a matter of having on one side having people developing latest technology. Okay, that is important, and because we can't stop now. It's something which have started long time back, and it has to keep on going. We can't stop it, and we have to contribute in some way or another. But on the other thing, you need people as well. Okay, as Mr. Samir said, you can't rely only on IT. Okay, you have to come with your ideas and in your creativity and in your vision to keep on improving all the time. Okay, because so many internal and especially external risks are happening around us, and we need to come with these innovations all the time. So what are the challenges that we need to look at? First of all, the visibility across supply chain. We know that we have a highly expected customers' demands. As I said earlier, some of them are very specific. So we need to have an agile we have to have a strong supply chain, but in the same time, an agile supply chain. The expectations are growing all the time. And some of the clients are very specific because they have a specific demands, specific clients, blah, 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 blah. So we need to make sure that, we have an agile supply chain and visible, wherever you are, geological, political, and wherever you are, and you are facing a lot of disruptions, can be geopolitical or environmental. You need to adapt for these kind of things. Okay, this is not after COVID have gave us a good lesson, and after the pandemic, so many things are happening across the world. So many. You switch on the news nowadays, and you start listening here, there, policies on tax, wars, people fighting each other, unfortunately. So you need to be ready for this kind of things which are happening. Okay, siloed data and decision making. This is very important. Mr. Summer spoke about the leadership in supply chain, and this is crucial. Where especially the bottom-up approach is important for leaders. They need to listen up rather than they need to listen up from the operational staff. Okay, it's important. The other one is the inventory balances, where we spoke about forecast and foresight, right? Just before me. So inventory imbalances and poor demand forecasting is crucial. Okay. Legacy systems that hinder integration. Yes, traditional ways are finishing, and nowadays we need a system which needs to be integrated. Not only it's not a matter of having a system integrated in the inbound, because integration, we have been talking about it for over 20 years. This is old thing now, You need an integration also with all the stakeholders, even with your suppliers nowadays, because your supply chain have to speak the same language with your supplier's supply chain to make sure you have an integration and have a fast supply chain. And the other one, is the talent shortages in logistics and analytic roles. This is important. For example, if you ask many people around the world, not only in the States, but across Europe and other areas, there is a talent shortage especially in the supply chain. I heard Mr. Rajiv saying that in India, in his presentation, they have a high-tech human capital, which is true, and they really can be on the top of the world in the Indian continent, because my region is the Middle East. I lived in Middle East, and I travel a lot in the Middle East all the year, and most of my friends are from India, especially in Dubai. It's from Kerala, etc., and Abu Dhabi, and you see that many of them are so talented. It's great to have, but in other areas there is talent shortage. So I hope the balance will be matched, because you can have in one area which is it has come up really good, like India, but in other areas there is talent shortages. The reason being from my experience is that in the past, some students have taken undergraduate and postgraduate programs in other areas, not in the supply chain and logistics. Okay, but now through AI, things are getting better. Why? Because for example, in one particular university in Dubai, they started to insert AI modules in the supply chain postgraduate, and that is very good, because you start now, students start to understand how supply chain integrate within the AI and what AI can do in the supply chain. This is very crucial. What are the benefits of optimizing the supply chain? First of all, improve efficiency and speed. That's very crucial. That is always going to be number one in every presentation. Okay, enhance customer service. Okay, reduce cost. It's important. Increase agility and resilience. Okay, it's important. Better visibility and control. And last one is the sustainability and compliance within, etc. So how company can start optimizing the supply chain. What are the steps? First of all, mapping the supply chain is very important. Mapping. Bring everyone across around the table, even from the small, from the least you can expect. You can never know. People now have a brain and they think and they talk. So bring everyone, direct or indirect table. Take the views of everyone, even those you don't underestimate anyone. Bring everyone across the table and take the views and the output, and then take the best out of it. Access current performances. It's important. Okay, see what is happening across the supply chain. Break down silos. It's important. Okay, when we talk about streamlines, we're talking about to break down silos, because silos create lack of communication, create a lot of disadvantage. Okay, and so try to break down silos. Invest in digital tools. Ms. Hanuma presentation was optimal about this. Okay, she gave us really good presentation on the digital tools. Engage with suppliers and partners. It's important. That's why I said that your supply chain needs to integrate with your supplier supply chain. You cannot talk alone. Okay, integration is something which we started maybe 20, 25 years ago. Okay, of supply chain. Now it's not an issue about integration. It's that your company, your organization needs to be connected with your. We have the tools. Do it. Don't be afraid. Do it. Okay. Train and upskill your team. It's important that they train them on the best practice. They come up with ideas and solutions. And the last one, pilot and scale. You have to try. If you remember in the early days of Microsoft, Bill Gates used to say, you give a computer to a small kid, let him break it down, and then let him come up with how he can integrate it. And it's the same thing, still applies. Okay, so pilot, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to come up with ideas and to put them in place and see how they are working, and scale them. Look at the performance. If you don't try, you never will know about it. So end-to-end supply chain, it's all about a strategic transformation that empowers companies to shift from reactive operation to predictive, resilient ecosystems. Okay, so it has to bring everyone, both the operation and the leadership comes together. Okay, and they have to come up with a predictive, resilient ecosystem approach. Aligning people, processes, and technologies, business can unlock unprecedented agility, cost-effective, and customer satisfaction. And the last one, the goal isn't just optimizing, it's orchestration, a harmonious data-driven symphony where every stakeholder plays in sync, created a supply chain that's not only efficient, but intelligent response and future ready. I think the last slide is very good, right? The goal isn't just optimization, it's orchestration. It's about the title of this presentation. A harmonious data-driven symphony where every stakeholder plays in sync, creating a supply chain that's not only efficient, but intelligent, responsive, and future-ready supply chain. Okay? Mr. Singh, Mr. Shak.
Yep. Yeah, watching very closely.
So
yes.
That was my presentation, because a lot have been said already.
Yeah. So can you just summarize? Let us catch up again.
Okay.
So let us catch up. We have a few more minutes, and then
No
by
problem.
the time there is any questions, we can take it up.
No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the last I think if you take the last slide which I have shared with you, I think it summarizes everything, right?
Yeah.
A strategic transformation companies nowadays, they cannot, they have to keep on the edge all the time and follow what is happening around them. Try to predict, try to foresight and predict. Okay, foresight and predict what could, try to forecast and predict the situation, and at least, okay, at least they try to have a company ready, okay, reactive operation to predict the resilient ecosystems. And the other point is your people must be aligned. I mean, you have the pillar on a 3-pillar situation: people, process, and technologies, which they need to be integrated, okay, and for these changes that are happening. I mean, you remember, if we see from 1960s up to 1980s, it was quite, although there was a lot of things happening, but the speed of change wasn't like today.
Not much, yeah.
Not much. Then 1990s, the 1990s, technology was coming in slowly and steady. But since the 2010, oh my God, we can't even I think if we are Usain Bolt to run, we can't reach this AI. It's so fast, so fast. So on the other side, you need, as Mr. Samir said, there is no panic. Just you need to know what's going on, what is happening, and organize yourself to make sure that you have an intelligent response environment and you are ready for the future. That's it. There is no need to panic. Organize yourself and organize your environment, organize your people, and make sure you have the latest IT. Okay. And there is another point. Even if you bring the best IT software that you have on this planet, okay, make sure that your organization is aware of that software. You don't pay, so, allow me to say, it's not a matter of paying the best money for the best software on the planet. Make sure that your people, your management and your people knows what is happening to get involved in the project. It's important because take the example of Mr. Samir. Okay, sorry, I'm mentioning him a lot, but he said in his early presentation, he is not a supply chain professional, right? He's coming from algorithm, from IT. So, but he started to understand how supply chain works, right? So that's my point. It's important that your people are involved in the project. Make them involved, okay, and let them speak and ask questions to get and work as a team with the because now we are depending too much on the software systems, on AI and blockchain and all the things that Ms. Hanuma have mentioned. All the things that Ms. Hanuma has mentioned. So, but at least get them involved because they need to rethink, reskill, and reposition their position to make sure they stay on the edge all the time. Okay, a consultant comes and goes, an IT systems is implemented, and then after a while, the IT consultants are gone. So your people are on the ground working, and they need to keep you on the edge. They are the ones who keeps you on the edge all the time. So you need to come up. You need to give them the oxygen to and the facilities to come up with ideas.
Fantastic. I think you touched a very important point. Selecting the software, paying them price is not something is not going to solve the problem. It's about organization as an organization, how ready you are, what are your key challenges, and how the vendor can help you. Okay, it's not that don't expect that somebody will come and solve all your problems which you don't know. Okay, it's not, no consultant can come and solve your unknown problems. Okay, so because it does not matter if you don't know what is your problem, so how consultant can come and solve the problems. So if you really want to solve the problems, so you need to assess it. Help vendor, select right one and help them, because he is not your enemy. Okay, so he is your partner. So help him to make sure that your problems get solved. Okay, and when you do any digital transformation or any business transformation, there is some risk involved already. Okay, so you expect that there is a risk involved, like 15% uncertainty is there. Okay, as a senior leader, you need to keep a watch on it, but you don't make the whole thing disturb because of this 10%. Okay, so get the deliverable 90% right. The 10% is uncertain. You support the team. If they do some mistakes, no problem. You can just support them. You get 90% properly, and then the 10% eventually you can cover it up. So usually, what happens is organizations, what they do is they want everything perfect, actually, and then they think vendor as an enemy or something, or they expect end vendor to solve all the problems, and without preparing very well the homework. So they want everything to be solved. So then what happens is they will get a disappointment. Okay. So then when you want to try again, then it will become a big problem, because you have already lost something, investment. Then doing it again a big problem. So as our speaker said, you have a bigger idea. Start small. Okay. Find the right partner. It's not about software. Find the right partner who can help you to optimize it and to solve your problem, and then go hand in hand to achieve your whatever you want to achieve. So that's the way forward.
Yes, we are lucky today. We are lucky today that we are fortunate enough that we have our mobile in our hands, and we can know everything what is happening across the world from one corner to another, right? At least we try to know what's happening, because sometimes media gives you only what they want, but that is another argument. And the point is that if I want to know something about particular company and what this company provides in terms of solutions, I can go into it, I can browse what they are providing, and I can start creating questions, you know? So even and nowadays people are becoming more intelligent. Okay, first of all, people who are working in a very good environment, they do everything not to lose their job, and that empowers them to be on the edge. So they are thinking about their position. Second, they try to know what is happening around them, and third, the other thing is that the company needs to give them the opportunity and trust to speak up and come up with ideas, because it's a value added, no? It's a value added for the company to take views from bottom-up approach rather than top-down. And if that happens, I'm sure that the organization will benefit. It's not only the organization, but at the end of the day, it's the customers that will benefit, because a product and the process, if you make them together, I mean, you will get the best, no? You will get the best.
Yeah, that's great, because there is so much technology change going on. You need to start somewhere. Only advice is don't lag behind. That we have enough time, then we can do it next year. Don't consider the IT investment as a totally expense. That is my humble request to everybody.
True.
So IT investment it's like R&D. So you need to do research and development, no matter what you do it in your organization. So good IT investment is like an R&D also for you. So make sure that you invest in it. You reap the benefit as we go on, and you will be ready with the wave, the AI and technology wave. Okay?
Who is leading the project? Who is leading the project of implementing? Who is leading the project either to integrate the supply chain, either reorchestrating the supply chain, either re-engineering the supply chain, or else introduce a new version of IT, okay? We call him the project manager, the project leader, needs to be open-minded and involves everyone. If he takes the views of everyone, I'm 1000% sure that they will do a brilliant work and they will get the best solution and the best practice. And then, as we said, you just keep improving. That's all.
Fantastic. Great insights, Alex. Thank you very much for joining all the way from Europe, and thank you very much. Have a great time. Take care. And then, if there is any questions, please post. Alexander Borg will be available for us.
Thank you.
For answering questions offline. And on behalf of participants and other speakers, so a big thank you to Alex. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So fantastic sessions so far. We have a wonderful lectures, one after the other, coming up. So I would like to welcome Alex Goma. Alex, I hope you are already there. Oh, wonderful. Nice to see you, sir. Again.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
Nice
okay,
to
so
see
thank
you
you very
too.
much. Yeah. So I would like to invite Alex Goma. He is a very senior business leader from Nigeria. And of course, he served the whole Africa. So thank you, sir, for joining. So Alex Goma is a seasoned business leader for 20, 30 years of experience in FMCG experience across 6 African countries. He has led multiple functional teams, launched new brands, and driven strong growth in sales and profitability. So known for building high-performance organizations, he specialized in trade marketing, logistics, route-to-market strategies, and many more. His broad expertise spans general management, retail operations, and supply chain excellence. So welcome, Alex, for the Global Supply Chain Summit. So the topic of today is the sales and operations planning and IBP, integrated business planning best practices. So I think we can hear from your practical experiences, how the organization run these processes, and then I'll learn a lot from you. So thank you, Alex, and over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Abdul, for the opportunity to share. I think I was listening to the previous speakers, and I was wondering whether there was a need for me to actually talk, because they've covered a number of the key things I'm going to talk about. But what I'm just going to try and do is share a couple of key principles that drive business planning and how you can make sure that that works for your organization. And then I have 1 or 2 examples from my past that I can share to say this is how it has helped us to drive business. I think basically what I will try and cover is understanding what integrated business planning is. I want to focus more on that. We'll look at sales and operational planning, the core principles, best practices, and then what are some of the common challenges that are faced and how can businesses ensure that they avoid those. And then we'll look at some of the examples, like I said, from the past. But basically, what you're trying to do with integrated business planning is to combine everything you're trying to do into one single plan, where all the business functions are clearly aligned, right? One of the clear objectives is how do you ensure that you're working towards the same goals? How do you ensure that your strategy is aligned, right, with what you're executing in the market? And it allows you not to be reactive, but rather proactive, because you are looking ahead in terms of your assessment of the markets and the way you're going to respond as a business. So everybody involved in ensuring that that happens. But it's important to establish what's the key difference between S&OP and integrated business planning. I think S&OP basically is trying to ensure that you balance your supply and demand and to make sure that you can get the right operational efficiency and alignment. I think the scope that IBP brings is to integrate your financial and strategic plans and therefore connects strategy, operations, and finance holistically. So the entire business is connected from what you're trying to achieve as a business, and then how each of the functions beyond what is sales or marketing and operations helping you to fix that. Why should you look at this? I think it's because it helps you see clearly across your business functions what is adding value to the business and how you can improve your management decisions. I think it's very simplistic sometimes to think when you're not performing to say, oh, it's either a sales problem, it's either a supply chain problem. Sometimes the role of finance and some of the other sub-functions in ensuring that you can actually execute your plans and strategies, role of capability, role of people, role of external affairs is critical. So this allows you to see clearly the key outcomes you're trying to deliver as a business and how each of your major functions are working together. And you can therefore see the points of alignment and where there's a disconnect that is serving as a handbrake and stopping your business from running at full steam. It will drive improved collaboration because it allows for cooperation and very clear communication across functions. Scenario planning will help you identify and manage risk ahead of when they come, and it allows you to challenge all the assumptions. And again, it allows you to optimize how your resources are deployed, and therefore you can minimize waste. What are some of the core principles? I think the first thing is that you have to align your business strategy and operations. What exactly are we trying to drive? What exactly is the market asking for? What are the consumers asking for? Do we have the right strategy, and are we pulling that? In one of the businesses where I was, we had global brands, we had some local brands, and the focus of the business was just to push one of the global brands. And therefore, there was a lot of pressure to deliver without looking at what the needs of the market were and where the need states were, what the competitive landscape was. And we had to clearly show that unless we shifted from that strategy, whatever we executed was going to be faulty, because we were putting pressure on a brand that, yes, was growing and was big, but we were losing opportunities because we were not maximizing the role of our portfolio. So just switching and making sure that we rejig the strategy and then we can link it back to operations created a massive change for us within that particular business. Also, prioritizing the initiatives that we had just to ensure that we could focus on what was critical for us from a local and a global basis allowed us to manage this. And then, of course, how we applied our resources, ensuring that we got everything we needed right within the marketplace, and therefore we could get the right kind of performance. The second thing was ensuring collaboration and accountability. So we helped everyone to realize that you needed to work together. And we were very clear about the points of intersections and where we needed to be working together as a team. And therefore, when the ball dropped, we knew where exactly to balance the accountability. Very clear, defined roles and responsibilities, critical, and then measuring across all levels. At a point, we had all the key parameters clearly stated out, and in every functional leader's office, we had very visible dashboards that allowed us to see how we were collaborating together and then the impact on the overall final results that we had. Again, it helps to drive continuous improvement and agility, and it is required that kind of mindset as a fact that we're not going to fix the problem in one go. So every day we aim to be better than what we were before. So you move away from looking at performance results and how you blame people to the point where you look at performance results and you start looking at how do we, right, ensure that we're getting the key lessons out of those, and then we are getting the results that we require from the people who are working through that particular parameter. And that way it became easier for us to track our performance and get people to focus on the point where we say we're not just about driving business performance or looking at who to blame, but it's about how we drive continuous improvement for the business. And by doing that kind of focus, it helped everyone to understand, okay, this is what the priority was for us and how everybody could drive that. And then you create a mindset of continuous review. So looking at your plans on a regular basis, how do you review? How do you change them to make sure that, okay, you can make the kind of changes that drive your improvement across the business. So that's something that was critical to make sure that we can drive that. Now, what are some of the best practices? First thing is to have a very clear cycle, and this becomes the number one priority for the business, where everyone knows that the one priority is the cycle of how we plan. So no other meeting takes priority over this. Clear milestones, the processes, consistent timelines, so everyone knows that this process is the singular most important process for the business. And then there's a very clear governance structure starting from the top and ensuring that the rules are very clear, and then you have accountability. Also important to leverage data analytics and technology. There are lots of businesses that have a lot of data, but they never use the data. And sometimes the data is kept in exclusion. You know, I in the past 4 or 5 months, I've been working with a large organization where one of the first things I did was to say, just give me your internal data. And I took the data and broke it down and then showed them where they had issues. And the issues were across functions. But the focus was always around the performance. Oh, our sales are up, our sales are down, without looking at where exactly is this happening. Now, there are lots of data points, but they're not integrated. So lots of businesses have data seated. The data is not presented in a manner that is visible for decision-making. And therefore, it's something that you've got to look at to say, how do we unify the data that we have? How do we bring it forward? Technology is important and is good. It helps to fast track. It helps to provide efficiency. However, my advice usually is fix the process and make sure you're doing the right thing before you invest in the technology. Because if you don't do this, you will invest in the technology. You will then start having a challenge from the senior business leaders who are not seeing the outcome of that investment in that technology, because the discipline of using or analyzing data, and then the technology now helps you to able make better, faster, more joined up decision making. Then people start to question whether this is valuable or not. Effective communication, I think it's got to be clear. And this is one of the areas where very clear dashboards for the entire organization, showing what are the most critical and important things. Again, one of the mistakes or errors I've seen is where different functions have these different dashboards. Are the dashboards linked together to the overall goals of the business? Big question mark. Are they measuring the right things, or are they measuring the things that show us whether we're good or bad? Or is it a tool that we use to point fingers at other functions within the business? I've also seen where businesses are paying for data from outside external data, and they're still debating whether or not the data is critical, or whether or not the data is working for them, whether or not the data is actually useful, whether or not they trust the quality of the data that they're getting. And that's something that it's a big challenge. You can be paying for data and you distrust the data, because I think that's something that affects the way or the kind of results that businesses get when you're looking at that particular structure, especially when you're looking at communication and data within the business. So it's important to do that. Also important to look at different scenarios. This is where finance comes to play, and this is where finance helps the process, right? Does finance act in a manner where they're challenging where the value exists in the organization? Are they challenging where the value is being eroded? Are they also expanding or challenging the thinking across the organization to ensure that we make the right decisions? Which is why it is important to have the right meetings and structures, and everyone is there. Whatever decisions are taken outside of the process, are always brought back into the process to ensure that there's very clear visibility. And then also tracking and ensuring that the agreements that were made are handled in there, and then you're plotting and seeing the changes that you're doing on a regular basis. Again, so this helps you to see whether or not you're looking at the business in a proper manner. Now, what are some of the common challenges that I have seen, and how do you overcome them? First one is about silos. We typically start with the fact that every function has its own objectives. Every function thinks that it's the most critical or the most important, and every function is trying to deliver on its own objectives. Yeah, there are times when within the business, there might seem to be certain objectives that seem like they're conflicting. Simple example could be operations is looking at optimizing the structure in order to save cost, and HR is looking at the fact that, oh, we are looking at the climate of the organization, and one of the complaints is around attrition. So how do you find the balance? I think it's critical to ensure that the goals starting from the top are shared, the challenges and the risk involved are shared, and there's very clear ownership. And then we integrate the way the conversations happen and the way they're held. Again, the simple things like ensuring that you put businesses together in one particular, you put people not sitting by departments, for example, but sitting in a manner where it allows for them to have day-to-day collaboration will ensure that even when they're solving problems or working together in an integrated business planning process, then it starts to become a lot more open because people are willing. But this is something that you have to actively do, else you will take decisions and each function will go and decide this is what we're going to do. It's important that the executive lead and drive this. So I always say the CEO of the organization is the one responsible and accountable for an integrated business planning process that works. You have to own it. You have to drive the performance within the process and all the elements of the decision-making that happens. You have to champion, right, performance across the various steps or levels when you apply this process. You are the one that has to ensure that the right resources are allocated, and then you have to reinforce accountability for everything that happens here. This is not the problem of either a department in supply chain or a department in sales operations or a department in marketing operations or finance. This is the responsibility of the CEO and the exec team. You always face cultural change, especially where different functions have become like different kingdoms, and therefore they have their own ways of doing things, and you're now trying to change this. So one of the things you're going to face is cultural change and resistance. This is not the way we were doing it. This kind of measure doesn't tell us what is right for us. You guys don't understand how we operate in this department or this country or this particular area. So I think it's important to have the right training that will ensure people understand what you're trying to do. Start with a picture of what is possible. It's not just training to tick the box. It's to make sure people understand this is what will make our business stronger. This is what will make the business more robust. This is what will help the business deliver objectives. There must be very clear, tangible financial numbers attached to the change that you're trying to do in the process. And also you have to demonstrate to the people how this benefits them, both professionally and then how they are rewarded as a result of the business becoming better. There has to be very clear communication from the top, and where there are issues or clashes of prioritization, this has to be addressed head on. And it is not addressed by the guys at the bottom. It is addressed by the leadership. They have to be at the forefront of trying to ensure that this kind of change happens. And then, of course, in driving this change or managing the process, it is important to involve the stakeholders who are going to be affected by this when you're developing the programs, when you're developing the way you are going to drive this and get this to work across. Now, also important to measure success and create a culture of driving continuous improvement. I think we have to understand that just like running any business, if you focus on being better every day by day and you get everyone involved in the business to do that, then you start to find out that with little steps, you'll actually make a lot of progress. But you've got to be clear, what are you measuring? Are you measuring just the process, or are you focused on the outcomes? And then you also measure the underlying steps that ensure that you can actually see that your process is working for you. Okay? You've got to measure key things, financial incomes, right? Outcomes. What are the things that show that this process is working for us? That's the overall thing that we're trying to do. For that to happen, we have to measure certain things. Are we able to forecast accurately? Are we able to implement our activities? Are we able to manage the costs that we have within our process? And are we able to manage the way we execute our plans, agreed across functions? It's not just supply plans, it's sales plans, it's marketing plans, people plans, and then the technology plans that we have together, because each one of them, for us to have made those decisions, have an impact on the business. But overall, we're looking at the outcomes. This is why we're doing this. We want to grow our revenue. We want to grow our cash flow. We want to grow our profitability. We want to drive productivity across. And these are the main pillars. So we start from the major KPIs across the functions that add up to the financials, and then we start to break it down to the various tasks that affect people at their various levels. So it is important that we're not just tracking tasks. We are tracking outcomes. People have to shift from tracking tasks to tracking outcomes. And then we have to make sure that across the feedback process and the reviews of the business, we're constantly looking at where we have gaps and how we fix them. It is important not to turn any review process or feedback process to where it is a question of blame to point the issues at a particular function. A function may have the majority of the challenge. The focus should be, how do we as a business help them to overcome that? And where we have tried and we see that, okay, certain people are not living up to responsibilities, then we can as well take them out and knock them out of that. But the mindset we have to drive is that we own everything together. Where there are gaps, we work together to fix. Where individuals or functions are not showing that they want to accept the responsibility to fix, that's when we have to make sure that we try and get them out of the way and find people who can do this better for us. What are some examples that I've seen? I think in one of the businesses that I joined and ran, walked into the business, excess inventory, had over 39 different warehouses, had a lot of stock losses. Virtually every quarter, we're writing off losses as a result of that, because basically assumptions were not right. Functions were running at their own. Supply chain felt that, oh, all we have to do is make sure we have stock, because there was a long lead time for having stock, without looking at the impact on the numbers. Finance was not involved. Sales did not see it as part of their responsibility. But by sitting down and putting everyone together, we're able to look at the points where we'll actually need the inventory. We were able to shut down about 39 of those warehouses, close down plants, built up capacity utilization in the other plants that we had. So without losing the fact that we could build the business, we ended up having profit growth because we saved from inventory, we saved from warehouse losses, and then we started to focus on serving the customer right. The second example was a large beverage company. Again, we were losing share in the market. We were internally focused. There was a supply-demand mismatch, sales blaming supply blaming sales, but we didn't also look at the fact that did we have the right capability in-house for us to plan? Did we have the right resources? Were we measuring the right things? So we started working on a joint business plan. And the first few months were tough because we were still losing and making the mistakes, but we just focused on measuring that we were doing the right things. And after 9 months, we started seeing the growth. And basically, to cut the long story short, in 3 years, we actually doubled the size of the business that we had. And we had everyone working together to the point where when we had initiatives, supply chain will join sales, sales will join supply chain, marketing will come, sit, work with supply chain. Even in periods where they were not supposed to be at work during festivities, you'll find the marketing team sitting, bringing refreshments for the supply chain, the logistics team, as they were working and trying to make sure that we get shipments out. So it started to become one plan rather than it becoming each of the functions trying to run their own things at the end of the day. So I think, but it took a long while to break down silos. It took a long while. It took ownership from the top to decide that we were not going to blame functions. We were going to look at everything holistically. It took for us to decide that we were going to commit resources, and then we needed to demonstrate, even when we were struggling in the first few months, that we were looking at everything with a mindset to grow. We had the dashboard in everybody's office, and it was embarrassing to see a sea of reds initially. But as things started to turn around, as we started to see a number of ambers and greens, we started to see the results reflected in the marketplace. And basically, we doubled our share, like I said, in 3 years. So these are clear examples that you can actually run this and you can actually make a difference, but it has to be driven from the top. This is not something that is done by one sub-function. It has to be the executive team deciding that this is the way we're going to run our business. So just to conclude, for you to drive integrated business planning and to get everything to work, what you're trying to do is you're trying to integrate your strategy with your operational planning and make sure that there's very clear cohesion in your decision-making and how you execute. There are best practices that have been proven, lots of examples from different parts of the world. I think you've got to look at where you are as a business and decide to take yourself on a growth of where your foundation to a place where you become mature. There will be a lot of challenges. People will push back. People are used to working in silos. People are used to measuring things that do not matter the most. So you will find a lot of pushbacks, but you've got to be ready that this has to happen. Understand that this will take time, right? It is not something that you plug and play, and in 2 or 3 months, you start to see the results. And then you've got to measure your success and progress, but you've got to ensure you're measuring the right outcomes, starting from the financial metrics. What are the things that show we're successful? And then looking at all the functional areas. What are the things that are the most critical to deliver those financial results, and how are they joined up? And looking at the points of intersections, measuring and ensuring that we're able to drive it. And then holding everyone to account. When we see things that are tough, how do we get everyone to work together? Strategy is about choices. You have to be ready to make the right choices and ensure that everyone is tied together in making those choices count for the organization. If you're able to do this, then you will be amazed at the way your planning ensures that you can lead to consistent delivery of results. So thank you for your attention. If there are any questions or comments, I am ready to take them now.
Fantastic points, Alex. Now it's very important process, S&OP and IBP, whether you call whatever name. It's very important part of strategy execution. Okay, so one of the challenge, especially this part of the world, is it's a monthly cycle. So you have taken some decision in executive S&OP or executive IBP meetings. Then these decisions and actions need to be done properly for the rest of the next cycle. If you don't do that, then the whole process will break down. So in your experience, how you are managing that? Okay, so you take decisions and you come up with some actions. So how you are doing that? So who will make sure these actions are taken place? Okay, because this is a monthly cycle. So on a week-on-week basis, if you don't take up the actions, then these same actions will be in an open position in the next month. So how do you do doing that?
So in the final meeting, which we call, in fact, in my last 2 organizations, we call them the executive decision meeting, and it was deliberate because we wanted it to be seen as executive decisions. So we came out with a sort of clear actions, and we had trackers. So basically, the actions are very clear with the timelines, and then we give people there's a responsibility to make sure that they are tracked. And then these actions are assigned to people at the various levels or the various steps. Typically, when you look at that kind of planning process, you will probably have a commercial review process as part of that. You will have a supply process as part of that. You will have a business optimization where you look at the linkage between your commercial supply plan and the impact of the rest of the business. So you assign clearly to every step of the process. And at the start of every meeting, there's always a review of where we are versus all the actions, and are we making progress. And I think at some point, and I think this is where I think we actually sought help from FTSE in the past, where we had some tools trying to use technology to make sure that those things were visible. So we started by using Excel, and then we decided to deploy a tool where we could see what are the most critical, and those things were feasible. We also linked them. Those actions were also linked to people's performance. So you don't separate performance from integrated planning. You're not running two different things. This is part of the overall organization performance planning process. So everything that we do starts from the 5-year plan, which breaks down to 3-year, and then you have your 2-year operational plan. And that's what goes into your performance planning objectives for the year. So that's the way we tracked and made sure that, okay, people adhere to this.
There are some key deliverables in IBP process. So one is like you balance demand and supply. Okay, so you make sure that your capacity and your demand are balanced. Okay, and then one of the key requirement is to have the new forecast approval for next 6 months to 1 year, whatever. The second thing is you include financial part also in the meeting. So you take the financial performance, and also you can evaluate some scenarios. Okay, now this has to be balanced in a way. If you focus more on finance, then your demand supply balance will go off. Okay, so the discipline of running IBP process in the organization is very critical. So as you rightly said, the CEO has to lead this whole process. It is not somebody else. Okay, so each one has its own importance. First, demand and supply, balance it properly, and then they make sure that the financial performance is meeting to the requirements, and then the whole alignment of the rest of the things. Okay, so how you are doing? Who was a custodian, like a process owner for this, apart from CEO? Of course, CEO is the champion. So who is that? So you prefer to give it to supply chain director, or you prefer to give it to the finance director? So in your experience, Alex?
So I've seen both, right? But I've seen in one organization, okay, it was actually commercial that was the owner of the process.
Commercial,
right? In a different organization, it was finance, right? That was the custodian of the process, and in a different organization, it was supply chain director. Now, the thing for me, it's about the capacity or the experience of the person in understanding that process, because sometimes we can throw it to a function, and if the function doesn't understand that is different. But if you look at the step, the step before the executive decision is usually your business optimization, or pre-SOP, as will be called in some businesses. Now, that step is held by finance, but it's actually managed by the team underneath, who I'll call the executive team, because this is where you try to balance and say, okay, what exactly do we have? Now, in the process, one of the key things that is critical is always track your own constrained demand. So you never lose sight of that. Whatever decisions you take in your demand forecast as an executive, have it there, but always give room for the commercial team to put what is unconstrained. and also leave room for the supply chain to tell you this is what is realistic. So when you're balancing the financial impact, and there's certain long-term. But if you now try to force down the demand, for example, because you're trying to get a good number for forecast accuracy or whatever, you are going to miss it. So what I always say is the exec should set stretch. And in some instances in the past, I would say, this is our stretch objective. Let's measure the gap, even though this is what the demand or what is showing. Let's measure the gap. And what we can then do is put some tasks. Let's give ourselves a task to say, how do we close the gap? And so we may come up with a number of initiatives. Okay, this is an initiative. Okay, it gives us only 10%. Now it means we have 90%, but we keep it visible. So it is also forcing the team to think about what is possible. Because if you're trying to balance the number or just get the number, you lose sight of what is possible. We don't know everything. No matter what we think the assumptions are, we don't know everything. So we'll always keep, this is the executive task. This is what the unconstrained is. This is what the optimization says the number is. And we'll always track our performance against that. And over time, you will see which number is closer. So even in moderating your demand forecast or balancing your demand, you can actually say over history, we've seen that the optimization team is the one that is always closest to whatever we end up with. But leave room for what is stretch, but make sure you track those numbers and then you allow the visibility. Else what can happen is either you are demanding to a low-hanging fruit and therefore you lose sight of opportunities, or you're setting a forecast that is too high and therefore it's frustrating for the team because they never see what they're able to do.
Fantastic. Yeah, I totally agree with you. From the practitioner point of view, you rightly said, sir. So one important point I would like to raise, because of this AI and other technology enhancements. So in S&OP process, especially when you're doing demand and supply balance, okay. So what is the reason for increasing the sales or reducing the sales or decreasing sales? Or what is the reason for capacity challenges? So explaining those reasons in a detailed, in a systematic way, it's very important. Because, you know, the moment you assume that you have a S&OP process going on for a period of 12 months or whatever, and then you have a reasons explained, then these reasons and analysis and recommended actions are documented properly, then AI can do miracles. So it's not only about the numbers and then the variances. It can also get the insights. Then this artificial intelligence can play a key role in helping you to identify those. Because now you get action analysis and recommended actions for a period of time from different product lines and from different business units. So then all the collective insights, AI can do a miracle here. So it could be one use case for artificial intelligence to optimize IBP and S&OP.
Yes, I think artificial intelligence would help because I think it will help in pulling out the data and the time it takes for you to look at the trends or whatever. I think where artificial intelligence will not help is in the local, I mean, what is your market context and some of the things that might explain to you why something in particular. It can show you that, okay, this is what is happening. So I think you need a balance, which is why the technology makes it faster for you to be able to get what it is. It can pull out the trends, but where you need the human mind or the human thinking and intellect who knows this is the context within how this has happened or what has changed here that can bring that nuance. So machines are good, but I think if you have the human who is thinking and who is applying what you are finding out in the marketplace or in the business environment, I think that's what makes it better. So machines will help you bring out the insights faster, will help you, I mean, the data show you the trends quicker, but you have to bring your own context in to say, okay, this is why this context is different. There's something I learned from a former boss, and I think from one book I was reading. It says, facts without context is not always the truth.
So it's nice. Yeah. Okay. Sir, in IBP process, it's not only about the demand and supply balancing financial review. It's also about culture. Okay, you are building a team leadership. Okay, as a team, because without IBP or S&OP, your leadership are largely in silos, right? So you are breaking this. So it's an opportunity for the CEO to make sure that your leadership team is working as a team. Okay, so how does that culture improvement happens? And it depends on the region, by the way. Okay, so each region has its own challenges. So what do you think culture enhancement or improvement through IBP? So
I think it's typically what I would ask people to look at is, first of all, if you look at the organization values, because in a lot of organizations, we write values and these values are on websites, they're on flip charts, they're on PowerPoint presentations, but in reality, do we walk the talk? And I remember my first leadership position as one of my first, rather not first, as a sales director. And when we had issues, and even some of the issues with product supply, my team will say, oh, boss, you're not shouting too hard at supply chain. They're blaming us for not selling, and you are not, you're not helping fight back to say, why are they blaming you? And I said, no, this is not about blame, right? We're all one team. We're all working towards one objective. So yes, I know the challenges that they have, so we would have to focus and help them. But let's look internally. We have contributed as well because we have given the wrong forecasts, right? We have not told them this is what we can sell. And when they now have a gap in something, we now start shouting that, oh, wait a minute, we can sell more of this, we can sell more. I said, let's go back 3 months ago. What did we tell them we can sell? Now that we're doing more than we expect. So the first thing is from the leaders, it's for you to act and leave that. And I simply told them, I said, guys, if we continue like this, it's only going to be a matter of 18 to 24 months before it shifts the other way. Because if you say, oh, we can't sell because supply can't give us, and the business will take a decision, okay, let's increase capacity. In 24 months, you have the new plant, and then they will fill up everywhere, and they say, okay, now we have enough products, you're not selling. Then it becomes a vicious cycle that you're going up and down. So I think the leadership have to recognize that. I think in one of the businesses where we actually told ourselves that even when we're sitting in leadership meeting, we will never focus on blame. We'll focus on the issues. We'll bring it out. If we found a team member saying something that is contrary to what we have some cards. You just have to raise it up and tell the person, look, you have to shut up now. Right? And then the person shut. And then when we went to meet, we actually met as a leadership team across functions. So the supply chain person will come with me to meet my team. I used to go to the factory every month and go around every part of the factory just to show them that, look, thank you for the supply for last month. We saw what you guys did and you guys have helped us. And then for my team, which was the commercial team, I picked each of the functional heads to be like a sponsor of each of my divisions. So they had someone they could speak to if they had issues. Now, when you have HRD as a sponsor, you have supply chain as a sponsor, you have finance team as a sponsor. By the time they came back to the leadership team and they had to participate in the regional team meetings for those guys, they started to speak not only from a supply chain perspective or from HR perspective, they spoke as a member of that function. We started to see things differently. So these were simple examples that we used to break down some of those silos.
Fantastic. Great insights. So thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. Would you like to give any key takeaways for the participants across all the channels, especially the mid-size organizations or maybe startups or larger organizations who want to adopt the S&OP IBP practices? Key insights from your top 3 key insights. Yeah.
I think the first thing is in terms of expectation, what I say is go slow to go fast. So make sure that in implementing, during the period of implementation, you will think that things are not working initially because you're trying to establish that it's okay. Just make sure that you're measuring the right things that are happening, and then you will start to see the impact start to show. The second thing is that whatever process you have and whatever technology you have, if you don't have the right people, right, you are not going to get it right. So make sure that the people who are driving and leading these problems are people who are strong in leadership, communication, thinking, and problem solving. And you know what? They're not afraid to raise their hands to say, we don't know this, we didn't get this right, and we put this right. So I think if you do that, you will see that. I think the third thing is always, you have to own it. You have to lead by example. You can't do it otherwise. So you have to be the champion of this. If you focus on these three things, I think you will be surprised. You'll see your results within 6 to 9 months. That's for sure.
Fantastic, sir. Fantastic. So I truly appreciate your insights. It's really very practical. And hearing somebody like you, Alex, with so much experience in this region, in the domain, so it's always enjoyable. Okay. So thank you for joining the session and giving a wonderful lecture, Alex. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please post to Sir Alex. So we will be happy to clarify those clarify those questions offline, and make sure that your questions get answered. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining the session.
All right, thank you, Abdul.
So
My pleasure.
have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you,
Wonderful.
everyone. All right then.
Yeah. Good evening in India. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, the rest of the world, US. So we had wonderful sessions today, one after the other, delivering fantastic lectures. Very insightful. Okay, some highly technology-oriented lectures, some wisdom, and then some process-oriented. It's very important to have a balance of those things. And today's day was planned for the planning, the technology, and also the processes. So tomorrow we will be talking about the whole execution, like warehousing, manufacturing, logistics. So tomorrow the whole day we will be talking about the execution part. So now we will take up the next session. I will be presenting that on behalf of the team. So today we will be talking about how to optimize your supply chain processes through AI and optimization models. Okay, so we had very decent lectures from speakers today, especially Suresh and Madam Hanuma. They're talking very high, and of course Rajiv. They talk very high caliber presentations on technology. And I'll try to just complement as much as I could in that domain, and also show some example. So it's not sometimes, we can see some systems, how it will work in real time to make it easy. We always think about AI will do everything. Okay, now let us see it also. Apart from automation, let us look into it. So to give you a quick introduction about myself, I'm Sheikh Abdul Qadir, CEO of Data Labs India. So we are fortunate to introduce FRUSI, Fruition of Supply Chain Excellence, is a complete supply chain suite to help organizations, which we just see as we go on. Okay, so let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Let me share the whole screen so that I can keep it simple. Okay, so yeah. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I'm the CEO of Data Labs India. So we have the products in strategy management and in supply chain excellence. So FRUSI is our product name, which is the sponsor of this event today. So let me talk about, we have enough discussion on AI, IoT, and other technologies. Let us take a different perspective from that. Okay. So, this is a classic supply chain. You have manufacturing. Okay, so as a center of all the supply chain, it's a manufacturing supply chain diagram, by the way. It need not be manufacturing, it could be logistics also. So we have manufacturing here, the logistics inbound part, you have a tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers. Similarly, you can have your distribution centers, retailers, transportations, and end customers. So this is the supply chain. So now you imagine that we are talking about AI, IoT, digital twins, supply chain optimization, many things, blockchain, everything. Now, in this supply chain, so many parties are involved. So here, the manufacturing organizations, logistic companies, the vendors, they have their own manufacturing again, distribution centers, retailers, then the last mile delivery or transporters, and also the end customers who could be a restaurant, who could be any farm or whatever. So now, if you want to really truly get the benefit of artificial intelligence or IoT or any other new technologies, the whole supply chain have to be optimized. So it's not that you optimize in one part of the supply chain and you get the benefit, the end user will get the benefit of the supply chain, the benefit of the technology. Now, I just recently read one article. So is it the AI revolution is something like industrial revolution compared to electricity or internet or maybe the steam engines? So I think it's a mixed answer. Is it yes in one way? It has a potential to be like an industrial revolution. Or sometimes no, because there is so many interdependencies. Like when you see a supply chain, okay, so when you see a manufacturer, so there are so many different kind of manufacturing units. There are different kind of machines, there are different kind of processes, people involved in different regions. Okay, so now you talk about distribution centers, maybe they are more similar, maybe smaller, mid-size, larger organizations. So larger organizations have fantastic automations. Mid-size, no, still it's an investment challenge for them. And small, no, they cannot afford. So likewise, in the whole supply chain, the supply chain channel members have different maturity level in the technology and the readiness, but also in the funding, the amount of resources they can invest. Now, if you want to get the true benefit of AI across supply chain, you need to have the full supply chain as a ready. Is it possible for to do that? Yes, if it is possible, then AI is a definitely industrial revolution kind of thing. Maybe it's bigger than that. Okay. So now let us take one step back. And this is some supply chains, automotive supply chain. You have, then you have a pharma supply chain. You talk about milling. Milling supply chain is very complicated again. You right from the grain, the port, to the internal manufacturing, distributors, and food sectors. So likewise, you have a different, the supply chains have a different challenges. Now, let us talk about three things. AI, we have heard, but let me just rephrase. Why AI is not non-negotiable for modern supply chain? So AI have to be embedded into the companies now. There is no option. So now we heard very loud and clear from every member. So there is no debate about it. Okay, but AI will definitely, if you do it properly across supply chains, yes, it has a potential to reduce key pain areas like demand volatility. When you talk about supply chain, anything happens in upstream supply chain, the downstream supply chain has a problem, something called bullwhip effect kind of thing. So those things can be done, can be controlled. Supply risks and last mile cost, there are many things you can do. So similarly in the manufacturing, so you have a quality, you have a labor, the material problems can be done, can be solved by them. So AI can help them to do a lot. Just this is an example. So AI can do a lot. I will show you a very detailed list of this. The bottom line is for cost, for resilience and competitiveness, AI has to be in the place. So you don't have option. So AI is not an option. Say it's a mandatory. You need to react now. Consider AI investment as R&D for you. Okay, don't wait until you are completely obsolete and then it will become a big problem for you. That is number one. Number two, AI is something like a brain. You can do a lot of things. And IoT, if you don't connect things, then what happens is you cannot really get the benefit of it. Okay, so IoT or industrial IoT, as Ms. Hanuma said, it's like Internet of Services, Internet of People, whatever you call it, IoT. Okay, so it's a nervous system for whole supply chain and manufacturing units. Okay, so for the real-time visibility, for operational efficiencies, for seamless automations, you need to have an IoT. So what is IoT basically? Here you are connecting things because everything is now digital in one way or other. Now you need to connect them together. So the moment you connect it, all the things together, it is enormous insights, and there is small improvements in manufacturing, supply chain, and logistics will help you to optimize the whole supply chain. Because now when you think about the whole supply chain as a whole, then only you will get the benefit of industrial grade revolution. Okay. Now we talk about IoT, it's very important. Okay, so future proofing with IoT, so risk will be reduced. Okay. The third thing is I talk about optimization. It's now in the supply chain and manufacturing, we think about IT, AI, IoT, and all, but optimization is something which is very important. Now, most of our planning processes in manufacturing and logistics, we do based on heuristics. Okay, we don't spend a lot of time in enabling optimization logics like linear programming or any other mixed integer programming kind of thing. This is very important that the supply chain is empowered by the proper optimization. So this optimization layer can be embedded everywhere in the supply chain. Okay, so mathematical optimization is the brain behind supply chain and manufacturing excellence. Okay, so it's not negotiable again. Like for example, precision decision making. I'll give an example. So when you are doing multiple supply chain with multiple distribution centers, the links and nodes, so how you get the optimization? Okay, so this is through optimization engine. So there are like multiple optimization logics, so they can do that for you. So you need to make sure that these are the things you can use it consciously. It has its own challenges, but you have to make some assumptions, but you can use it. So here you can think about the key part in manufacturing, optimal production scheduling, material allocations, network design, route optimization. It's many softwares are already using this, but the only thing is we need to think about the whole supply chain to use it. Now we talk about three things: AI, IoT, maybe IoT also part of it, optimization. These three things, if you do it together, and then it will be like a ultimate supply chain and manufacturing excellence. You can achieve that. So how to do that? That's something. So now AI will be a brain, your IoT will be a nervous system, and optimization is the logic. So you can do all these three things together. And then you will get like an end-to-end visibility, optimization, zero waste in manufacturing, and many more things. Okay, so this is, you are combining all these things together to have the complete supply chain optimization. Okay, now this is fantastic. It looks very nice, very insightful kind of thing. But are we ready? As an organization, even sometimes larger organizations also not ready. So what to do with that? Okay, so to have this kind of digital transformation kind of thing, you need to have key enablers. So what are those enablers? The key enablers are like, you need to have a business systems in place. So ERP is not a luxury. You don't consider this as a major thing you have. Your manufacturing execution system, if you are a manufacturing focused company, you must have a manufacturing execution system connecting your IT and OT things, and also connecting to your ERP and other things. So manufacturing execution system will give you a proper architecture help you to get ready for AI revolution. Similarly, so your supply chain execution systems like WMS, TMS, and other order fulfillment processes, you are ready. Okay. And second thing is they need to have a cutting edge technologies need data readiness. Now, if the data is there in a discrete, in a different formats here in multiple, in a different silos kind of thing, it's not useful for you. So it's like putting your strengths in different parts of your home and you are not using it properly. Okay. So likewise, you need to have your data readiness kind of thing. So you need to have a readiness, and then finally you need to have the integrations. So everything is connected. Your ERP, MES, AI layer, IoT, just connect them. Talk to them seamlessly. Now imagine if you have this, that means your organization is ready to take care of the benefits of AI and other technologies. Okay. Now I just summarize here. So you need to have enabling business systems in place. Okay. Make sure it's not required that you need to invest a lot, as Manju said. You need to invest bare minimum what is required, but don't compromise on the core capability requirements. You have to invest it. The early you invest, you fail early, you learn faster, and then you will be more ready than your competitor. Okay. So you need to have a data architecture. Make sure that you have understanding of the data. Everything what we talk about AI, IoT, optimization, digital twins, everything is data. So you need to have a proper understanding of your data architecture. Okay. Then you redesign processes. We talk about this across from today morning. Don't just automate whatever you are doing. Make sure that you understand. Maybe it is possible to eliminate the process at all. Okay. So if it is there, you do it. Or maybe it's very simplified to an extent where it could be very easy. You use the power of technology and then use it as you need it, the process, bare minimum with the human touch points, and then run your business. So redesign the processes. Don't just automate it. People part, make sure that your people are very well trained, get the right people, invest in a young generation. So make sure that you take risks and give them a chance to learn and other things. And everything you do, it has to be aligned to the business strategy. Without aligning to the business strategy, nothing is going to work for you. So there should be a reason for why you are doing this. Okay, now it comes. Okay, so it's not a marketing slide, but this is exactly what we do. Okay, so what we do is, so we have a products and solutions, complete supply chain suite. We have a planning supply chain, FUSI, planning and optimization by AI, enterprise resource planning, strategy management, and also we do the business network and control towers. This is exactly, we enable mid-size and larger organizations, including smaller organizations, to have a seamless supply chain and help them to achieve supply chain excellence. Okay, and we do as part of that some consulting for strategy, for data, digital enterprise integrations, and supply chain and operations. We do have technology capabilities. We do that. Okay, so now I would like to share an Excel file, just very quickly for considering the time constraint. Okay, so now there are so many use cases you can do. There are so many use cases you can try to adopt in your AI, IoT, and other optimization layers. Just I listed them few here. When you talk about warehousing, because now let us talk more about discrete. So if you are a warehouse 3PL operator, a large manufacturing company, you have a warehouse operations. There are so many AI use cases. Okay, so you can explore them. Especially your put away and picking are the painful areas where there is a lot of inefficiencies there. So there are so many things. If somebody wants to know more about it, please let me know. I can share some. This is prepared by our research team, so we can help you to plan your AI in case if you need it, and you can do that voluntarily. It's not a problem. Okay. So similarly, we have a manufacturing execution. So in manufacturing, sky is the limit. There is a very very decent opportunities from smaller automation to the larger optimization. So you can do that. So production scheduling, tool management, then your OE improvement, all those things are possible. So this is some use cases we listed down here. Okay, in the transportation and fleet management, there are fantastic opportunities. You can optimize the route optimization, road optimization. We'll see some of them. Okay, in supply chain planning, again, as I said, in IBP and on demand forecasting. So predict customer demand using AI ML, the point of sales. All those things can be done. Network optimization, have things, opportunities. Supply chain optimization, I always encourage supply chain operations. So you can do all those, use AI across your supply chain operations and build small AI models which can help you to optimize those processes and get the mixing optimization algorithm from AI. So first of all, you need to know what is algorithm, what is optimization. Then only you can use AI for that. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. Okay. So likewise, there are so many use cases for your optimization. So you can build, take whatever is appropriate. IoT, IoT is like, so there is so much opportunity to connect the things, the manufacturing and supply chain, that the sky is the limit. You can do all sort of things. Okay, so I just prepared some very decent list of from our research team. So we have very decent list of IoT candidates where you can do the like preventive smart warehousing. Okay, so you can do like the digital twin. We talk about all the way. Okay, so you can also here. Currently we are doing one project in CC camera automation from both warehousing and manufacturing. So where you can read the traffic and sticking to the processes, the people, safety, and all those things can be done in the IoT cases. And you can build AI agents. Everybody is doing. I just took it from the public domain. So you can build agentic AI models to automate the processes in supply chain. So this is ultimate use of it. So this, with the right mix of people, you get the fantastic outcome of AI. Okay. So there are so many opportunities where you can do the AI, agentic AI improvements. You can create so many things. Okay. So it is not required that everybody create same thing, and you can do it for yourself, whatever is required. So there are some, if somebody wants to know more about this, please let me know. So I'll try to give. So now another 5 to 10 minutes, I'll take you quick tour. So let me showcase one or two solutions for you. So let me take up this. Yes, so just the support. Yeah. So we talk about what is it? Supply chain planning. So we talk about AI and all those stuff. Let us see how easy things when you do it. So now let us say you have a demand forecasting model. As simple, it's very down to earth, simple model. Let us say, and you have a data from any legacy system. It can be connected. You have your data in an Excel format, just CSV format, text format, or directly connected to it, whatever. Okay, so let us take up some data. Okay, so I think, or I can do one thing. So let me click. Then take it up from here. So basically, you upload the data. So if you are able to see, I can see the data. Okay, so this is the data, whatever you have uploaded. Okay, now if I run algorithm, okay, now enter how many months or periods. If it is a daily forecast, or if it is a monthly forecast, if it is a weekly forecast, whatever the time bucket. So you can just it and then you just run it. So the moment you run it, what happens is the system runs in a 7 different kind of linear time series technologies like this. So it could be like a simple exponential, double, triple, whole winters, whole linear, ARIMA, SARIMA, Prophet, and even we can connect this to LLMs like DeepSeek, OpenAI, and other Gemini kind of thing. So when you run it, so what system does it? It runs for all the logics and it will give you the data. Okay, so it takes data. I'll just I have some data already in place. Let us see if I have something. Okay, some examples of this already. Yeah, there are some data already. Let me open it. Whatever. So likewise, you see here, what happens is you can see, you can select a simple exponential model, and then you can see it. Sorry, let me open one. So maybe I open one. So likewise, so if you select the different type of model, then you can see it here. Or something. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So the system will do all. It will read complete data history, seasonality, apply alpha, beta, gamma values, and then it will give you the things. Since it is a simple exponential, it will give you a linear one. If you use other things, So whole process will give you in a fraction of seconds. Okay, and you can do that for what? So you can have a multi locations, multi products, or any other dimension. So you can put all things and upload it. The system will do, even system will identify the outliers and also can do it as simple as that. So this is one way to do it. Even now there is something called the pestle. So if you want to do a business forecasting, sometimes it's a time series, but you want to put a layer of your pestle. Okay, so what is the political, economical, and social impact on the forecast? Okay, maybe based on that also you can generate some. You can generate some pestle analysis, and then you can have some kind of you can have some forecast based on. You can see that you can generate some forecast based on that. Okay, so likewise, so you can configure your parameters, and you can also configure all your algorithms also, like what is it you want to give the inputs. So this is one of the model what we are using. If somebody wants to use it, no problem, we can take it. We'll give it to you for free for some time, no problem, you can use it. In case if you want to use this straight away. Okay, so this is the demand forecasting part. You can extend that to other things. Now let me give you a quick 5-minute brief on. We talk about supply chain optimization. So let us see how that optimization take place. So now let us say you have a containers. Now logistics means you need to have everything in containers. Now if you have it, so you have a template. So you can read the file. For example, let us say. Okay, so this is your, let us say you have a boxes which you need to load optimally to a container. So you have all the list of packets, okay, with the dimensions and weights also, like what is the length, width, the height, and your weight. Now you have container. What is the type of container you can have? You can run optimization. So the moment you run the optimization, it will run and it will give you the whole story. See, it will give you how to stock the material. In a fraction of seconds, it will give you. If you can see 0, 0, 0, that means you start in the bottom. So this is the bottom layer. Then you have a layer above that, like that. So you can stack. And in case if there is some containers don't fit it, so it will also highlight. So you can think about that. So likewise, you can do the container optimization very easily, and this can be integrated with any other system. Okay, so then I will just take you to inventory management. This is one use case again. Okay, so I will just read the data, and this could be you can put all your data. So now you have historical data. This could be daily bucket or monthly bucket, weekly bucket, for as long as you want. It's a very simple one. Okay, so the moment you just click the button, it will give you the safety stock, demand, standard deviation, safety stock, variability, reorder levels, all those inventory parameters. You can get it very easily. You don't have to worry about it. So here we can apply different AI algorithms also. So it will do all sort of variances. It takes take care of that system generated values, and then give the inventory optimization. So likewise, you can use those things in a very, very simple way. And even in the network diagram design also. Network design is very important. Okay, so network design is one important, and it's almost always done by heuristics. Okay, so now let us say you have a network, then you have multiple plants, multiple distribution centers, and then multiple end retailers. So if you have a supply chain like that, so how you optimize algorithm? So now with the AI and other algorithms, optimization logic, see, it's very easy to do it. Likewise, if you have something like that, so you can run it, and then your algorithm will run, and then it will give you the how to stretch. So how much to produce in each plant, in what link, how much it has to be transferred. So all those, and also profitability. So you optimize your supply chain based on some criteria. Okay, in the linear programming, we call it optimization. Okay, so you optimize, you minimize the cost or maximize service or whatever. So you can do that, and then finally you can see the benefit of using optimization algorithm, and you can use it as and when required. Okay, so it will take time for a couple of minutes, and it will give the results. So I show you like demand forecasting here. I talk about network design. I talk about inventory management, the container optimization. Now I would like to by the time it runs, I'll just open. Okay. I want to see from the strategy also, from the strategy point of view also, you can do interview chat boards. So you can conduct interviews with all your organization. Yeah. Okay. So you can conduct interviews. So if you have a video interview of all your supply chain members, okay, so you can conduct interview. So if you say, so you can give the link to all, so they get the link for this. So you conduct the interviews. What system will do is system record all these responses. You can record audio record. So then it will give you all the answers. Then you can see all your answers and submit. Then what system does it? It gets a sentiment. It gets a sentiment of the whole organization, maybe 500 members, 1,000 members or more. It will give you the correct collective insights and what is going on good and what is not going on good well in the organization, and also it gives some strategic insights. So likewise, so you can also do some kind of very strategic analysis, like Pestel, you have a SWOT, you can do all sort of things. Now, if you give your organization based on LLMs, and there are two. One is internal, the in-house, the LLMs in on-premise, and then some open LLMs where you can use like a ChatGPT kind of thing. So if you run your organization and give details, you can't believe. So you get exactly what is how the Pestel analysis can be done. Otherwise, without AI, what happens is this: if you want to do this, no, it takes a lot of time. Maybe we have done this before. It takes like maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Sometimes even we'll spend whole 1 month. Now we have it is not 100%, but at least it give a nice starting point of like a 30% or 40%. Okay, so it will be a very insightful position that you use all these lay the analysis. Okay, so including like porter analysis. So you can do the porter analysis also. You can do. Okay, so the system will help you to do it. Competitor positioning and also what is your vendor capabilities, what is your threats. So all those things can be done. And also, even one of the most important thing is you need to have a data architecture in this. So for AI, usually don't work with the production data to create an architecture where you have a platform, you have a staging where use this, whether it could be a data lake or it could be a simple data warehouse or it could be simple table structures. So you can do that. So if you have some kind of things, you can have that, and then you can generate. So for that, we can do this data can be ready in a different way. And like I'll show you here in the configurations, like AI data structure. So you can just say, okay, so it will update you. Then it will give you the whole story. So then your complete data can be copied to a intermediate staging, and this data can be used. This data can be used. How this metadata, data architecture. So what could be your data structure? All those things can be seen here, metadata, and then also you can sync the data. That means your staging is ready. Likewise, so you can do insights. You can do insights like balance scorecard insights, the OKR insights, people performance insights, business process performance. All those things can be very nicely combined with some AI, LLMs, large learning models, and some kind of machine learning. It's a fantastic. So these are some of the models what we are currently using, and then you have seen that Excel file we are adding as we go on. And some IoT examples I would like to quickly talk about. So what we have is some IoT examples with our clients, So we did some fantastic work with the clients. So some manufacturing organizations have labor problem, labor optimization performance problem. Some have material problem, and some have your operational lead time kind of problems. So these three, usually very rarely one organization have all three problems. It is not possible, but at least one of it will be a key problem, quality. Okay, so now we are trying to use IoT very strongly and to solve those problems. And then some of our clients are successfully using it. Okay, so one of the Mitsubishi plant. So one organization where the quality checking is very complicated. So 5 people are holding sheets and measuring manually, writing it for so many years. So we introduced some digital equipment here, thickness measurement, and then it is connected to a computer, which is very, very simple concept. And then it started generating a fantastic results. And then you use the digitization. Okay, so likewise, we have some screens completely we connected to the ERP, manufacturing execution system, and then you have all the data from manual to 100% digital. So this is, we did it successfully. And one company in Oman, so we completely connected your production control system, your formulation, weigh bridges, and some attendance machines and all, Then it works as a middle layer, then connected to SAP. So SAP is an overall black box where you have the complete accounting related. And the MES do the key areas, including the procurement, the integrations kind of thing. Okay. So likewise, we have one company in Hyderabad where they produce locomotive manufacturers. So their challenge is the material. So many components, when you're producing a locomotive engine, there's so many components, So it's a very effective, very complicated process and very expensive material, especially steel kind of. So those we have some tier 1 automotive manufacturers. So there is the complete shop floor. We need an optimization to do this automation and all. So I think we did quite good in pharma companies kind of thing. I'll just try to limit here because we have another 5 more minutes remaining. I think that's what I wanted to share today. there is any questions, let me stop screen share because I'm moderating and also I'm presenting, so it's very difficult. Okay. Okay. So I would like to hear any yeah, anybody ask questions who will do that, no problem. So somebody ask, is it possible to get share? Yes, we will just refresh it and try to publish an article on this. We'll share you, Thiru. Yeah. Okay, so we have 5 more minutes. So if there is any questions, please post it. And not necessary questions. You can have an advice or any insights. Not necessary that the question. So any insight also please post it. So I'm happy to answer. The conclusion is FRUCI is a fruition of supply chain excellence. We are primarily trying to optimize the entire supply chain, not only one part of it. Entire supply chain, manufacturing, warehousing, transportation, global trade, accounting part of the ERP, the planning of IBP and S&OP, and strategy management. So all things we are trying to optimize for mid-size organizations to give them the complete value, covered by, of course, the technology, AI and IoT, other digital things kind of thing. Tomorrow we have a fantastic lecture on warehousing, manufacturing execution. We have a session where one of our senior executives is presenting. And we will be also talking about strategy system very briefly somewhere. So stay tuned for tomorrow. Stay tuned for tomorrow's sessions. Tomorrow we will be talking more about supply chain execution part. It's very critical for the supply chain. I think that's the main thing from my side. Okay, if there is any specific question, we have another 5 minutes. I think Chris has joined. So we can do some quick round of introductions from Chris and then spend a few minutes before Chris talk about his topic today. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. So, yeah. So Chris, Chris, you are there, right?
Yes, I am here. Hello.
Fantastic. So nice to see you again after a long time.
Yes, it has been. Thank you so much. I enjoy speaking here, and so I appreciate the opportunity to do that again. So,
yeah. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, who participated and from the morning and then from different channels. This is Zoom, and then we have members in YouTube. Those who want to make it easy to have in Facebook, and we also have in Restream. So there are multiple channels open now. So everybody is attending based on their convenience. So I would like to invite Chris White, Dr. Chris from United States. So thank you, Dr. Chris, for joining the session today. And I'm actually waiting for your session to hear. We talk about, Chris talk about collaborative planning across multi-enterprise supply chain networks today. Chris was with over 20 plus years of experience and $10 billion plus business impact. He's a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt, a PMP, a supply chain expert, and whatnot. Okay, so he excels in end-to-end product and system development from design to logistics and operations. His strengths lie in process improvement, strategic planning, risk management, supply chain optimization. A proven leader, he helps organizations drive efficiency and reduce total cost of ownership. So thank you, Dr. Chris, for joining the session today, and like to hear your key insights. Thank you. Yeah.
You bet. Glad to be here, and the Dr. Chris is something new for me. So that it's so interesting to hear that.
Yeah, you don't call yourself, even though you did the DBA, you don't call yourself. But we call it, no problem. Yeah.
Exactly. And you'll have to excuse me. I had one of those things. I cut myself shaving this morning and I won't stop bleeding. So I apologize to everybody that you may see me do this every once in a while. Of course, that's what happens when you're about to present. So, but yeah, I'm excited to show some very interesting results today, where I've done some other stuff with stress testing supply chains and things like that. And now I'm going to get into some really interesting results as we begin to think about supply chains as a system. So can I go ahead and start and share my screen?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay. And what I'll do is, like before, I struggle. It doesn't work well to actually go into presentation mode. So is this large enough for?
No, it is good. No, you can do presentation mode because this is Zoom, so it's easy. It's not a complicated platform.
Well, let's find out.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, just click on it. Yes, perfect. Yep.
Does that work?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, so you're going to see me look slightly to the side here. Okay.
Yeah, no.
So fantastic. So I do want to talk about collaborative planning across the entire supply chain, which is a very interesting concept. And some of the modeling and simulation that we do with SCM blocks allows us to do this, to see the impact of that. So it's very interesting. So what I want to start with is, give me just a second here. I've used this slide before, but it helps to give a system perspective that this is not your supply chain. This supply chain, when we typically, you hear people talk about supply chains, they talk about, well, my supplier, I get something from my supplier. I've got my own I've got distribution centers, I've got customers, and maybe the supplier sends to me at the OEM, and I'm put it out to my distribution centers. Maybe my supplier ships directly to my distribution centers. Maybe my supplier even ships directly to my customers. But it's typically just tier one. In reality, this is your supply chain. Your tier one suppliers are greatly impacted by their tier one suppliers who are impacted by their tier one suppliers, which of course, for me as the OEM or wherever I am in the supply chain, makes it my tier one, tier two, tier three. So it gets deeper. So if we're not looking at all of this, then we have very little impact in our small view of the supply chain. So we talk resilience, things like that. So when it comes to resilience is actually a system phenomena. So the only way to truly understand how resilient your supply chain is, or how resilient you are within your supply chain, is to treat the supply chain as a system and do some what if scenarios and all that to see how the system, the supply chain as a system, reacts, responds, and recovers to various changes, because that's how we figure out how resilient we are. So some of the things I've talked about before I want to add to, but I want to kind of go back and remind everybody sort of what we had talked about before. That there are 4 common methods for increasing resiliency. So the first and the most common that's talked about is adding a supplier. So instead of just having one supplier for a critical part, I may add another supplier. And maybe it's nearby, maybe it's even in another geographical location, something like that. But we typically, one approach is to add more suppliers to get redundancy. Another approach is to regionalize suppliers. So in the United States, we talk a lot about onshoring or reshoring some of the manufacturing or some of the activities we have put overseas. And so regionalizing suppliers means just bringing them closer so that there's not as much transportation time, transport time. There may not be, you may also eliminate international trade contingencies or tariffs, anything like that, by bringing suppliers closer to you, to your facility. And so that's another approach. A third approach is to add inventory at various places within the supply chain. And so here in this diagram, the bigger dot represents more inventory. And so I may figure out that it's good for me to have extra inventory and it's good for one of my suppliers, but not everyone in the whole supply chain needs to have extra inventory. Maybe we can figure out there's some critical spots within the supply chain that allow for, that make it most beneficial. The fourth that we've talked about before is increasing priority, just simply doing that. So if I've got, if I'm low on I'm not an important customer to one of my suppliers, well, I may do some things, pay some premiums, something like that to make myself more important and increase my priority so that when my supplier only has a little bit that they can provide, they will send that to me instead of somebody else. So these are typically the 4 methods for increasing resiliency. What I want to introduce today is a 5th method, which is coordinating policies. And so what I've represented here is that I've got this supply chain, and those are supposed to represent dials, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But the dials represent policies, how we act and react to different things. So, for example, if I've got an inventory control policy that is very aggressive, where if I have a gap in my desired inventory and my actual inventory, I try to close that gap quickly. I'm very aggressive. I'm badgering my supplier. I'm even ordering extra, doing things like that to make sure I quickly, or as quickly as possible, I get my deliveries. You could also be less aggressive and more slower and take your time. But the point is, everyone in the supply chain is doing the same thing and working together and working with the same sort of level of aggression. Or I used aggression before, but the policies are very similar. You have everyone's either slow, everyone's fast, whatever it happens to be, and we'll get into that and what that looks like in just a little bit. That's what our simulations will be about, is this 5th method. So let's walk through a simple what-if scenario, and I want to consider lean activities for this because people have because of COVID, because of the pandemic, there's been a lot of blame on lean for it being brittle, and it's been even called, it's counterproductive to resilience. And my theory is that the way we have implemented lean as individual companies has not worked. And we're going to show that if there's more coordination, that lean is actually a powerful approach. But let me kind of build up to this a little bit by walking through just a little bit. If you're not familiar with lean, I want to walk through some of that. So within the world of lean, typically I'm in a company and I'm looking at my processes. And so the concepts that we tend to talk about for lean for my processes are something called takt time, which is kind of the drumbeat or the cadence at which things should happen to match customer demand. So if the customer wants 10 deliveries, 10 items delivered a day, then my cadence of my process has to be able to deliver 10 a day. It doesn't mean I have to completely do 10 within one day. It just means the delivery rate at the end. So it's kind of like an assembly line where everyone works the exact same rate. So think of a drum beat going off and everyone's doing things according to that drum beat. And so that's takt time. There's also what's called load leveling, which means I'm going to even out the work so that I can match that takt time. So if I find that one activity in my process has too much work and it's taking too long and they can't meet my 10 deliveries a day, then I want to make adjustments and reduce the work there. And maybe there's another step in the process that has less work to do and they can do 15 or 20. So they have extra capacity and give some of the work over there. So it's called load leveling or leveling so that everyone has about the same amount of work to do. And so there's some smoothness. So everyone's working at the same rate and there's smoothness to it. So that's typically how lean is looked at for a company. So I'm looking at my processes in my company and doing that. So I want to take that and I want to actually apply those same concepts to the supply chain. So instead of talking about all process steps occurring at the same cadence, I want to now talk about all deliveries occurring at the same cadence based on the end customer demand for the OEM or whoever is at the top of that supply chain. And now when it comes to load leveling, instead of the work at each process step should take about the same amount of time, we're now talking about the work at each company, and that we want to distribute work or move work to make the among the companies now to level the load. And so that's taking the concept of lean for processes and applying them to at a company level. And so if this is a process, for example, I mentioned 10 deliveries a day, then we want to see 10 moving from process step 1 to process step 2 each day, or each time, whatever that time frame happens to be. We're saying a day here, so 10 a day. And so I ought to see all that move. That's my drumbeat. If this were companies now, it's the same concept. I want to see 10 move between my companies. Everyone's delivering 10 a day to the next company in the supply chain. And so that's how that sort of looks. And in reality, what you really want to do is get yourself in this kind of situation where the companies are delivering 10 a day, and within each company, the processes are delivering 10 a day also. So not only is it lean and smooth from company to company, but within each company, it's also lean and smooth. And I like to call this, and I don't know that I came up with the term, but macro lean is the company level, and micro lean is within a company. So there's intercompany between companies, and there's intra-company within a company. And so far, we've typically focused on the micro lean or within a company. So actually, we just came out with these results yesterday. So these were presented yesterday, and I have permission to show them today as well. So this was the webinar where we presented this. So I'm going to walk through, you know me, I like to show results from simulations if you've seen any of my other presentations. And so we're going to walk through some of that right now. So what you see here is what we're going to build up to in the simulation. You see the companies, 3 companies, so like some 3 tiers of suppliers, and they each have a dial, you see. And if you happen to see the movie Spinal Tap, there's a joke in there where the dials don't go to 10, they go to 11. So I'm just trying to be a little funny there and have a movie reference and have the dials go to 11. But those dials represent those policies that I talked about. And so we're going to focus on a specific policy of the desired recovery time to get to my desired finished goods buffer. And if you see at the very top of the diagram, I'm showing what's happening within each company. They get deliveries, and they have inventory of raw materials that then go into production, that then go into the finished goods inventory, and from there they deliver to their customer. And maybe that's the next company in the supply chain, or maybe it's the end customer. But the desired recovery time to get to desired finished goods buffer is when I have a gap. So let's say I'm trying to hold 200 in my finished goods inventory, and I find myself at 100. So I've got to make up a gap of 100. And I can either try to do that quickly, aggressively, like I was giving an example earlier. And so that represents, we're going to call that high, a high aggression or a fast recovery time. At the other end, we're going to call it low aggression, a low recovery time, is I'm going to be slow about it. I want to take my time. I don't know that everything that I'm seeing in demand is true. So I'm going to kind of average that. So if you think of demand forecasting, it's like a moving average. It's averaging over a longer period of time so that I'm not reacting really quickly to changes. I'm kind of taking my time and I'm reacting just a little bit. And so we're going to look at those situations. You're going to hear me use the words high, medium, and low. And high means I'm very aggressive to close that gap. I over order. I'm just trying to get everything as quickly as possible. Medium means I'm somewhere in between. Low means I'm very slow about it. I want to take my time. So that's what we're going to look at in some scenarios, some simulations. So what I want to start with is just a very simple scenario where the demand to the OEM, in this example, we are the OEM, the demand bumps by 25%. And so if you've ever played the beer game, this is like the beer game where demand is stable, then it bumps up, and then it's stable. And so we're going to use that as the first demand pattern because you get to see how everything kind of reacts, and it's a good example to start with. This is a very busy slide, but I'm going to point you at certain places. What I'm looking at right now is in my supply chain, there's only me, the OEM, and a tier one. That's all I'm looking at so far. So that's all my supply chain is. There's nothing else. It's only me and a tier one. The tier one is the end of the supply chain. It's a very short supply chain. And what I have across the top, high, medium, low, are the policies for the tier one. And on the left, high, medium, and low are the policies for the OEM. And all the graphs are just combinations of each of those. So in the upper left, we have high, high. Me, the OEM, is being very aggressive, and the tier one is being very aggressive in terms of closing that gap in inventory. If we go down now to the lower right, we're low, low. So we're both being very slow and controlled. And then, of course, there's medium, medium in the middle. And then I've shown all the other combinations. That's what's great about doing this kind of simulation with SCM blocks, is that we can hold variables steady and just change one thing and see what that one thing, the impact that one thing had on the performance. So I'm going to direct you back to the upper left, the high, high situation. And you'll see some little bit of bullwhip effect. You see some oscillations, and that's a typical reaction when there's a bump in demand. We usually lose a little bit of inventory, and then we try to regain that inventory. So in the chart, all these charts are the same scale. So these are all equivalent, and you're seeing very different reactions and patterns. But if we stay with that high, high in the upper left, you'll see the blue line is me, the OEM, my finished goods. I dip and I kind of come back. My tier one dips, overshoots, and kind of does some oscillation, does a little bit of the bullwhip effect. And then if I go to the medium in the middle, you'll see there's, again, I'm kind of, the OEM is dipping and coming back. I'm the blue solid line. And then the green dash line is the tier one, and they dip and they sort of overshoot, but not as bad. And now look at the low situation in the lower right. And when both the OEM and the tier one are low, you'll see it's a bit more controlled. I don't have, if you compare the high to the low, you see a big difference in the behavior. And what I want to point out is that in the upper left, the high situation, yes, there is chaos, there's some oscillations, but it actually, you'll see that everything settles down rather quickly compared to the lower right, the low situation, where there's not chaos, but it drags it out and it takes longer for it to settle down, so to speak. And so that's what we're going to look at now. I just wanted you to see a very simple supply chain, and I want you to see this way I've laid it out here, and the high, the medium, low, because we're going to use that going forward. So I spent a lot of time on this slide because I want you to understand, so we can go through the other slides a little faster. So now what I want to do is I want to take a look at that same situation, but I'm going to drop demand back down. So I'm going to increase demand, just what you saw, 25%, but only for 20 weeks, and then it drops back down. And what that does is it makes it a more dynamic situation in the simulation, because while everyone is still adjusting to the increased demand and they're moving up, then suddenly it drops and they have to start shifting down, and so you see these extra dynamics. So we're going to look at that. So it's going to raise for a while and then drop back down. Now, I want to introduce some metrics to you, some resilience metrics. So when we talk about resilience, this is the way we measure it and look at it. The first thing is amplitude. And what that is when I see these oscillations and the zigzag, the back and forth with inventory, then the amplitude is simply taking the maximum I ever have minus the minimum. What's the biggest delta that I have? And we do that in percentage rather than actual numbers because it really, when you're doing some of this, what matters is that I see a 50% or 100% shift. And sometimes it doesn't help me if you tell me 72. That only means something when I know what the 72 is compared with. So we're always talking percentages here. Then there's the time to recover, which is once I introduce the change, how long does it take me to finally kind of get to my settle down a little bit? And within 5% is what we're going to say. So it doesn't have to be exactly, because you can see sometimes it takes a long time to sort of drag out. And so we're going to say within 5%. So we've got amplitude, time to recover, and then we've got cycles or swings. And a cycle or swing is just a combination of a high-low or a low-high. So in this example, I'm showing you there are 3 cycles here. You can see one, there's a low and a high, then it dips again and goes up. And so that's a second one. Then it drops and comes back up as a third one. So in this example, I can see the amplitude, the highest minus the lowest. I can see the time to recover when the initial change starts and when we finally settle back down. And then I can count those cycles and swings. So we're going to look at that. But first, I'm going to show you a graph again, the graph version. Now remember, you can see with the black line in each of these, demand goes up, and instead of staying up, it drops back down. And so you'll see a lot more oscillations because, like I said, everyone is reacting and growing their inventory and then suddenly have to drop their inventory. So here in the upper left, where you have the high, both the OEM, me, and the tier 1 are aggressive and trying to close their gap very quickly. So as soon as there's a gap, they're ordering, they're over ordering, they're trying to hold extra and do all that. And you can see that bullwhip effect a lot more, especially there's the blue line, which is me, but the tier 1 is getting yanked around quite a bit. And now I'm going to direct your eyes down to the bottom right corner where you see the low combination, and everyone is sort of, the OEM and the tier 1 are taking their time. We see less oscillations. It's not as bad, but again, it takes a while to settle down. But I want to present that same information in this form. I talked about amplitude, time to recover, and cycles. So now what you just saw on the chart before, I'm looking at those 3 metrics for both the OEM and the tier 1 for all those situations. And again, you really just want to look at the upper left corner, the high, and the bottom right corner, the low. And so in the upper left, the high, the OEM has an amplitude of 63%. That's the biggest, the most they had minus the minimum. The tier 1 had 141%. You'll notice the time to recover for the OEM is 34 weeks. Tier 1 is 50 weeks, and the OEM has 2 cycles, 2 ups and downs, and the tier 1 has 4 ups and downs. Now we go to the bottom right, and we look at the low where we're slower, we're more controlled, and the amplitude for the OEM is 68%, so about the same. But you'll notice the tier 1 dropped from 141% down to 103%. So amplitudes was the same for the OEM, but a little smaller for the tier 1. And you'll notice the cycles went from 2 and 4 to 1 and 1. So we cut out some cycles. But the time to recover got longer. I went from 34 for the OEM to 56, and I went from 50 for the tier 1 to 57. So we see that sort of trade-off of control versus time. And so when the amplitude, when we're trying to react quickly, our amplitudes and cycles increase, but we have a shorter recovery time. When we're taking our time, of course, the recovery time is longer, and we're a little more controlled. So you're sort of trading off chaos for time. But that was just an OEM and a tier 1. Now what I want to do is take that exact same scenario, but put a tier 2 on the end of the supply chain. So now I have an OEM, a tier 1, and a tier 2. Now that creates 3, if I'm going to do high, medium, and low for everybody, then that's 3 times 3 times 3, 27 graphs. I'm not going to show 27 graphs. Instead, what I'm going to do is show everyone doing the same thing. So it was the diagonal in that other, on the other slides. So there's everyone highly aggressive, trying to close the gap. There's everyone medium, and there's everyone low. So this is the OEM, the tier 1, and the tier 2 all doing the same things. Now you'll see on the all high, you see some reaction there. You see, and you can see I've added now a third line, a dotted red line for the tier 2, and you can see the OEM, kind of the solid blue line, does a little bit of oscillation. The dashed green line, which is the tier 1, is a little bit more. And then the tier 2, the dotted red line, is even more. And you'll see that their amplitudes are 68%, 126, and 214. Their times to recover, 44 weeks, 51, and 45. And then the cycles are 1, 2, and 3. So, of course, that tier 2 has 3 cycles. It's going crazy back there. If we now start moving and we go to the low, everyone's low, you'll see the amplitude for the OEM stays the same. The tier 1 is less. The tier 2 is significantly less. But the time to recovers have now grown from 44, 51, and 45 up to 59, 54, and 78. So quite a bit. But the cycles have settled down. So I just wanted y'all to see, now we've got two tiers, so OEM, tier 1, tier 2. And this is how the supply chain responds, and this is what happens to everybody. Now I want to get even more complicated and add a tier 3. So the supply chain's longer. Exact same thing, bump in demand that goes back down. Well, now we have 4 lines on each chart. We got the OEM, the tier 1, the tier 2, and the tier 3. And the tier 3 is this solid gray line that's the biggest that you see in all of these charts. So you're seeing the bullwhip effect, right? You're seeing the OEM has a little bit, the tier 1 has a little bit more, the tier 2 has a little bit more, and then the tier 3 is getting yanked around a lot. And in fact, when everyone is very aggressive in the first chart on the left, you'll see that the tier 3 has 6 cycles. You can even see zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. A lot of, wait, order more, wait, don't order more, order more, don't order more. A lot of that is going on because they're trying to quickly make changes. And you can see the amplitude. So we're in the all high, we're on the left here. The amplitudes grow, just like we see with the bullwhip effect, from 57% for the OEM to 211% for the tier 3. And you'll see that there's, the time to recover sort of varies for everybody, but it's shorter for the OEM and tends to get longer for the tier 3. And then we talked about the cycles, 1, 2, 2, and then 6 for that tier 3. If we go to everyone low, then you'll see that some of the amplitudes and cycles decrease, and it just so happens that the time to recover really doesn't change that much for anybody on this. It just takes a long time, and you can see from the charts that looks about right. So here's where it starts to get interesting, and this is where I want us to focus and start talking about the example we're going to use is lean. So on the left here is that same chart that we just saw with all 3 suppliers, or all the way down to the tier 3, exactly what we saw on the previous chart for everyone in the high. Now what we're going to do is we're going to pretend that one by one, each company by themselves is implementing some lean stuff, lean activities. So we're going to pretend that they can reduce their cycle time, their production time by half, 50%, and they can also reduce their safety stock. So they're trying to do things quicker and leaner, not hold as much inventory. So when only the OEM does this, everyone else still acts the same as they were before. You'll see there are some improvements. You can just look at the chart, the lines, and see there's a little bit of improvement. And if we go look at the table, you can see the amplitudes have changed, have decreased. The time to recover has decreased. The cycles have decreased. And I have some arrows down there in the lower right. And what those are representing, if it's a short arrow, it means there was some improvement. If it's a big arrow, it means there was a lot of improvement. So the OEM saw some improvement. The tier 2 saw some improvement, but the tier 1 and the tier 3 have big arrows showing that they had some big improvements for them. I want to keep going through. We're pretending like each company is acting alone. So now what happens if only the tier 1 does this lean, the same exact lean initiative that we talked about before, cut production time in half, reduce safety stock in half. If the tier one does it, here again is the difference. So I'm always showing you the worst case that everyone's highly reactive. Now remember, everyone's still highly reactive. They're just going to be lean along the way. So they're still highly reactive. That doesn't change their policy, but it changes what they're doing internally, their internal, the lean policies that they're using. And what you'll see in the lower right are different arrows than we saw before. So when the tier one makes its changes, the tier one benefits, it's got a big arrow, so it has a big benefit. But the tier three, but the OEM and the tier two really don't have much of a benefit. And because like, for example, the tier two drops its amplitude, but it increased its time to recover. So it's sort of a net. But the tier three gets a little bit of improvement. Its amplitude gets better. Its time to recover a little bit better. Its cycles a little bit better. So again, not everyone benefits when the tier one does it. So now let's keep going. If the tier two does it, everyone else is back to normal, and the tier two tries to do some lean activities. You see a little bit of improvement at the tier two. The OEM and the tier one have no significant changes. The tier two has a little bit of improvement. The tier three has a lot of improvement. So again, they're kind of spread out. What's interesting is when the tier three does this, it becomes very unstable because it's that last company in the supply chain that's already being very aggressive. And when it leans out, it has no buffer inventory and it way overreacts and way underreacts. And it's horrible. So I just put a big POW symbol there because you don't want to see the results there. It's crazy. But what's interesting, here's the punchline. Here's the end of the story. When everyone implements those same lean activities together and does the exact same thing, look at the difference from left to right. Remember, they're still all acting, they're being aggressive, but they're all lean. And when one company is doing something, everyone else in that supply chain is doing that same thing. They have that synchronicity. There's some flow between them. And just look at the difference, and you almost eliminate completely the bullwhip effect. Everyone is just about the same amplitude. They're all the same cycles. And you'll notice all the green arrows are big arrows. Everyone benefited significantly. So it's not scattered anymore where some benefit, some don't, some sort of benefit, others benefit a lot. Now, everyone benefits. So if everyone works in unison and has coordinated policies, then you get this massive improvement when you do that. So very, very counterintuitive, very interesting results. And so when we talk about trust or sharing things within our supply chain, our focus has been very much on sharing data in the supply chain. What are my orders? What am I doing? But what's more important, what we've seen, the more resilient approach is to actually share your policies. How are you doing what you do? Not how much do you have in inventory, but how quickly are you aggressive? Are you slow and controlled? What are you doing? Because if you're aggressive and I'm slow and controlled, we're working against each other. And if you're trying to get lean and I'm not lean, then we're working against each other. And so what's very important is if you really want resilience in your supply chain, there has to be this coordination. And the biggest example of this is Toyota. Toyota, its whole supply chain works together in unison at that macro lean level, like I was showing. They are a demonstration of if you work together, everyone benefits from doing that. And if you go back and look at, I don't have the chart, we showed it in the webinar yesterday, but when the pandemic hit, there's an example of Toyota and Volkswagen being at about the same in terms of market share and vehicles sold and all that. And when the pandemic hit, Toyota went up and Volkswagen went down significantly, and there became this big gap. And Toyota was able to benefit even though everyone else was struggling and there was some bullwhip effect and stock outs and everything. Toyota, because its supply chain was all coordinated, was able to survive that a little bit better. So I've shown that's kind of a key point. Now I've shown this before, and so the challenge is always balancing efficiency and resilience. You can't be 100% either one. But what we're showing is that you can do a balance. You can have some lean, but also be very resilient. Because what you don't want to do, I'm going to use this tree as an example. What you don't want to do is try to optimize and minimize all your cost, kind of in the leaves out here, when in reality, the better decision was to go this other way. I use the tree as the trunks. And so instead of optimizing the leaves on this side of the tree, maybe I should have been on this trunk going this other way. So the idea is instead that you take the right strategic direction using some of these what if simulations, and then now you can optimize because you're on the right path. And so it was very interesting. I hope y'all enjoyed seeing some of those results, but it was very interesting to see how the impact that coordinated policies has on resilience, because that's been an area that has not been studied much. And so it was very interesting for us to kind of come up with that example of that and show some results. So we're very happy to get those out there. And we actually did them. So our company is SCM Blocks, but we actually used Beer Game on Steroids, which is our free tool. So anyone can download our free tool, Beer Game on Steroids, and redo the exact experiment and see the exact same results that I just showed. And so those are going to be available to anybody that wants to do that. So I will go ahead and end with that right there and take any questions.
Yep.
So Abdul, let's see if we have any questions here.
Yeah. So it's a really heavy topic. Okay. So I would like to think about the context of Indian supply chain.
Okay.
Or the context of maybe Middle East, Africa. So how does that, so we can relate how the overall the solution can be applicable. Okay, can you give some kind of briefing?
Well, so you'll notice I didn't really say what we were building. It applies to, it's all about processes, and a process is a process wherever it is. And what you have is this imbalance of processes and how those processes are being managed. But if everyone kind of does the same thing and we all agree we're going to do the same thing, so when I move left, you're going to move left also, or if I move right, you're going to move right also. As long as we're doing that, think about any kind of sports team, a football team, or we call it soccer, but everyone's working together and they know the plays, they know what they're doing, rather than a bunch of superstars just trying to do their own thing all the time. It's that teamwork element. That's when I say coordinated policies, think of teamwork, and that everyone kind of knows, we've all practiced, we know what we're going to do. I know how you're going to act in a situation, you know how I'm going to act, and that's the power. And when we get to that level where our processes are coordinated, it really makes the supply chain resilient, because we're all working together. And we just showed that, and now we can do some more examples, and hopefully people will try to do some more. But it was just very interesting to get that out there and to be able to show that, because no one's looking that deep yet.
Yeah, it's really, it's a big opportunity to optimize the entire supply chain. So here we are not talking about only one node of supply chain or one link of supply chain. So we are talking
right.
about
That's where it's dangerous, is when one company decides, I'm going to do this, and they only think about themselves. It's a system. We're all in this together. And it's interesting how, even though I'm trying to improve the supply chain, but by focusing on me, I can actually make it more difficult for someone else in the supply chain, right? And we showed a little bit of that. In fact, on one of them, I didn't highlight it too much, but one of the suppliers went down, like its performance got worse. And so it's all about not acting as an individual and thinking, I'm only going to improve this one part. if you look at the whole supply chain as a system, you realize, oh, I actually have to care and understand what's happening at my tier 4 or tier 5 or what, because that eventually impacts me.
Mhm. Fantastic. See, here there are traditional supply chains in this region, like automotive. Okay, so where the OEM plays a major role of managing the entire supply chain. So I think in this scenario, the OEM have to lead to optimize the supply chain. Okay, and then all the tier 1, tier 2 guys and other vendors need to support that. So is that
Right.
how to apply in the real time? Okay.
Yes.
And it is pharma is one of the large supply chain industry where you have so many products and then so many component manufacturers, 3PL operators kind of thing. And then there is a retail. Okay. So, and I think, yes, as I understand the details, so this model can be applied in any supply chain.
In any supply chain.
Any supply chain.
You'll notice I didn't even talk about what the supply chain made. It doesn't matter. It's a thing, and it's very interesting. You know, you talked about the Indian automotive industry and that there's a cultural difference between the sort of the East and the West. I'm over in the United States, and the East has more of a systems view or appreciation. So the Indian automotive supply chain is probably already doing some things close to what we just talked about, but not in the United States at all. You know, we're cowboys. We're the Wild West cowboys that always want to just, I'm gonna do my own thing, and it's killing us. And that's that's what we're trying to show here is the system view, the appreciation of this system, and that we're all in this together has a lot of power.
Correct. So here, how closely it is for multi-echelon supply chain business networks. I think these two concepts, how the whole supply chain works. Multi-echelon supply chain is more closely integrated. They're connected. So here, even in the normal supply chain can work, can optimize it. Yeah.
Yes, and again, it's not just being connected; it's being coordinated. It's not just that I'm sharing information, or it's that I am sharing how I'm acting, what my policies are, so that when I'm aggressive, using my example, if I'm aggressive, you are also aggressive, and together we're aggressive, and that helps us both. It doesn't help us when you're aggressive and I'm not aggressive. We all have to be doing the same thing. We all have to be, and we have to be balanced. So when you get to the optimization, the lean part of it, if we're not following that same flow, you know, we're all not working together, then we get these imbalances that only make the problem worse. I'm already ordering too much or under ordering, and I have the bullwhip effect, but now you're going to make it worse because I'm overreacting. You know, you're running out of inventory, and I'm having trouble now. So it's all about that coordination, that we're all doing the same thing together. So if you're going to get lean, I need to get lean. Otherwise, we don't all benefit.
You don't get the benefit. So the whole supply chain have to optimize. Okay, so optimizing a link or a node does not going to help for the entire.
Correct. It's just like we do within a company, except let's just expand that view, because within a company we do that. We look at a process and its process steps, and we say, oh, they need to work together, and they need to be smooth and the exact same amount. Bottlenecks, get rid of bottlenecks, get rid of waste, all that stuff. We got to do that at the company level also, because otherwise it really doesn't matter what we do inside, because I'm still not getting deliveries from my supplier when I need them. So who cares? So yeah, anyway, very interesting. It was fun to do that, and I'm anxious to kind of publish those results a little bit more.
Fantastic topic. I think I'm just thinking how to apply this in the real time. So it's fantastic. There is no question that the concept is not applicable. Definitely it is applicable, and it is very required also. But how does that can apply in the real time? Maybe it's needed some kind of government entity support where this can be bring into awareness. So primarily, it's an awareness is also a problem. Okay, so people need to be aware of the optimizing the supply chain as a whole. Okay, and
I
somebody
think
has
that's,
to take the initiative.
yeah, I think that's where we are. That's a very good point, is the awareness, is that right now we, at least in America, again, the East, the culture for across the ocean from America is they appreciate working together in systems. So, you know, your culture is that way, the Asian culture is that way. But for America, the assumption is the way to make things better is for me to get better. But that's not always the case. We can all be mediocre, and as long as we're all mediocre together, we can actually outperform a team that, you know, a supply chain, because the competition isn't company to company, it's supply chain to supply chain, right? That's what it is. And so let's look at the whole supply chain. Why not? You know, and that's all we're doing is expanding the perspective to look at the whole supply chain.
Fantastic. That's true point. The competition is not from one company into another company. It is from one supply chain to another supply chain. I think this way, it is actually, you know, the supply chain members, once they think that we are into one supply chain ecosystem and we need to optimize, then you will have your pressure will be reduced. Right? Okay, now we have to work in a collaborative way so that we can optimize. And sometimes, you know, what you are doing, you have to undo something little for the sake of supply.
For sure.
Also possible. Yeah. So that is
it's
something,
very
you know,
possible.
you need to have an open thing, and then a small optimization across the supply chain will have a complete. And once the supply chain become competitive, then you are winning. Your supply
Exactly.
chain
Then everyone sees the benefit and they lean in more. They're like, okay, this is working. What else can we do? And yeah, there's a book. It's probably 20 or 30 years old. Stephen Covey, who wrote the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, or whatever. He's got one called The Speed of Trust. The speed of trust. And if we trust each other, and what we're trying to push is it's not just trust sharing data. So here in the United States, we talk about trust. Well, trust your suppliers, share your information, but it's not just information. It's not just my data. It's not just my orders or my inventory levels. It's how am I acting? What are my policies so that we can work together? And we are not to that level of trust at all. But if we get there, we've seen the results. I mean, they're phenomenal.
I think there are some supply chains already they're practicing it, like Walmart.
Probably so. Yeah.
Johnson &
I don't know
Johnson.
every supply chain, so yeah.
Yeah, they are doing it. Great, sir. So it's fantastic topic. So key takeaways, if you would like to share, and then maybe we can conclude. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Key takeaways are that coordination with the entire of every company in the supply chain is where the true power and competitiveness and resilience can be found.
Fantastic, sir. I think this is, I'm just thinking loud. Now, this is such an important concept, but how can do it? We can do it in real time. Okay, how can we make sure that everybody understands this? And then how can they try as a collective, as a supply chain? Okay, so the only possibility is somebody in the supply chain who is a leader have to initiate this.
Yes.
Then things can go around.
Right. Everyone won't jump on board. Somebody has to say, we are in a bad situation. We need to change. Everything we've done right now is not working. We're going to try something new.
Fantastic, sir. And I think the beer game, what you suggested. So I think we strongly recommend everybody to try. Okay. And
it's free. It's free.
It's free, and everybody try and understand. I think we can get the link and share with all the participants also.
Yeah. In fact, can I put that? Can I put that in the? I'm just putting it in the chat right now.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah. So anyone can go there and get the installation files, some example files, things like that. So yeah, that's where we're keeping everything.
Fantastic, sir. That's a really great thing. Okay. So I thank on behalf of all participants and the other speakers, the organizers. So thank you very much for joining all the way from US, the early
You
morning
bet.
for you. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. I've got a large cup of coffee, so I'm good.
So have a great time, and
You too.
definitely would like to, and we post the video very soon. If somebody
Okay.
missed it, so it can be accessed. And also, I'm sure this is a heavy content, heavy presentation. So any questions, the supply chain leaders, they can post it to Chris, and we get answered. And if anyone wants to
Absolutely.
learn more and for your organizations to adopt this, please feel free. Either we put Chris contact details, and also, or you can connect us. We can just introduce you. So thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, and have a great time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you one and all for making this day very successful. So let us try to conclude day with a vote of thanks, and also let us recap. So we had 10 sessions today. We started with Suresh Kavali talking about the AI and operations and supply chain. Then we continued with you. He talked about very nicely about S&OP and IBP, especially for the enterprise agility. Then Captain Sanjeev Kumar gave very nice insights on the people part of the supply chain. Then Rajiv Ganju took us to the completely different wavelength of manufacturing, execution, and automations. Okay. Then Ms. Hanuma took us through AI journey, how to take up the organization and some best practices and some latest developments, what is going on. And Samir Kaiwar helped us to know about the wisdom, the importance of the wisdom for human wisdom, and what is its importance in the digital era. Okay, Alexander Borg, yeah, as usual, he did a fantastic explanation of end-to-end supply chain optimization with a study. Alex Goma has explained the key best practices, and then how to make the S&OP and IBP work in any organization from the leadership point of view. And I presented some use cases, and also how AI, IoT, and supply chain optimization logics, all three can work together to help you truly a very competitive supply chain. Then Dr. Chris has concluded the day with the collaborative planning across multi-enterprise supply chain networks. It is fantastic topic. It's a really emerging topic, and it will be very popular in future. And I wish all the best to Dr. Chris. And so thank you, every participant. Thank you very much for today's session. And I take this as an opportunity. And welcome tomorrow. So 10 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Welcome tomorrow. We will be talking about supply chain execution systems, warehousing, manufacturing, logistics, and some technology topics tomorrow. So welcome to you tomorrow, and then make sure that all the questions, if you have any remaining, just please post it, and then we'll make sure that they get answered. So thank you very much, and have a great time. Thank you very much.